There is plenty in the budget that I would happily cut, but that doesn't make long-term cuts responsible. There are plenty of things in the budget that I do not agree with. And I think I've talked about them for hours on end already. Most of them were things that Senator Friesen mentioned just a few minutes ago. But I'm voting against the tax cuts because I view them as irresponsible. Whether it's popular or not, I have an obligation to the state and the future of the state to make responsible decisions, not politically expedient decisions. So I hope to see Social Security back, and I hope to see the property tax bill back, because I support those. But we can't just pretend like that we can starve the beast and everything will be okay. It won't. We cut income taxes over the long term, and what happens is that our state begins to have a huge decline in our ability to operate. And that might be the goal of a lot of people in this building, in this room. But as long as we are collecting taxes, I view our responsibility as to use those taxes to provide services to the people of Nebraska, not to just perpetually fight over giving them money back. That's the function of government. And as long as we are collecting taxes and providing services, I view it as our responsibility, and it is actually in our law. It is in our state statute that the governor shall draw down all federal funds owed to us. So, thank you. So even though we passed that bill, and some of you wouldn't give us enough votes for the E-clause, even though we passed that rental assistance bill, we don't actually have to pass it. It's already law. The governor's supposed to be doing it. The governor is breaking the law already. But I don't have anything nice to say, so I'll say nothing at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Senator Gregor, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I've sat here for quite a few hours listening to prison reform and the overcrowding of our prisons, and I'm sure there's many reasons, but I was wondering if Senator Lathrop would yield to a couple questions.
Senator Lathrop, will you yield?
I would be happy to.
Senator Lathrop, recently I read an article on the probation board, and I'd just like to confirm for myself and maybe put on record some of the things that I have read which caught my interest. First of all, I guess my first question would be, how many members are on the board?
So that board is actually parole and not probation. Sometimes they get confused because they both follow people that have gotten in trouble. I've made the same mistake many times, Senator. It's the parole board. The parole board has 5 members, and they're all appointed by the governor.
Oh, okay, thank you, and thank you for correcting me or getting me around the right page here. Do you know what % of the time in the last year there hasn't been a full board present for the parole hearing?
I'm trying to remember from that article. I know it seems like it was well more than half.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was thinking maybe it was closer to like approximately 37% of the time.
That sounds right. That sounds like what I read in the same article, Senator.
Okay. And then I guess another thing I'd like to confirm is for myself is that does it make a difference when that there are individuals that don't get paroled or don't even get a hearing because there weren't enough parole board members present that day?
Yes, that's a big deal for 2 reasons. So if you have 2 people there, then they can't conduct the hearing because you'll never get to 3, so they defer you and they put you off. If you have 3, That means you have to have everybody that showed up that day approve your parole. If you have 4, you can only lose 1 person. Or 2, if you lose 2, you can only lose 1 person. If you lose 2, you're denied parole. So every time they don't have a full complement, someone needs to get a number greater than 3/5. And here's why that's important, if you don't mind me explaining this. It's important for 2 reasons. One, if someone is parole eligible and a suitable person, then we should get them on parole because we can follow them sooner and for a longer period of time. But there's also a perspective from the inmate's perspective. Many times, and one of the things we do in the bill, and I'll explain on my time, is improve the standards. But they have a set of standards or things that guide the parole board. There's about 13 in number right now. And it becomes, from the inmate's perspective, it feels very arbitrary. You have some subjective things in there that allow them to just say no and then point to a subjective thing. We didn't think you were ready or something like that. And then when you do that, it takes away your incentive or your will to try to get parole because it feels like an arbitrary process. If you show up and there's only 2 members there and you're thinking, I did all that work, I kept my nose clean, I did everything you asked me to, and I show up for a hearing where I should be granted parole and you only have 2 members. Or you have 3 and one of them says no because they customarily say no.
1 minute.
So having a parole process that appears fair to the inmate, fair to the victims and to the people in the state, but also fair to the inmates, very important. And one of the things that we try to work on in this bill that I'll talk about on my time.
Okay, thank you. I guess, this is a full-time job where these individuals are being paid anywhere from $84,000, $92,000 a year.
That's true. It is a full-time job. Since you asked me that question or told me it was coming, I do have a calendar of their activities, and it is a full-time 5 days a week position. Sometimes they have to do hearings at the work ethic camp. I'm not sure if they do those by video conferencing or in person, but they have them at all of the different facilities around the state.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gregor and Senator Lathrop. Colleague Senator Arch would like to introduce 36 fourth grade students from La Vista West Elementary. They are seated in the north balcony. If they would please rise to be welcomed by your Nebraska Legislature. Thank you for coming. Returning to debate, Senator Patty Pansing Brooks. Senator Pansing Brooks seems to be absent. Senator Lathrop, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to take off on the questions of Senator Gregor and share with you. We've talked a lot about the importance of getting more people out on parole versus jamming out. The bill has 2 other aspects of parole that I think are important and also on topic with what Senator Gregor asked. We do 2 things in this, and this came out of the working group that I was actually on. One is that we developed something called the streamlined parole. And streamlined parole is intended to incentivize people to get parole or to take that avenue of release. It's also intended to encourage good behavior. It's intended to encourage completion of your programming. So if you have a review hearing and you're 2 years out from your parole eligibility date and you qualify, so there's some things that don't qualify, but if you're a qualified candidate for parole, then you can enter into a contract with the parole board. And the contract basically says, you, Mr. Inmate, will be released on your parole eligibility date, provided you have all your programming done, number 1, and 2, that you have no class 1 misconducts. Why is that important? It's important in two respects. One, from the inmate's perspective, it makes them have confidence in a parole process. That sounds like a fair thing. I've entered into a contract with the parole board that if I do these things, I keep my nose clean, I am out on a date certain. That, by the way, helps plan for what comes next, right? You can start lining up your housing, and it's not, if I get out, can I stay at your place? You start lining up the things. They're generally going to be the lower class of offenses, and it gives some predictability. And from the parole board's perspective, colleagues, when you have streamlined parole, it allows the parole board to focus on the high needs, high risk individuals. And for the low need, low risk inmate, it allows an avenue that basically takes this off of the parole board's plate, and they now, when you look at their calendar of things that they have to do, they now have more time to deal with the more complex case. They have more time to spend with people who come before them and explain their, their rationale, what they need to do to get paroled, and it's all around better. In addition to the streamlined parole, and that's a consensus item, and it is a difference maker, besides that, we've refined the list of considerations and taken out, for the most part, the subjective ones. So if you're an inmate and there is a very subjective, we don't think you've learned your lesson kind of a thing, then you're thinking, well, how fair is that? What kind of a shake am I going to get? It's all going to be up to what kind of day they're having at the parole board. Having refined the considerations for the parole board as they consider a candidate for parole to those things that are objective for the most part, completing your programming and the like, having a plan, that makes the process seem fair to the inmate and makes them more inclined and more likely to participate in the parole process, to do their programming, and to choose that avenue of departure from the Department of Corrections. And again, anything we can do to encourage people to be on parole versus jamming out is going to be beneficial. So those are two things that are in the bill, in the amendment, that don't get a lot of conversation because mostly we've talked about how soon somebody can get parole and how long they're going to be followed on parole. This is a piece that came, frankly, both of these things came to us from the working group I was in that included the chairperson of the parole board, Roz Cotton. I'll represent, was on board with both of these streamlined parole and refining the parole considerations. And so another reason to support 920, I'm happy to take questions. Senator Gregert, thanks for being engaged on the topic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Senator Linehan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think this probably would have been a better subject to talk on the last bill, but since it's all appropriations, I'm going to, even those cash transfers. We've had a lot. I will give the Appropriations Committee and Chairman Stinner a great deal of credit on rates and provider rates, but there's a history here that I think it's good for us to understand on provider rates. So in the year that we all talk about, 1819, first year I was here, my class, first year Chairman Stinner was chairman of the Appropriations, we were flat. So there was no increase for provider rates except for the child welfare rates. They went up 2%. Then the next year, 1920, money got better. So we went back. Behavioral regions were the only people that were held flat. For the most part, everybody got 2% increase except for nursing facility rates. They went up 6.7%. And DDD, home and community-based service rates, went up 4%. Then in the next year, again, 2021, for the most part, everybody got 2%, except for nursing homes got 4.3% increase, and DDD services got a 2.6% increase. Then in 21-22, again, 2% across the board, except for nursing homes got 3.5%. And this year, we know in the provider rates, in the mainline budget, it's 17% plus another 15% in the ARPA bill. And also in the, I'm not sure if it's in, I'm not sure where all the money comes from. A child welfare rates, 15% increase. Behavioral health regions, finally, 15%. Hospital rates get a 5% bump. Practitioners, 15%. Nursing facilities, now this chart, Senator Stinner can comment on this. It says 20%, so, but I just want to, there's been a lot that we've not increased nursing home rates, saying we shouldn't. I understand we've got some of them closing. Well, I want to talk to one of those too. So on average, nursing home rates increases have been considerably more than the rest of our provider rates. And also, I think 2 years ago, there was great concern because they were, I don't remember now whether there's 13 or 14 nursing homes closed. And Health and Human Services did a great job of moving people around so they weren't homeless. They found homes. But then, like maybe 6 to 7 months later, stories broke. They were corrupt. They were stealing money. That's why they went broke. So I think we just, as we go forward here with the budget, be very careful what's reality and what we hear, because we have not been cutting nursing home rates. The only year we held them flat was the year we held everybody flat, 2018, 2019. And other than that years, their rates were increased considerably more, double or 3 times more than other providers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Matt Hansen, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again, colleagues. Just to get to, and I've stayed a little bit out of it today, just to get to and reaffirm the point that I think Senator Lathrop was touching upon and Senator Gregor asked about, is in my experience, having served in the Judiciary Committee, having worked on a lot of these issues related to court procedure and court practice, when you hear something like, the parole board not attending work on days they're being paid to work, and that clogging up the system. And you want to ask yourself, are some of our problems in corrections, are some of our problems in criminal justice as straightforward enough as people just not doing their full day's work, not showing up to meetings? The answer is unfortunately yes. There's lots of things where some of our backlog in county jails is due to kind of staffing and renovations at other facilities that the people in the county jail are by law supposed to be at, but they can't be. And we're seeing this in all aspects of where people could be or should be, or by law could apply or should be elsewhere on a different program and a different thing. And the actual barriers, to them getting to the final position, them getting to what by law they are supposed to serve or allowed to get, is a very human, very bureaucratic kind of failing of our part. It's lack of space, it's lack of programming, it's lack of just people attending, it's lack of time in front of the courtroom. It's these things that pile up. And I just want to really reaffirm that point, that when I heard that, saw that article, read that article, I was disappointed to see that, but it wasn't necessarily a surprise in the sense that, of course, something like that could be happening in our system. The other thing I want to talk about, and this is going to be my last time on the budget, I believe, certainly last time on this motion, is kind of this notion of these federal funds and who has the authority to do what we are doing with them in terms of the ARPA budget and in terms of the provisions in this and other bills related to it. Would like to remind everybody that the legislature is the branch that creates the budget. That is our constitutional duty. Yes, the governor is proposed in that he gets to propose the initial budget and gets to line item veto the budget and things like that. But fundamentally, the budgetary authority of the state is ours. The power of the purse is ours. And more specifically, that the governor's authority to take or to spend federal funds comes from us as a legislature, which is a unique position and really kind of reaffirms our role. We have several statutes on the books kind of directing the governor to take and use federal funds in a variety of different circumstances. Some are specific, some are broad, but they all stem back to this legislative authority. It's a kind of extending grant of our authority to another branch to draw down and use these federal funds. We're fundamentally a legislative role, but recognizing that we're a part-time legislature, we only meet 90 and 60 days in any given year, we have to have something operating in the interim. It's very appropriate for us as a legislature to make decisions on the use of federal funds, and probably should be the default going forward, and is something we should be mindful of, especially when we see future instances in which maybe federal funds are coming to the state announced at a time when we're in interim or don't currently have a budget pending. So I just wanted to lay all those things out. This is the budgetary authority of the state. The spending of the state is inherently kind of a legislative power. Much like you see in Congress,
1 minute.
the budget and this authority derives from us as the legislative process. And to the extent the governor is involved is to the extent that we have, either by our language in our budget or our existing statutes, granted the governor and the governor's office that authority to do that discretion in our absence. Because of course, we don't necessarily manage the day-to-day operations. We don't necessarily have the same staff to run the government day to day. That's of course an executive function. But in terms of the policy decisions for federal funding, that is inherently a legislative task. I think we need to be mindful of how much we've deferred and how much deference we've shown to the governor over time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Friesen, you're recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Lathrop yield some questions?
Senator Lathrop, will you yield?
I'd be happy to.
So in the past, we've talked a lot about mental health issues and how that impacts the prison population. Do you have, in any of the studies, were there any estimates that if we had a healthy mental health program to where we had facilities to take people, what percentage of the prison population do you think wouldn't be there if we had a robust mental health treatment program?
I don't know of a study that will answer that question because it sort of depends on what the investment in the mental health facilities looks like. If you had all the mental health facility beds full of people who had serious mental illness, then it would necessarily affect the prison population. The one statistic I can give you is 1/3 of the people in prison are on psychotropic medication. Okay, that means they're taking drugs for their mental or nervous disorder, and it's a pretty significant number. You know, it's more of a how do those people end up there? They are, many of them are homeless. You know, they show up at a convenience store. The convenience store calls the law enforcement to get them out of there, and then they take a swing at a cop or something like that. Now they're in trouble for something that's felonious conduct.
Well, that's what we, when we were looking at nursing homes with a large number of mental health patients, clients on that open campus, that's one thing that I think we all noticed, that a percentage of them should have been under better supervision as far as taking their meds, not being able to wander off campus. So I think that's, again, it probably is hard to say actual numbers, but again, I'm sure there would be a marked decrease in the prison population if we implemented a little bit better mental health, because me and you have talked about this previously, and it isn't a big issue, whether it's treatment for drugs or whether it's just mental health issues to make sure they're taking their meds.
It's very much both. And a nod to Senator Geist, she and I have talked about this. Both of us think that it is a very important piece to being compassionate, doing the right thing, having a good system. What that investment looks like is a really hard thing to quantify. It's sort of beyond my expertise to understand, or my understanding to understand, if you will. I don't know how much more we need, but I know you and I have talked about safekeepers. So if you run a county jail out in western part of the state, you don't have a place to take somebody in a mental health crisis. And that's a huge issue. It's a huge law enforcement issue as well.
Well, I think there was a bill that did create some bed space in hospitals, but I don't know where that's at. But as far as you know, is there any other, with all this ARPA money and everything floating around, what is the possibility of building something that would, somewheres to do something that helps address this issue?
Yeah, and I would say that the mental health piece came to the, not that substance abuse and mental health treatment aren't always on sort of the menu over at Judiciary Committee, but it certainly got there with Senator Hansen's bill and the hearing we had on having people have their competency restored. That was one of the last bills that we actually heard in the committee, and it was startling how short we are on capacity. And it starts with the state's
1 minute.
capacity at the regional center. When you don't have enough people there, some of the people that should be at the regional center are now at Bryan LGH taking up a bed. And the people that ought to be at Bryan LGH now either don't get a bed or they're in some kind of a community program that isn't really what they need. And so it starts with the state having enough capacity in the regional center, and then sort of looking at the continuum of needs and care and say the state, the hospitals, community-based care, and we're really deficient at beginning.
We're obviously
at the state.
short of beds.
We certainly are.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen and Senator Lathrop. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to maybe get back to some of the particulars in the bill that we're talking about now, LB 1013, cash fund transfers. And I'd like to just speak again about a topic I've continued to talk about. There are 3 items in this that I really have a lot of interest in. One of them would be the Perkins County Canal Fund. The other would be the rural projects, which would help fund a rail park in North Platte. And I'd also tell you, I'd like to talk a little bit about rural workforce housing. I've been on the mic a number of times, and you can probably figure out that I've got kind of a theme here. And my theme has been that as we move further west in the state, we're losing population. My district used to include Lincoln County. Now it includes McPherson, Hooker, Thomas, Logan, and most of Perkins County, along with Lincoln County. The reason for that is that we've lost population. We're sit on the interstate in North Platte, but we've lost, and through on Highway 83 that goes from Canada to New Mexico, but yet we've lost population. Part of that lost population has been because the UP has made some changes in how they handle rail service through the largest rail classification in the world. At least it used to have that status. And so they had significant layoffs. Those are very high quality jobs that we lost. And I can tell you, I want to do everything I can to preserve the remaining jobs and try to rebuild those jobs there in North Platte, because we have people that come from a significant area throughout my district to work at the rail yard, at Bailey Yard. I would also tell you that we're looking at Sustainable Beef building a packing plant, which is part of the ARPA funding. And if they can get that built, they'll create 875 jobs. That will be a significant economic impact in North Platte, not just because of the jobs that would be created, but because the economic benefit. Because there's about 25 feeders in western Nebraska, real western Nebraska, that would include the Panhandle, who would be delivering cattle that feed yard, and they'd be processing 1,500 head a day through that processing facility, and we'd have outbound product leaving there. We also have the Walmart Food Distribution Center there that brings trucks in and out every day to serve stores in about a 10-state area from North Platte. But yet we've lost population. And when we lose population, where does it go? Well, as the school system tracks it, some of it's out of state. And I think many of those were rail jobs that were lost. And a lot of it moves to Lincoln and Omaha. So we're at a point right now where we're not an equalized school district. We do get TIOSA money, and we get TIOSA money because we have resources that are lower and we don't have the we're still looking for student population. We've got schools that we've actually closed because we didn't have the student population. And I come down here to Lincoln and we're building schools. Go to Omaha, you're building schools. so that you can take the students that left North Platte and the western part of the state and move to the eastern end of the state. That doesn't make sense. We need to take jobs and housing where we have the people, we have the capacity of the infrastructure of schools and other support. And one way to do that is to make investments in our future by investing in that rail park that will create new quality jobs, by investing in the Perkins County Canal, which will help preserve our precious water and not allow Colorado to take that water and over appropriate it on upstream, and we lose that water forever.
1 minute.
I'd also, thank you, Mr. President, and I'd also tell you that when we look at rural workforce housing, I spoke about this before. If we're expecting the houses to be built on their own, it's not going to happen. And those people are going to leave the state, or they're going to go elsewhere to find housing and higher paying jobs. This all works together. We can't do one without the other. So again, as we think about these investments, and these aren't expenditures, these are investments in the future, I would urge you to continue to move this bill forward. Let's get this done. Let's do what's right for the people of the state of Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Sen Cavanaugh, you are recognized. This is your final opportunity, but you will have an opportunity to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so I was talking about some of the bills we had previously had some consternation about. That's kind of a funny word, but I believe I'm using it correctly. I'm sure somebody on social media will correct me if I'm not. For me, it comes down to math. Simple math. We have X amount of dollars. If we spend this much, then we have this much left. If we spend this much, we have this much left. Or if we cut this much, we have this much left. So we have a prison overcrowding issue. We have over-incarceration. We need sentencing reform of some sort. I think everyone agrees that. It's maybe what it looks like is not agreed upon, but we need sentencing reform. Our correctional system is costing us so much money every year. So these things all do tie together, because the investments that we make in fixing our correctional system and the investments that we make in behavioral and mental health prior to people entering into the justice system are going to yield enormous dividends. There's lots of states that have already done this. Texas is one of the more famous models of this. When they invested in behavioral health and community-based programming, they ended up saving so much more money. And then that's sustainable. That's a tax cut. Once we do this sentencing reform and we see how much money we can save by doing smarter policies and more humane policies, well, then we're going to start to save money. And not only are we going to start to save money, we're going to start to increase our revenues, because those people who we've been paying for to live incarcerated are now going to be working, productive members of society who pay taxes. So more people will be paying into the system, more people will be in the workforce, because instead of incarcerating them, we've given them the services that they need so that they can be stabilized and be a productive member of the workforce. It's all intertwined, and it's very simple. It is not a complicated thing to understand. Now, what the sentencing reform looks like, that might be complicated, but it's very simple to understand that we pay a lot of money, we spend a lot of money on our correctional system, and we could spend money on something else that wouldn't just be a black hole. It would yield dividends. It would yield a smaller population, less costs, more revenue. And then we could have a conversation, a responsible conversation about tax cuts. and maybe I'm wrong about this, but from my vantage point, it appears that nobody wants to be focusing on a strategic vision for this state. We just have to do this right now. We have manufactured crisis. We have to spend this money. We have to cut this money. We don't. We could literally leave right now,
1 minute.
and the state of Nebraska would be the same. I don't think that'd be a great thing to do, but it would be the same. Nothing would be different tomorrow from it is today if we had a sine die motion. So it's a manufactured crisis. It's something that we should be addressing over time, systemically, with a lot of thought and conversation that isn't political stump speeches, which I'm hearing a lot of. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Senator Lathrop, you are recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Good afternoon once again. Senator Friesen brought up a question about the current Nebraska State Penitentiary. I had a conversation with Ben Hansen about that earlier today, Senator Ben Hansen, pardon me, about current Nebraska State Penitentiary. And you might have heard it described as something that was built in the 1800s. The dirt may be from the 1800s, but there's not much that's there from the 1800s, but it's old. It is old. The governor has concluded it needs to be replaced, that it needs to be mothballed, knocked down, whatever. You should know that we had a study done, which is what the Director of Corrections and the governor have relied on in suggesting that it needs to be replaced. It was done by Alvine Engineering. Alvine Engineering may sound familiar to you. They're the people doing the HVAC work here in the Capitol. They're a very well-respected engineering firm in Omaha. And they went through the penitentiary and, thanks. They went through the penitentiary and wrote this report. You can all read it. It's fascinating. Fascinating for a couple of reasons. One is that when the ACLU was saying the place was terrible, we were saying it was just fine, and now we have a report that says it's terrible. There's literally a housing unit that when they have a backed up toilet, it's in a kitchen, okay? That's an example of some of the problems. They have photographs in this report, a lot of things in this report that show deterioration, lack of maintenance, things that don't work well, a lot of things that need to be fixed and replaced. And they go through each building on the campus at the penitentiary, and they describe the problems with each one of those buildings. And oftentimes the recommendations, after they go through a description, if you look at the pictures, you'll be concerned about the place. But as you go through and look at their recommendations, many of them are tear down and replace, like most of them. Some of them are tear down and turn into green space. But at the end of the day, the Alvine Engineering report, which was intended, their assignment was, tell us what it would take to make that place like new, okay? That means they got a tunnel that takes the sewage out that needs to be fixed, and the infrastructure for the water and the infrastructure for the electricity, and all those things would have to be replaced. The cost to replace the pen, and it's a challenge because now you got to start moving people around from one housing unit, where you're going to put them while you build that housing unit from scratch, but it's $220 million. $220 million will get you a new penitentiary. Now, in here, they said, we're going to add some more money. That's part of the $220 million. We're going to add some more money in here because of the challenges of trying to do this in a facility that is currently being operated as a facility at the Department of Corrections. So that's already sort of baked into the cake. when it comes to the $220 million. But if you read the report, I think you will conclude, as the governor has, that the
1 minute.
penitentiary actually needs to be replaced. You know, can it last a few more years? Perhaps. But do we need a new prison? We do. And what we need, to go back to the theme, what we need really is dependent upon how many people do we intend to incarcerate, or how many more do we intend to incarcerate over the next 20 years. And that really is where 920 comes in, setting a course for our population, what that population should look like, how fast should it grow, how many people. And I would offer this: if you are engaged in this topic, the right question is, how many beds do we think is the right number? You can look at this as I have, which is flattening the trajectory. But if that's not your approach, tell me how many beds you think is the right number. Then we can tailor the reforms so that we have met whatever
Time,
standard
Senator.
you have for the number of beds you think we need. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Senator Hunt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I wanted to share some thoughts about the conversation we're having around criminal justice reform and mental health. Mental health is very important. When I was a Girl Scout, I did one of my big projects to earn one of the awards. Like when you're a Boy Scout, you get an Eagle, and when you're a Girl Scout, you get a Gold Award. And I did a project on mental health in high schools. And it's funny to me what to think about it now as I talk, because I can kind of draw a direct line from the interest I had in mental health in high school, and then the work I went on to do for men's health in college, and then comprehensive sex education and public health later on as an adult. But I've always been very interested in the health of students. And I know that's a concern shared by many people here in the body. I appreciated Senator Jen Day's priority bill this year to make sure that we have resources in our schools for kids' mental health. And I've consistently supported efforts in this body to increase access to prescription medication and health care and anything people need to be healthy, basically. And that certainly goes for inmates too, for incarcerated people. But I want to be careful that we don't talk about mental health as a coded way to just talk about crime. Because what you're kind of saying when, we fall into this trap of saying that to solve our overcrowding problem and to reduce recidivism in Nebraska and to make sure that we're supporting people so they aren't turning to crime, we need to invest in mental health care. To me, that's kind of a cop-out, because it's also kind of like saying, well, you would only commit a crime if you were crazy. Only insane people commit crimes. And we know that's not true. Mental health and low mental health or whatever is not the only reason that people commit crimes in Nebraska or anywhere. So to say that focusing on mental health care is the only solution or the most important solution that we propose in criminal justice reform, it's a code for doing nothing. And it's a pretty lazy solution, honestly. Mental health care is very important, but what's also important is economic care. Over lunch, like Senator McCollister mentioned, I went to a lunch put on by RISE, which is an organization that works with incarcerated people to help support them so that when they get out of being incarcerated, they can get better jobs, start businesses, things like that. And of course, I'll also asterisk that and say, we know that there are many incarcerated people who are entrepreneurs. And so, we don't have to go into prisons and teach these people how to run businesses. A lot of them are very experienced in that area. But the number one thing that incarcerated people I speak to, whether it's in the prison when I go visit prisons or whether it's outside like this lunch today, is economic opportunity. It's not mental health care. I don't hear a lot of people who are formerly incarcerated or currently incarcerated saying, boy, I think that I would have an easier time not committing crimes if I could just get the Prozac I need, or if I could just get the Wellbutrin I need, or if I could just get the counseling I need. That's part of the solution. But we also have to make sure that when they get out, they have things like access to jobs. One formerly incarcerated woman we spoke to said that, you know, she has committed a felony and she's got that on her record, and she applied for 200 jobs. She only got interviewed for 8 jobs and she didn't get any of them.
One minute.
So these are the kinds of economic barriers that stand for people, and those are much more impactful than mental health barriers, because we already have a pretty big consensus among lawmakers and decision makers that mental health is important. And I think that we're doing some reasonable things to invest in that. But things like food assistance, when you guys stand between someone who had a drug crime maybe decades ago and saying you cannot get food assistance for the rest of your life, colleagues, that's an economic barrier that doesn't even make sense for public safety. There are many, many policies like that that we need to look at to make sure that formerly incarcerated people have economic opportunities, and not just say they need mental health care because they must be insane to have committed a crime. That's reductionist, and it doesn't actually have anything to do with the problem. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Wayne, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I've stayed out of this conversation for quite a bit. It's kind of interesting. Will Senator Friesen yield to a question?
Senator Breezy, would you yield? Excuse me, Senator Friesen, would you yield?
Yes, I would.
Senator Friesen, do you think $1,500 30 years ago can buy you the same amount? You think $1,500 30 years ago is worth the same as $1,500 today?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. See, colleagues, a $1,500 theft 30 years ago is a felony. Today, a $1,500 theft is a class 4 felony. You can do 2 years in prison if you're 19 years old for stealing somebody's phone. Think about that. When you look at criminal justice reform, you have pre-entry, which I would argue 1024 does. Then you have entry, and that's after you're arrested. Then you have sentencing, and then you have post-sentence. For me, you have to deal with all of them if you want true criminal justice reform. Where I struggle the most with 920 criminal justice reform, any bill you want to name, is the class 4 felony. We're one of the few states in the country that have a class 4 felony. Now, what's interesting about that is most of your prison population is doing anywhere from 18 months to 30 months. And it's typically involving a class 4 felony, because a class 4 felony is actually probation presumption with up to 2 years. So what that means is in our body, we've said you can have a felony and never go to jail. You could be on probation for 90 days up to 5 years, but never step foot in jail and have a felony. And the worst part about that is if you commit 3 class 4 felonies and never put a day in jail, that means every time you are on probation, you can get a habitual attached to that and spend 10 years in jail. How does that make any sense? So until we deal with the pre, which I think this body is, from what I'm hearing, is willing to do something with 1024 to give us a chance to show you that that's one part of criminal justice reform. But the reality is, in my opinion, if we can't change the parole board, and if we really want to change sentencing, we would go to determinate sentencing, which 14 other states have done to limit their inactive parole boards, which is basically kind of the federal system. It's a point-guided system, and it holds judges and the legislature more accountable than anybody else. Or you have to figure out how to change your charges. It doesn't make sense that a class 4 felony is $1,500. Because to me, it won't matter, because if you ask any criminal defense attorney, a judge knows how far they want to sentence somebody. So if you lower the top number and change the bottom number, if a judge wants somebody to do 14 years, they are going to calculate in their head 14 years. The reality is, at least in Omaha, we got more prosecutors than we ever had on the bench, so there's tougher sentences. So sentencing is not really going to change, in my opinion. In my opinion, sentencing won't change. You got to figure out how to do more treatment, more drug courts, alternative courts, which part of this is CJI conversation. But the reality is we got to look hard at our charges. And I understand there are some non-negotiables. Sexual assault of minors, I get that will probably never pass this body. But in what sense does a class 4 felony where you have the presumption of probation
1 minute.
for $1,500, think of a 19-year-old kid who gets in an argument with somebody because they posted something on social media and take their phone. Now they're charged with a felony. Some kid in the college gets mad because somebody did something on YouTube and took their computer to try to erase it. They are charged with a felony and may never serve a day in jail, but they are locked in a felony. That's the conversation I would like to have. It's charges on the front end. So if we're going to talk about criminal justice reform, let's have that conversation, but let's broaden it up. Let's add some pilot programs, and let's make some really true differences in what we're trying to do. So I'm standing up saying, I done it. I actually practice in it. I was there this morning practicing in it. It's more than just 920. So if you're fearing of 920, it's actually bigger than that. 920 is just what I would deem a small
Time,
step.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator John Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate everything Senator Wayne just said, and I would certainly could yield him more time if he had more to say on that, but I just couldn't agree more with basically everything he just said there, that this requires a systematic approach, and we need to address it from every aspect of our criminal justice system, and that the changes proposed in 920 are small, modest changes that address some of the kind of top line issues facing our prison crowding, but it doesn't address necessarily the flow of people, why people are committing crimes, right? And Senator Wayne talked about that. And it does get people into problem-solving courts more, which addresses people coming into the criminal justice system. It does help people get some more treatment. It does create more opportunity for parole, which is supervision after a term of incarceration, which is a time in which people get treatment outside of prisons, which is where people are supervised when they return to our communities, where they are living next door to you or me or anybody else, and are still subject to the supervision of the parole officers, subject to drug testing, subject to check-ins and things like that. And so it's a step-down approach. And so 920 is not a panacea, and nobody is arguing that it is. But what it is a step in the right direction. It is data-driven, evidence-based approach to addressing some of the concerns, some of the issues we have in our criminal justice system, and taking a step in the right direction to stop incarcerating people, as many people, for as long as we have been. It doesn't address those parts that Senator Wayne just talked about, the class 4s. It doesn't change any actual penalties. It doesn't say, it does create a new misdemeanor offense level for possession of a very small amount of controlled substance. So it does change that one. But when it comes to, say, the reduced jamming out, which is the minimum sentence, 50% of the maximum sentence and 70% of the maximum sentence for sex crimes. What that means is that on a class 2A felony, which is a 0 to 20, the maximum penalty range is 10 to 20. A judge can already grant that sentence now. It doesn't change that. Judges can give 10 to 20s. Judges can give 10 to 12s. And that a judge could very well still give a 10 to 12. A judge could give a 5 to 10 or a 5 to 7 on those offenses, which are very common on 2As. So it doesn't actually, it just changes if a judge was going to give somebody a 19 to 20, which would mean that they would have almost no parole eligibility, which means they would have no community-based supervision. They'd have no step down in custody. They would have no mandatory services while they are in the community, and they would be moving directly from custody. They would be jamming out into the community without a step down, without supervision. And so that is a very modest change. It is a very logical change, and it is one that is evidence-based that will help alleviate some of the problems we're having with overcrowding in our system, and it will alleviate some of the problems we're having with recidivism, which is repeat offenses after completing a sentence, because it addresses some of the reasons, some of them, not all of them, some of the reasons people are likely to reoffend. And so that is one of the things that is not in 920. And some people have had some heartache about that specific percentage number. And Senator Lathrop, in the negotiations that have been ongoing and continue to be ongoing, has agreed to change that number to a 60%, and I think it was 85% number.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so the negotiations are ongoing. I think that there's more room for compromise between everybody who wants to solve this problem. But the thing we can all agree about is that there is strong evidence for the proposals that are integrated into 920. They will help us make progress on our prison overcrowding. They will help people who are currently incarcerated or people who are going into incarceration in the future have better outcomes. They will decrease crime. They will make our communities safer. It will help us achieve the goals. It is not the end. It is the beginning. It is the thing that we can do now, the first step to start alleviating these problems and making Nebraska a better, safer state, and we can save money in the long term. And so that's why this is such an important piece of legislation, and we have the opportunity to do it now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Senator Walls, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, the more I sit and the more I listen to this conversation, the more I think this is just not logical. It's just not logical. I am not comfortable with incarcerated people coming back into society without any type of protection, without any type of control or education or supports, without any mental health resources or counseling. I'm not comfortable. I do not want to be held responsible for allowing people to jam out of prison with no plan. I don't want to be responsible for somebody jamming out of prison without any protection, without any type of control or mental health or counseling supports. That does not make sense to me. We have the opportunity to ensure today, that people who are released have to be accountable. They're just not being released and going back to doing whatever they were doing. They have to be accountable. They have to be accountable for where they go. They have to be accountable for what they do. Not allowing that to happen does not make sense to me. Senator McKinney, would you answer a question, please? Would you yield to a question?
Senator McKinney for a question.
Yes.
Senator McKinney, I know that you've had a lot of experiences and you've had a lot of conversations with people who have jammed out of prison and have even asked for help, knowing that they weren't ready, and then going back into society. Can you talk a little bit about those conversations?
Yes. In the past, our state has released individuals jammed out from pretty much solitary or restricted housing onto the streets. And the results of that haven't been the greatest, which is why there is attempts to try to do something to alleviate the amount of individuals jamming out of prison so we can ensure that those that do need the mental health, the substance abuse, and the other care and just basic needs as a human are met, so we can ensure that we're giving those who are returning back to society the tools to be successful instead of allowing them to just jam out and we're aware that they need care and they don't get the care and they reoffend and come back, and then it's just another cost to the state. And that's why I say when you talk about being fiscally responsible, you really should think about criminal justice and criminal justice reform, because there's things that we could do that will lessen the financial burden on the state and the amount of money that we appropriate to the Department of Corrections every year.
Thank you, Senator McKinney.
No problem.
Again, this body is responsible. And again, I don't think it makes any logical sense to just allow somebody to jam out of prison
without any type of counseling, any type of control, any type of protection for the rest of society. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Walls and Senator McKinney. Senator Lathrop, you are recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I think I'm the last person to speak before we go to cloture, and I want to be clear about the board. I'm going to ask you to vote no on the Senator Michaela Cavanaugh bracket, and, well, yes on cloture, no on the Cavanaugh bracket, and yes on LB 1013. A little bit of an opportunity for a closing argument on 920. Can it have gone further? Yes. Are there other things that we might have done? There certainly are. A lot of people got engaged in the CJI process, and these are the options that they came up with. I could have put in here other things, eliminate class 4s or get rid of mandatory minimums for gun crimes. There's a lot of things that could have been done, but what I wanted to bring to you and for your consideration is the work and the conclusions of the people that worked on this for 9 months, including Senator McKinney and many others who put a great deal of time into this process. I recognize, even if you read the World Herald article on mandatory minimums for gun violence, there are other contributing circumstances. We have chosen these as a group, or the group chose these and offered up these options for our consideration. That's why I brought them to you, and why I did not get outside of the scope of the CJI process is so that you understand what we are talking about. Our conclusions derived from an examination of the data that CJI developed and that this working group combed through and took presentations on. At the end of the day, as I do, I will end where I started. The problem is illustrated by this first handout I gave you. Our population is growing at 2.5%, about 200 people a year. It will be at 7,327 by 2030. By the time we open a new prison and close the pen, we'll be 1,300 beds short of operational capacity. And there's only one offer on the table. There's only one solution that's been presented for our consideration. And I appreciate that some of you have begun to engage in the dialogue on the policy found in this bill. Maybe some of you have listened to so much of this that you just want it to stop and you're already convinced. I see Colonel Brewer shaking his head yes. He wants it over. Believe me, I want to be able to stop talking about it. I think it's time for this bill to have its day. Let's have, when it appears, a real debate about the policy. Tell me what your concerns are, because one of the challenges is I don't have a chance to respond to your concerns if you don't share them. I don't have an opportunity to find the middle ground, which I've spent a good deal of my legislative years trying to accomplish. And with that, colleagues, I want to thank you again for your patience and your indulgence. I think that there is a way forward for all of us on the things that we care about for the rest of the session, and I think we ought to contemplate that this afternoon as we move forward. I am open to any ideas, any concerns, questions, or suggestions. And with that, Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lathrop. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion on the desk.
Senator Stinner would move to invoke cloture on Legislative Bill 1013 pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
It is a ruling of the chair that there has been fair and full debate afforded to LB 1013E. Senator Stinner, for what purpose do you rise?
I am requesting a roll call in reverse order, please.
Thank you, Senator Stinner. I would remind the members that we are on final reading. Would you please return to your seats and check in? Senator Flood, Senator Wayne, would you please check in? Senator Ben Hansen? All members are present. Members, the first vote is on the motion to invoke cloture. There has been a request for a roll call vote in reverse order. Mr. Clerk.
Sarah Wishart, voting yes. Sir Williams? Voting yes, Sir Wayne. Voting yes, Sir Walls. Voting yes, Sir Vargas. Voting yes, Sir Stinner. Voting yes, Sir Slama. Not voting. Sir Saunders. Voting yes, Sir Pansy Brooks. Voting yes, Sir Pauls. Sir Merman. Not voting, Sir Moser. Not voting, Sir Moorfield. Voting yes, Sir McKinney. Voting yes, Sir McDonald. Voting yes, Sir McAllister. Voting yes, Sir Lowe. Not voting, Sir Linehan. Not voting, Sir Lindstrom. Voting yes, Sir Lathrop. Voting yes, Sir Coulterman. Voting yes, Sir Jacobson. Voting yes, Sir Hunt. Voting yes, Sir Hughes. Not voting, Sir Hickelman. Voting yes, Sir Hilgers. Voting yes, Sir Matt Hansen. Voting yes, Sir Ben Hansen. Not voting, Sir Holleran. Not voting, Sir Gregor. Voting yes, Sir Geist. Sir Friesen. Voting no, Sir Flood. Voting yes, Sir Erdman. Voting yes, Sir Dorn. Voting yes, Sir DeBoer. Voting yes, Sir Day. Voting yes, Sir Clements. Voting yes, Sir Matt Cavanaugh. Why am I doing that? Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. My apologies, Senator. Senator John Cavanaugh. Voting yes, Sir Breesy. Voting no, Sir Brewer. Voting yes, Sir Brandt. Voting yes, Sir Bostelman. Not voting, Sir Bostar. Voting yes, Sir Blood. Voting Sir Arch. Sir Albright. Voting no, Sir Aguilar. Voting yes. 34 ayes, 3 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to invoke cloture.
The motion to invoke cloture is adopted. Members, the next vote is on the bracket motion. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
1A, 43 days, Mr. President, to bracket the bill.
The bracket motion fails. All provisions of law relative to procedure have been complied with. Mr. Clerk, please read the bill.
The Gross Legislative Bill 1013, introduced by Speaker Hilgers at the request of the governor. It's a bill for regulating the cash reserve fund and amend section 84612 revised stat SEP 2021. There's hereby created with the state treasury fund known as the cash reserve fund shall be in the direction of the state treasury fund shall use the purpose of the section. State treasury transfer funds of cash reserves, general fund, law server, director, administrative services, and current sections besides shall be reviewed upon of the director, administrative services. Sufficient funds are available in addition to receiving transfers other than the cash reserve fund shall receive federal funds received from the state of Nebraska fund designed general government purposes. State treasury transfer $215,580,000 cash reserve fund to the capital construction fund on October 2022. State treasurer status $50,000 cash reserve Perkins County Canal Project Fund on June 30, 2023, and such dates as amounts directed by the budget administrator. No fund shall be transferred to the cash reserve fund to fulfill the obligation of the Nebraska Property Tax Incentive Act. State treasurer transfer $8,300,000 cash reserves for trail development maintenance fund on July 1, 2022. State treasurer transfer $50 million for cash reserve Nebraska Rural Projects Fund on July 1, 2022 before July 15, 2023. State treasurer transfer $18 million cash reserves on the budget administrator. State treasurer transfer dollars cash reserve fund to the site and building development fund on July 15, 22, assumed thereafter as administratively possible. State Treasurer transfer $50 million to cash reserve services on water irrigation storage fund on or after July 2022. Section 2, original Section 84612 revised stat sub 2021 is repealed. Section 3, since an emergency exists, this act takes effect when passed approved according to law.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. All provisions of law relative to the procedure have been complied with. The question is, shall LB 1013E pass? This will require 33 votes. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted that wish to vote? Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye. Sirs Aguilar, Blood, Bostar, Bostoman, Brandt, John Cavanaugh, Clements, Day, DeBoer, Dorn, Erdman, Flood, Gregor, Hilgers, Hickelman, Hughes, Hunt, Jacobson, Coulterman, Lathrop, Lindstrom, McCollister, McDonald, McKinney, Moorfeld, Pansy, Brooks, Sanders, Slama, Stinner, Vargas, Walls, Wayne, Williams, Wishart. Voting no, Sirs Albright, Brewer, Breesy, Friesen. Not voting, Sirs Michaela Cavanaugh, Holleran, Ben Hansen, Matt Hansen, Linehan, Lowe, Moser, Merman, Arch, Geist, and Pauls. Sir Slama changing from yes to no. 33 ayes, 5 nays, 8 present not voting, 3 excused not voting, Mr. President.
LB 1013E passes. Mr. Clerk, for items.
I have nothing at this time, Mr. President.
We'll now move to select file. LB 1084, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator McKinney, 1084. I have no amendments to the bill, Senator.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1084 to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion to advance LB 1084. All those in favor vote, or excuse me, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. LB 1084 is advanced. LB 1083.
1083, Senator. Again, I have no amendments to the bill.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1083 to ENR for engrossing.
Members, you've heard the motion to advance LB 1083. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. 1083 is advanced. Moving on to select file, Senator priority bills. LB 1023.
1023, Senator, the enrollment and review amendments have been adopted. Pending, Senator Hilgers, AM 2300.
Speaker Hilgers, you are recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think when we were on select file last, I did open on this previously, so I'll just remind everyone, this is a white copy amendment that made a primary change or a couple other cleanup changes, but one primary change was simply to address Senator John Cavanaugh's concern, as well as Senator DeBoer and others, as well as members of the public concern about ensuring that if a lake ever is built after phase 1, that it is completely open to the public. And is not just cordoned off for private use. So that's really what AM 2300 does, and I'd ask for your green vote when the time comes on that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Hilgers. Debate is now open on Amendment 2300. Seeing no one in the queues. Mr. Clerk, for additional amendments.
Mr. President, I now have amendments to the amendment. The first, Senator Cavanaugh, Michaela Cavanaugh, and Senator, you had offered this also AM 2496.
Yes. There was one that I was replacing. Okay.
I've got two others. I
Two-
don't know which one you want.
2496. So this, I believe, I'm sorry, I apologize. I got to pull this up. 2496. Okay. So 2496 is my bill or my bill, my amendment that says it's basically a conflict of interest to AM 23. So neither the director of natural resources or any employee. I think the next one is updated. I apologize, Mr. Clerk. 2496. No, this is it. I'm sorry. This is what happens when you introduce too many things at once. Sorry. Okay, so two, four. I'm trying to see if LB 2573 or AM 2573 is an amendment, complements this one or not. So, is there, Mr. President, is there anybody in the queue?
Yes, there's people in the queue.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is quickly figure out which amendment is supposed to be here while people are in the queue, and then I will come back or pull this if necessary. So I'll yield the remainder of my time to the chair at this moment.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Speaker Hilgers, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I do have these amendments up, and so I will talk through both 2496 as well as AM 2573. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh came to me, I think last week, walked me through the amendments, what she's trying to accomplish. I appreciate her doing that. There's another one I think that she has filed that we can talk about. So there are two on the board that relate to this similar issue, which is conflict of interest. The first one, which is actually up right now, which is AM 2496, is one that I support. I think this is a friendly amendment. I think this makes the bill better. And this is essentially says if you're a member of if you are the director of natural resources or any employee of that department, or if you're in game and parks, you can't have any financial interest in a lake if it's ultimately constructed. I think that's sound policy. It's a good addition to the bill. There are some conflict of interest provisions in LB 1023 as well as AM 2300, and so I support that. The other one is AM 2573. It's not on the board right now. It goes to a similar issue, which is conflict of interest, but I do have problems with it's pretty broad. I've spoken to some individuals in the administration just in terms of how you would actually administer this. It goes to any state employee. It goes for 10 years, any of their family members, which not just immediate family members like spouse, but children and grandchildren, spouses of children and grandchildren. And so just from a practical perspective or being able to implement that, I do have more concerns with AM 2573. So to the extent that that comes up, at least in its current form, I would oppose that. But although I understand what Senator Cavanaugh is trying to accomplish there, but AM 2496 on the board right now, I would support. So I'm happy to answer any questions or discuss in more depth, but I would urge you to vote green on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker Hilgers. Senator Hunt, you are recognized. Senator Hunt has left the floor. We will pass over her. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Speaker Hilgers, for explaining my amendments. I think this makes us even from my first year where I had to on the fly explain one of yours, but it was legal. And I think I said just a bunch of Latin words. So now we're even 4 years later. Yes, my first amendment, LB 2496, it's a conflict of interest. It's much more streamlined. did have other intentions with 2573. And when we get to that, I will likely I'll pull it because I understand what the speaker is saying about it complicates execution. So basically the intention is that those of us that are involved in these projects are not going to make money off of these projects. And so the family part is that, we all have family members. And so we're not doing this on behalf of a close family member. So that's pretty much it. I encourage you to vote green on 2496.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Cavanaugh waives closing on AM 2496. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2496. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. There's been a request to place the House under call. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
17 ayes, 8 nays to place the House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. The House is under call. All unexcused senators, please return and record your presence. All unexcused members are now present. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2496. We already started the vote, so we'll do call-in votes.
Senator Flood, voting yes. Senator John Cavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Pansing Brooks, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Williams, voting yes. Senator McAllister, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes.
Record, Mr. Clerk.
25 ayes, 2 nays on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Raise the call. Returning to debate.
I have
Mr.
other-
Clerk, you have an amendment.
I do. Senator Cavanaugh, I now have AM 2546.
Senator Cavanaugh, you are recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Apologize for not getting the House under call before the vote started. I will try to be faster next time. This is the correct amendment. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So AM 2546 strikes some of the sections from AM 2300. So this bill does a lot of different things for water in the state, and it is not my intention to disrupt most of those projects. There is one project that I don't believe is a good use of our funds at this time, and that is the lake between Omaha and Lincoln. So my amendment strikes the language for that lake from the bill. And so on page 2, it strikes lines 19 through 31. So that means it's striking after considerable study, the statewide tourism, okay, I'll just Star Wars, identified potential opportunities within the floodway near the Platte River that could be used to build a combined reservoir of approximately 3,600 surface acres or greater in or near a county, having a population of at least 100,000, but not more than 300,000 inhabitants. Such a reservoir could be built without a dam of a Platte River channel and without negatively impacting any existing municipalities, their surrounding communities, or any economic development already occurring in such areas. So it strikes that part. And then on page, oh no, sorry, it goes on. And then it is in the public interest to construct a lake at or near this location. Such a lake would provide flood control by providing additional off-channel storage during flood events and public recreational opportunities that would benefit generations of Nebraskans, similar to the recreational opportunities provided by Lake McConaughey, Lewis and Clark Lake, and Eugene Mahoney State Park. So it strikes all of that through line 7. Okay, and then it goes all the way through line 7 and line 8 strike. Okay. In addition to the primary purposes of providing flood control and public recreational opportunities that will benefit the public, building a lake will provide the collateral benefit of economic development opportunities. Strike 12 and insert 9. I think that's just a renumbering thing. Line 13, insert 10, it's renumbering. Okay, so that's pretty much it. It just strikes parts 9 and 10 of subsection, I apologize. Section 1, or section 2, sorry. So striking subsections 9 and 10 of section 2. And that would effectively strike the lake between Omaha and Lincoln. So there's a couple of reasons that I disagree with this use of funds. First of all, nobody really seems to feel very confident about the ability for this lake to exist in perpetuity without a massive investment of funds over its entire existence. It's going to constantly have to be dredged, all of the different things. Another reason I don't like this lake is because the people there don't like this lake and they don't want it. And we will ultimately have to use eminent domain to build it. We can try as hard as we might, but there are going to be people who have told us over and over again that they will not give up their land, their property, their farms, their businesses, etc. So we will have to use eminent domain eventually to build this lake. Last part, and this is where I think the people who represent are like Lake McConaughey and Lewis and Clark, this is the part where I think you should really care, because that's where we go from Omaha. Like, if you build a lake closer to us, that's where we're going to go. But if you don't, then we're going to go to your lakes. And so I'm not sure why you would want this, because it's going to drive down tourism from your areas from the eastern part of the state. So that's pretty much it. I know that this is a project that a lot of people have worked on for a long time. I'm not going to filibuster it. I'm not going to talk anymore unless people want me to answer questions, and I will yield the remainder of my time to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Senator Hilgers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again, colleagues. This is another one of the amendments. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh approached me and told me, and to be very fair, she said, I'm going after Lake Mike, and you probably won't like it. This will probably be hostile. And I do appreciate that she introduced it and that we can have the conversation about it. I do oppose it. At the end of the day, I do think, just to address a couple of her concerns, and I think reasonable minds here can disagree. I know there are a number of people who do disagree. I do think this particular bill has a lot of support, but at least address two of the concerns. One is in terms of eminent domain. We've talked about this process as one in which we are looking for arm's length transactions with individuals so that it can be win-win-win. The idea, the goal, the purpose, the intent is to not have to use eminent domain. And if we are going down that road, it's something that I don't support, but also this is meant to be a winning solution for the state of Nebraska. And so a lot of the landowners that we've heard from are not within even the proposed lake site that we're at least looking at. Certainly there's no final site that's been identified. I know Senator McDonald in particular has had a number of meetings with landowners, and we're going to continue to have those conversations. And secondly, in terms of state investment, with the proposal, what we're looking at, and we'll have more clarity after this phase one, if all systems are go, there's a lot of work yet to be had, is that we're looking at well over 90% of this would come through other sources than state dollars. And so for an opportunity for a small investment to be able to, state dollars to be able to recover a significant amount of money, not recover, excuse me, but to entice private investment that could be well over $1 billion and generate multiple billions of dollars of economic activity, I think is something that is worth exploring and going down. We think we've got a pretty good plan to go for the various phases in order to accomplish it. And so I think big picture, it's a big idea, it's a big vision, and if we hit it, it's going to be a home run in my opinion. So I would ask you to oppose or vote red on AM 2546. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker Hilgers. Senator Wayne, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. I rise in support of AM 2546. Not really sure what's all going on with the lake and everything. I just feel like we're spending a lot of money on the lake, and we should look at it a little more carefully. With that, I'll yield the rest of my time to Senator Michaela Cavanaugh.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, 430.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. I did say I wasn't going to speak unless people had questions. So what's going on is that I have not agreed with the development of Lake Mike between Omaha and Lincoln in Ashland, nor do the people who reside there agree with it. And I have concerns about its feasibility. I have concerns about eminent domain, and I have concerns about driving tourism away from other water attractions in our state. So those are my three main reasons. It's a lot of money. It's $20 million now, but it ultimately is going to cost a significant more amount of money. And I would much rather see that $20 million go towards our current water recreational systems or tax cuts, whatever. I just think there's other uses for $20 million than exploring building Lake Mike. And I'm wondering what Mike stands for, because is it like the Missile Intervention I'm sorry. I was just informed. It stands for Mike Flood. I'll yield the remainder of my time to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Senator Ben Hansen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am against AM 2546. And even though I do have some of the similar concerns that Senator Cavanaugh has about eminent domain, I I totally trust Senator Mike Flood and all the other Mikes to take care of that and make sure that we do this responsibly and fiscally responsibly as well. And Senator Wayne, I think he might be against the bill mainly because it's not named Lake Justin Wayne. And so I think that's something maybe we can work on as an amendment down the road. And I'll be with you on that. So with that, I'll leave the rest of my time back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Cavanaugh, you're welcome to close on AM 2546.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm actually going to do a call of the House while I'm closing so call of the House, please.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
20 ayes, 9 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized person, please leave the floor. The House is under call.
May I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. Colleagues, I thank you for the call of the House. I requested that because I'm closing on an amendment and I want you to understand what the amendment is. And it also needs 25 votes to be adopted. So this amendment would take Lake Mike Flood out of the floodplain. It would take the lake between Omaha and Ashland out of this package. And as I've stated previously, my reasons for that are that I don't believe, and I also would like to note that the speaker, I think, insinuated that I have a sensible mind. So thank you, Speaker Hilgers. But it takes the feasibility of doing the lake, the opposition from the residents and the eminent domain concern, and then the concern about driving tourism away from our other water recreational sites right now. And I feel like we could find a different use for the 20 million that we're putting up front now versus, in addition to the over $1 billion, nobody really knows that we're going to have to do down the road. So with that, I hope you'll vote green. If you don't, we can just move on with Lake Mike Flood. Thank you.
Senator Moorfeld, Senator Vargas, the House is under call. Senator Cavanaugh, we're waiting on Senator Vargas. Do you wish to wait or proceed? We can proceed. Colleagues, the question before us is the adoption of AM 2546. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
6 ayes, 25 nays on the amendment.
The amendment does not pass. Mr. Clerk, I raise the call.
Senator Cavanaugh, AM 2573.
I will withdraw that. Thank you.
We're back to Senator Hilgers, 2300, Mr. President.
Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Hilgers, you're welcome to close on AM 2300.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just briefly, this is a reminder, this puts in additional provision to ensure that if a lake is ever built, it remains completely a public asset and resource with open access to the public and the people in the state. Please vote green. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker Hilgers. Colleagues, the question before us is the adoption of AM 2300. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
32 ayes, 2 nays on adoption of Senator Hilgers' amendment.
Debate is now open on 1023. Senator Mosier, you're recognized.
I'd like to ask Speaker Hilgers a few questions about the lake, please.
Speaker Hilgers, will you yield?
Sure.
So we had a little discussion here in between the confusion over the amendments, and the certainty of this lake is not guaranteed. I mean, there's no guarantee the lake will be built. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what are the limitations as to cost so far?
Well, there are a number of limitations that could, that any one of which would mean the lake wouldn't be built. Is that what you're asking, Senator Mosier?
Yes.
I'm happy to list a few. So for one, there's a hydrology study that's going to be conducted. That was in the budget bill that passed earlier today. If that comes back with, say, a negative impact on Lincoln's water supply or the surrounding area water supply, that would be a reason. There's going to be an environmental study. If that doesn't come back the right way, that would be a reason. If we can't acquire the land through transactions, that would be a reason. If there couldn't be private investment or additional dollars to be able to pay for the creation of the lake, that would be another reason. There probably are some others as well.
What percentage of public dollars versus private dollars are you talking about there?
Well, as we project right now, Senator Mosier, the public dollars with what we project the cost would be overall would be probably less than 5%. I think certainly less than 10%.
5 or 10% of the cost would be public dollars?
Less than 5, almost certainly less than 10% and likely less than 5%.
So what does it actually say in the bill?
Well, it doesn't directly address that, Senator Mosier. The way you would do that math is you would say the state is, in the budget bill we passed earlier today, has put $20 million into the studies. Beyond that, the implication is all the rest will come from private funding sources. There are some money that is set aside that the appropriations committee or an appropriations committee in the future could pull back. They're not appropriated dollars. So if it's a $1.5 billion project, as an example, and the state just puts in the $20 million that was appropriated earlier today, that would be far less than 5%.
Okay, thank you. Well, I didn't vote for the amendment that would have effectively killed this because I think it's worth giving a chance at life, but I have some serious reservations about whether all of these conditions will work out so that the thing can move forward. But I've been wrong before, and it's a big project, and if it is successful, I wouldn't want to be the one that kills it. So I wish it the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mosier. Senator Hunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I remain in opposition to the creation of the lake. I think that it's a vanity project for some people, and I think it's people trying to build a legacy through a lake. And I think that the benefits to the state, we're going to find out, are not as great as we're thinking today in 2022. I also think this is a blatant handout to developers and investors. It's taking funding that we have in this state that we could use for tax relief, as Senator Michaela Cavanaugh said. That would be fine with me, or for any number of the other initiatives and projects that we've shared that can improve the quality of life for working Nebraskans, but can also invest in the businesses and entrepreneurs and small business owners that we already have here in Nebraska, instead of kind of pursuing this vanity project. I'm disappointed by how short the queue is. I think that this is just a big proposal for the vanity of a few men, to be honest with you. And I also wanted to rise and talk about just briefly my vote on LB 1013 just now. I intended to vote no, and I voted yes, and that was a mistake. The bill passed with 33 votes, and it needed 33 votes for the E-clause. I think that if I had changed my vote as I intended to, probably someone else would have changed theirs to a yes, and it would have moved with the E-clause anyway, but I'm mad at myself this afternoon and shaking my head at myself. It's the first time I've done this where you mean to vote one way and you do the wrong thing, but you know, it's not the worst thing that can happen. But I wanted that to be on the record. I wanted to share that with the Nebraskans who are watching. Hate the lake idea, and I would like us to see Nebraska invest more in the recreation opportunities that we have, instead of trying to invent the wheel all the time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I echo the sentiments of Senator Hunt. I oppose this bill. The biggest part of it that I really didn't like was the lake and between Omaha and Lincoln. I didn't think that it was a good use of state resources. I still do not think that it's a good use of state resources. And that had passed, I would have voted for 1023, but I won't vote for 1023 with that attached. I meant what I said. I don't know why anybody outside the Omaha-Lincoln area would support building a lake between Omaha and Lincoln, because I am not going to drive my kids extra hours to a lake if I have one 30 minutes from my house. I love my children, but not in a car. They don't do well on road trips. So for families like mine, this is where we'll go. Which, I mean, I think is kind of sad, because a lot of these recreational spots across our state are what get people out of Omaha and Lincoln and really experiencing Nebraska. And so doing things that would take away from that instead of investing in that, to me, seems short-sighted. You know, I guarantee it'll be a stop on the passport. So we will not only be having people from Omaha and Lincoln now going to that lake instead of other lakes, but we'll have people from across the state coming to that lake instead of other lakes. So I just think it's too bad. And this is a huge project. This is a huge amount of money. And to Senator Hunt's point again, nobody seems to be interested in talking about it. There's a lot of hand-wringing over the budget. There's a lot of hand-wringing over tax cuts. But apparently when it comes to recreational water that we don't even know for sure we can do, everybody's just chillaxed. So it's things like this that, like, we can spend $20 million to see about building a lake. But again, we can't get enough people for an E-clause for rental assistance for $120 million. That actually doesn't cost us anything. Bananas. That's like a banana split with ice cream and all kinds of pistachios and peanuts on top. I constantly have people asking me to explain some of the things that happen in this body, and I can't. Like, how on earth is it okay to not do rental assistance, money that is owed to us? We're basically giving our federal tax dollars to places like California, which is where the money that we don't take is going to be redistributed to California and New York, probably, maybe Boston, I don't know, large areas. And so we're paying that. And several people in here voted against us getting that money, voted for a federal tax giveaway to other states on our dime. And then you're voting for a lake to be built between Omaha and Lincoln that will detract from tourism in other parts of the state. Just bananas. Whenever people ask me to explain these things, like,
1 minute.
if you can explain them to me, that would be great, because I have no idea what the logic is here. It doesn't track for me. So, yeah. Well, I hope you all enjoy your lake. I did not name it Lake Mike Flood, by the way. I was just told it was Lake Mike Flood. I realized that it's a different mics that this is for. And I did not mean to slight anyone who has the name of Michael, which I believe has something to do with the word of God. Anyways, I will yield the remainder of my time to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've listened to this discussion on the lake. It is a bold idea. It is something I think that has a slight chance of happening, if at all. But I was wondering if you yield to a couple of questions.
Senator Hilgers, will you yield?
Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely.
Mr. Speaker, first question. We've already passed the appropriations for this project to begin. What happens if we don't pass this 1023? What happens to the money?
Well, the money still goes to the department, and they have language that would, it's not as if that would be a repealed appropriation. So they have the money, they would still go down the lake. The real thing on the LB 1023, so the studies, for example, Senator Erdman, would still occur. The work on the hydrology study would still occur. The real thing with LB 1023, without passing it, is you don't have some of the safeguards, some of the conflict of interest. As an example, the amendment that Senator Cavanaugh just adopted on the bill, you wouldn't have the public-private partnership piece. You wouldn't have the piece that ensures that it's a state asset, that it's open to the public, those types of things. But the money's appropriated for those purposes. So in the absence of something to repeal or turn back or say a line item veto, I think that would still become law and that those dollars would be appropriated and spent.
Okay, so the lake may still happen even if this doesn't pass.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, second question, and I know this is one that's a little more difficult to answer. In your opinion, do you think you can build this lake without using eminent domain?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so if I'm a landowner in that area and I have owned property, my family has owned property for 100 years or more, it has sentimental value to me. No amount of money in the world is going to change that. How do you buy that person's land?
How do I, excuse me, how do I what, Senator Erdman?
How do you buy that person's land if money is not an option?
Well, you can't buy someone's land if they won't sell it to you.
So you have to use eminent domain.
No, or you just don't have the lake at all. One of the other limiting factors that I had a laundry list with Senator Mosier. Well, another one is if you can't acquire the land. So if you can't acquire the land, that's another way that you can't have a lake. And the intent, the purpose, what we have put in the statute is to go and do this through an arm's length transaction.
I understand all that, but in this hypothetical situation, we got a person that owns a half a section of land right in the middle where the lake is going to be. They're not going to sell you the land. You're not going to use eminent domain. The lake stops because that one family won't sell you the land.
Was that a question, Senator
That's
Erdman?
a
I'm sorry, I'm
question.
not hearing you very
Yeah.
well back here.
I said you have one family that owns a half a section of land right in the middle where the lake is going to be. They're not interested in selling for any amount of money. You're going to tell me that you're going to stop the construction of that lake for that one parcel of land that you can't buy.
Well, that's a hypothetical that I'm not sure will apply in this case, Senator Erman, because where we have looked, it's actually far fewer landowners that have lots of land, and the scenario that you're describing is not one that I think would apply here.
Okay, okay. Have you ever had someone trying to condemn your land?
No, but I've heard many stories of individuals, including at the public hearing that we had on this particular bill, where they have had that, and it's heart-wrenching.
I have had that. They tried that with my land. That is not a position I ever want to be in again. It's difficult.
And I can understand why, Senator Erman.
Yeah, it's difficult. I wasn't interested in selling. They were interested in buying, and the railroad tried to take it. But in a rare case, we beat the railroad. I only know of one case that ever did that, and that was us. That was a very troublesome time. So I'm just telling you, being on the side of somebody who had an attempt made
1 minute.
to condemn their land, it is not a position that I ever want to be in again or put anybody else in. So I don't know that you'll accomplish this without eminent domain. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman and Speaker Hilgers. Colleague Senator McKinney would like to introduce 36 volunteers with RISE out of Omaha. They are seated in the north balcony. If they would please stand to be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Thank you for coming today. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Hilgers, you're welcome to close. Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1023 to ENR for engrossing.
There's been a request for a machine vote. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
29 ayes, 4 nays on the advancement of the bill.
LB 1023 advances. Next item.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 1015. No ENRs. Senator Stinner had pending AM 2245, but I have a note he wishes to withdraw. Thank you, Senator. Senator Cavanaugh, consequently, your AM 2577 is withdrawn because that was an amendment to Senator Stinner's. I now have your AM 2494, but a similar note to withdraw.
Yes, well, I didn't realize that Senator Stinner was withdrawing his because that was the amendment 2577. Can I refile that amendment?
Which one? I'm sorry.
2577.
Yeah, it's drafted to the Stinner amendment, but as I look at it, it might work. I just don't know how it's drafted. That's my
Okay,
concern.
so colleagues, let's stick with 2494 for now. So 2494 is the original draft of my conflict of interest amendment. And the other amendment was just a little bit more explicit about extended to the executive branch and all state employees and any member of the legislature. So that was my intention with the second amendment, but I realize now that I'm going to have to do a little shuffling. So for now, I'm going to leave this amendment, and I see that there are people in the queue, and I will come up and talk with the clerks. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. The debate is now open on AM 2494. Senator Matt Hansen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and sorry, colleagues. I was just walking back to the back of the room to check how far up I was in the queue. Colleagues, I believe I didn't vote on this Perkins County Canal Act at the beginning of general file. And one of the things that I had was kind of just concerns about the overall project, and not necessarily in a support or opposed way. And just, I don't believe I fully understood the project. And I don't know if there's kind of the full answers out there. So I'm going to play a couple things out. Full acknowledgement, I also punched in because I saw what was going on with the amendments. Wanted to make sure we had time to confirm and get the correct amendments. But again, I was not voting on the general file. And one of the things that I keep coming back to, and I believe I had it, somebody passed it on in general file, was, to me, as I understand it, there's this canal, and we are building a canal, and it seems that we're building a canal from one part of the river back into the same river slightly downstream. And I understand that per the terms of the compact, that's the only place we can build the canal. But to me, I just overall, both the logistics as well as that is like kind of the working legal theory in order to be able to draw down this water are ones that I would simply just want more clarity on, including that if we are actually talking about moving dirt, actually talking about potentially exercising eminent domain or other things we're going to have to do to build this canal, like at bare minimum, kind of a rough map, other than south of that town in Colorado heading into Nebraska, would be of better help for me, because it does really appear to me that we're running the or discussing or talking about the opportunity to basically just take a canal from the South Platte River back into the South Platte River. And I wonder about the success, the effectiveness, and all of the other means and ways connected to that in terms of that. And I understand the logic, and I do believe I've followed this pretty well on general file in the sense that if that's truly the one place the compact allows us to build, and we have to build in order to trigger the compact, at least that's the interpretation from the Attorney General's office and others. I understand that, but in terms of actually fulfilling the compact or in actually building it, I guess to me it's a little bit of a catch-22 situation or something of that of, in order to invoke our rights to a river, we're going to dig a canal from the river back into the same river. And that's where it's the sure, we can exercise our rights because of that, but we're also tying up a considerable amount of assets for what is functionally moving water from the same point A to point B, and spending a considerable amount of time and effort constructing a vehicle to deliver water from point A to point B, and a voice that the water already seems to have been trending. That's just kind of some of my overall wonders and questions about the importance of this canal and the effectiveness of it. At the minimum, like I said, kind of a base map of where the canal is going to start and where the canal is going to end. And I understand we're the legislature, we're the appropriators. We don't necessarily, hire the contractors and work with the engineers and all that. But as I've seen it, the one map I've seen just kind of had a dotted line that tapered off somewhere in Nebraska and wasn't all that specific. So that was what I was looking at. Those are some of the questions that for me to even just feel comfortable with this concept, I wanted to make sure we have some more direction and some more answers
1 minute.
on. So with that, Mr. President, I'll yield the balance of my time to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Blood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure I stand in favor of the amendment, and I still have questions on the underlying bill, and I hope Senator Hilders is listening and on his next opportunity have a chance to answer my questions. During the last debate, I had some questions about our communication with Colorado, and I was told directly that it's not a negotiation, which I can respect, that we want to protect our water here in Nebraska. Water is important, especially to the more arid areas of Nebraska. But I am concerned the more I read about this, and the questions that I am concerned about isn't that we're allowing qualified organizations in Nebraska to move forward with this as much as why we're moving forward with this when we don't have some of the preliminary information in front of us before we pull the trigger. So one of the things I found in my research that concerned me was the Platte River Recovery Program. It pertains to endangered species, and it's a compact between Colorado, Nebraska, and Wyoming. Based on the kind of map that we received and the information that we were told on the floor last time, I am concerned about how that will affect that joint compact. And then what window of time are we talking about? I'm having a hard time hearing myself. It's loud back here. There's going to be all kinds of permitting that's required, federal, state, and local permits, and many of the permits that are going to pertain to something like this can take up to 20 years to get from the federal government. So we're in this rush. We got to get this water before they do. But if the permit takes 20 years, what's going to happen in 20 years? And I'm not really seeing that language, that feasibility language that is forward thinking in the bill. And I find that concerning. And then again, based on what we were told last time, it's my understanding that the compact allows the South Platte upstream of District 69, which is in Colorado, and that anything else is only allows the Morgan-Washington County line area. That's the dividing line. Anything north of that belongs to Colorado, and we can't access that. And based on that map, I think that's what we're trying to do. So one of the things I did, and I did this when we first found out about the bill, is I started reaching out to people in Colorado government. And really, there's been very little communication. And again, Senator Hill just made it clear that it's not a negotiation. And again, I respect that. But you know, it's kind of like when you have the noisy neighbor. Do you call the police, or do you ask that noisy neighbor to keep the music down? I don't know that we're being good neighbors. If this is so important to us, why are we not taking all these considerations in hand and writing really good policy and working with the state of Colorado? Because I haven't seen them refuse to do anything. They've said in our last debate that they were being good neighbors and they were following the rules, but they've got all these things that they're working on behind the scenes, and you need to be worried and you need to be scared, which tends to be a lot of what debate is about on this floor, is to scare people into protecting the bill and to moving the bill forward. And you know, I don't need speeches on how important water is and our aquifers in Nebraska. I know how important it is. What my concern is that we're diving in and we have all these circumstances, and we're going to spend all this money because we're asking people to research stuff and to find this information. It's going to take staff time. It's going to take money. But will we still benefit in 20 years if that's how long it takes us to get our federal permits? So I'm hoping to hear some information. You know, it would be nice if instead of the map, we had seen maybe
1
a
minute.
study on both the firm yield that pertains to this, the wet water, what does the river actually provide now, and what will it provide in the long term if we do a project like this. And I know a lot of this is going to happen when we get the research, but if we're making big decisions like this, I really wish we could have been provided some just basic research as to permitting and other compacts that we belong to and how that's going to affect Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Hilgers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. First, I rise in support, I believe, of AM 2494. That is Senator Sen Cavanaugh's amendment to LB 1015, which I believe, and I'm just double checking, I believe mirrors, I don't know if it's identical, but it mirrors the amendment that we adopted on LB 1023. In other words, it is the conflict of interest for the employees and the director of the Department of Natural Resources. So I think that's a good bill. It helps, and it makes the bill stronger. So I'm going to make sure, I'm going to take a close read here in a second, but on my quick glance, it looks like it's similar. And so I would support that. That is a friendly amendment, AM 2494. As to, well, let me take a step back. So if everyone recalls, the last time we had this debate, there was still discussion about what we wanted, whether the Appropriations Committee and then this body would actually appropriate any money to build the canal. Subsequent to that, we actually have, and we sent this to the governor today, we have appropriated in the budget bill a little over $50 million to do the first piece of this, first 3 years of design, permitting, land options, construction. It's not into construction yet, but do the first 3 years of that particular process. And if you take a step back, if you remember what happened with what the situation and I think Senator Blood raised a number of good questions, and I appreciate the dialogue here, Senator Blood, is under the compact, we have a legal right during the irrigation season, so April 15th to October 1st, and no one is suggesting, Senator Blood, that Colorado is going underneath that legal limit. Outside in the non-irrigated season, between October 1st and then April 15th of the subsequent year, it's either or. Either we have right to zero water during that season, or we have a right to 500 cubic feet per second, over 4 times what we currently have in the irrigated season, so long as we build this canal and reservoir system. So that's kind of the key. And so the question is not if at this moment today, Colorado is eating into that 500 cubic feet per second. The question is whether we would have a legal entitlement to that water. And the answer to that today is no. Building the canal and reservoir system under the compact, the answer to that question in a few years from now would be yes. And I think that's critical because having that legal framework in place allows us to be good neighbors with Colorado, because at least we have legal rights now that we can enforce. And I do know, Senator Blood, I think last time I spoke, when we had this debate before, we talked about the communication. And I think to the extent that I spoke about it, I do know we talked about the Governor Ricketts speaking to the governor of Colorado. I wasn't really aware of those conversations. I will say, from my understanding, my conversations with the department, they actually have a good working relationship with their peers in the state of Colorado, at least so far. And so I think they have good dialogue, they have good communication, at least from my understanding. At the end of the day, I have every confidence that they would be able to work together. But if you don't have the legal entitlement, then you have no right to assert. And so if Colorado goes and takes all of the water in the non-irrigated season, then they are entitled to it. There's nothing Nebraskans can do. And so I think building the canal will help ensure under that compact that we have the right to build, that we can assert those rights going forward. And I think LB 1015 just matches up with what what this body just did by sending to the governor the appropriations for the initial phase of this particular project. So I would ask you to vote for AM 2494. I'm looking to see if any subsequent amendments have been filed. We can have a conversation on those as well. Happy to answer any questions, discuss this in further depth. But ultimately, I hope this continues on to final reading and gets passed into law so that we can protect the water rights of Nebraskans. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker Hilgers. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaker Hilgers has stolen some of my thunder on this, but I do want to clear up a couple of misconceptions here. I know Senator Matt Hansen raised some questions about the fact that we're moving water from one point in the river around to another point in the river, and what's the point? Well, the point is that there are going to be reservoirs built on that loop that's going to allow us to retain that water and have it available through the summer months down the river. So there's a reason for that being built the way it's being built. There are reservoirs included in that process. I think we also need to remember that the original ask was $500 million to do the whole project, and that's been scaled back to $53.5 million and includes the feasibility study and options on land, but no purchase of land. And so we are moving forward on trying to get that feasibility done. We talk about, have there been negotiations? There have been negotiations, and we're past that point now. The compact was entered into with specific guidelines, and we know, as Speaker Hilgers just indicated, what we can agree upon is we have zero right to those flows in the non-irrigation season, that 500 cubic feet per second, if we don't build the canal. We know we give up that right. We also know that Colorado is over appropriating the South Platte River. We know that they want the water. They're going to continue to expand their housing in the metro areas, and they're going to continue to over appropriate. So if we continue to drag our feet and do nothing, then we're going to lose that water forever. And shame on us when future generations are going to look back at this legislature and say, you had the funding available, you had the funding to go ahead and do the research and figure out whether we can feasibly move forward with this and then move forward with it. But instead, we just passed and said, no, we don't want to do it. Talk to the people in my county, in my district, in Lincoln County, who became part of the NRD, the four NRDs that put InCorp together. Okay, they went out and invested about $120 million buying land and doing a piping system to be able to deliver water down on the Republican River so that we could honor our commitments to Kansas. But I guess we're going to let Colorado just get away with nothing. I can tell you those in my district are concerned they're paying $10 an acre to be able to pay for that bond issue. But I would tell you that this is a situation where we have an opportunity to act now. We have the funding available now. As we move into future years, I think the governor's been very prudent when you start thinking about, we're looking at one-time spends with a lot of these excess dollars, and we're looking at investments into the future without trying to obligate future legislatures to a budget allocation out of the general fund. And that's something I'm very concerned about. So again, I'm just going to restate, now, the time is now. If we don't do it now, we're going to probably pass on that water forever. I think that'd be a huge mistake. I'm going to yield my time back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Clements, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also support AM 2494 and the bill 1015. I did speak with Director of Natural Resources and asked about the comment of the water coming out of the river and then going back into the river. Actually, as Senator Jacobson mentioned, will be the point is to have a reservoir to capture that water. And he told me it's 175,000 acre feet that we'll be able to capture. And I was talking to Senator Erdman. He said we probably could use actually 2/3 of that. You can't drain it quite to the bottom. But if you were able to use 120,000 usable acre feet of water, that if you divide by 640 acres in a mile, that's 187 square miles to be able to irrigate with 12 inches of water. And so that is 120,000 acres of irrigated land. And the danger is whether we end up changing irrigated land into dry land, and definitely don't want to do that. The feasibility study is $22.5 million, and that's definitely the first thing that needs to be done, is to see if this is feasible. And they're engineering experts that can do that, and that's the first step. Then, as Senator Jacobson mentioned, there's money for options on land. That's $31 million. That's where the $53.5 million came in the budget book, in the budget that we just passed. So I think it's important for us to be able to have at least 120,000 acre feet of water to irrigate western Nebraska. And I support the amendment and the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. So Speaker Hilders had mentioned about the amendment, and it is very similar to the previous amendment, just basically mirrors the previous one that was adopted on the Jedi Star Wars project. So, but my office is working with drafters right now to get a new version of the other amendment drafted. However, I do believe that they aren't conflicting, so we could vote on this amendment and then go to the other amendment. So for that, I will take a little bit of time so that the drafters have the opportunity to get the other amendment redrafted for this bill. So I've talked about the Perkins Canal. previously, and it's it's kind of like we cut it up and sprinkled across all the bills because it's in all the budget bills. Might even be there might be an ARPA piece to it if I'm might be mistaken. That's something I'll have to figure out. Chairman Stinner, would you yield to a question? Sorry.
Senator Stinner, will you yield?
Yes, I will.
I'll didn't give you a heads up. I apologize. Is there any part of the Perkins Canal in the ARPA package?
No, there is not.
Okay, so it's just in the general cash.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There we go. I don't have to go figure that out after my time on the queue. So, but originally when these bills were introduced, they were intended to use ARPA funds and they didn't qualify for ARPA funds. So they're using cash funds, which I wouldn't have agreed for them to be using ARPA funds anyways, or cash funds, because these are enormous expenditure. And I understand the concerns about water, but I also question, what are we doing for conservation? What practices are we currently utilizing to do more conservation in our agricultural communities? I know that's something that Senator Gregor has worked on, and I believe Senator Cavanaugh has also worked on, and possibly even Senator Bostar. And so I know that we have more than one option available to us. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't be looking at all the options, but this is a very dramatic step to take our cash dollars and build a canal in another state. And I get the whole, we have to build it to have the rights. I understand the history of the compact. I ride back and forth from Lincoln every day with Senator John Cavanaugh, and he can be very tedious in his conversation about eminent domain and rights in other states. So I feel painfully aware of all of those little facts, but I still think that we're not quite at that stage of this being a necessity. If we haven't been spending the amount of time that we should be into conservation practices, then why are we asking the people of Nebraska to spend all of this money to build a canal in another state? And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there have been great strides put towards
1 minute.
conservation practices here in Nebraska, but I haven't heard anything to that vein. And to me, it feels like fixing a problem that we created by not practicing conservation. So I would hope that that's not the case. I would hope that we are practicing conservation, and even with practicing conservation, we just don't have enough water. At the same time, we're building a lake in the middle of the state. So kind of seems, to us non-water biologists, I don't know what a water person is, it seems kind of odd. Hydrologist, thank you. Water hydrologist, a hydrologist. I don't know the ins and outs of this, but it does seem odd to build a lake.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Senator McCollister, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. When I was at the Platt Institute, we did a study on water in Nebraska and the NRD systems, and concluded that NRD systems do an absolutely great job compared with states like Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas, where the Ogallala Aquifer is nearly dried up. But our water management in this state is good. And I understand the need to protect our water sources, particularly the Platte. But as this Perkins Canal project, I've always had a few questions about that. I was wondering if Senator Hilgers would yield to a few questions.
Speaker Hilgers, would you yield?
Absolutely.
Questions, Senator Hilgers. Wondering if we're putting the cart before the horse. isn't it likely that the legal issues should be resolved before we spend $53 million out of a rainy day fund to do the work and find out that we have no legal standing or some other issue?
It's a great question, Senator McCollister. Thank you for asking it. Let me answer that at least two ways. Number one, I actually I do reject or don't agree with the premise that there is a legal issue. The compact is clear. The compact is clear. If we build the canal and reservoir, then we have the right to the water. So I don't think it necessarily follows that we'll have a legal issue. But having said that, I would say if we don't build it, then we essentially have conceded the issue to Colorado. We will lose. In other words, if we think we have a right under this compact and we don't file it, we're essentially saying, Colorado, you win before even having our day in court. So I think the only way to have our rights adjudicated, to the extent there would be a lawsuit, would be by creating the canal.
What blows my mind, Senator Hilgers, is that we have the right of eminent domain in Colorado. Can you explain that legal principle?
Well, it blew my mind, to use your phrase, as well. When I read it, I was pretty surprised. I'm not an expert in this particular area. I would be surprised if there are many other instances where multi-state compacts have given another state the authority for eminent domain. But under the compact, to your point, Senator McCollister, it provides Nebraska the right to have eminent domain to be able to acquire land in Colorado, which is pretty unique in my estimation.
Thank you. That $53 million has a 3-year time horizon. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, correct.
Thank you, Senator Hilgers. I yield the balance of my time to the chair.
Thank you, Senator McCollister and Speaker Hilgers. Senator Hunt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in opposition to this canal project and to the lake project, and I stand in support of using the dollars we have right now in Nebraska for tangible things to help people immediately recover from the financial emergencies that they are still facing, not for experimental legal ideas of building a canal with another state's water, not for selfish legacy projects of inventing a lake out of nowhere that nobody asked for. And these things are frustrating to me when we have worked so hard to make Nebraska take up emergency rental assistance, for example. Millions and millions and millions of dollars that would be no cost to Nebraskans that the governor refuses to apply for, when we are going to spend millions of dollars instead on things like a canal and a lake. It feels like an episode of Parks and Recreation or an article from The Onion when, the house is on fire, and whether you think that's because of property taxes or poverty or whatever the fire is to you, the fire is real to Nebraskans, and it's actually many, many, many different things. And then we see the house on fire, and we see the senator sitting inside the house going, we should make a canal. Oh yeah, let's build a lake by digging a big hole and filling it with water from the canal or whatever. Like, it's defies reason. It really defies reason. There are also a lot of Nebraskans who have reached out to me in opposition to the canal and to the lake. And I was contacted by several of my friends who are lawmakers in Colorado over this whole session since January saying, what is up with you guys? What are you talking about with this canal? What is it you're trying to do? And this just, as Senator Blood was talking about, it betrays the lack of communication that there has been between our two states. And as a representative of my state, it's appropriate for representatives and senators from Colorado to come and speak with me who know me and try to interface between our states as lawmakers and state officials, and to have them say, we have no idea what you guys are trying to do. That says it all right there. We aren't being good neighbors. We aren't doing anything that people need to have done. And I have some other thoughts I'd like to share, but I will yield the balance of my time to Senator Blood.
Senator Blood, you are yielded 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm next in the queue, correct? All right. Thank
Yes, you are. I'll
Your
tell you
page
when.
shook his head yes. Friends, I stand in support of Senator Cavanaugh's amendment, and I'm hesitantly in support of LB 1015. And I just want to make sure we get some things on record. And unlike what happened to my bill, this isn't a pretend filibuster. This is actually something I'm concerned about. So I reached out to Colorado government. I mean, I physically reached out to Colorado government. I didn't look them up on the internet, didn't shoot them emails, I picked up the phone. And so what I know is that their state engineer hasn't been notified. What I know is that there's been very little communication between directors, and what communication there has been, there's been very little detail that has been shared. And quite frankly, it sounds like from my conversations that they see it as a political grab, which it kind of is. And, you know, God bless us for
1 minute.
being really fast and trying to figure out how we can implement this and get this done with the money that we had in front of us this year. But the concerns that I have are some of the things that have already been said on the mic. Senator Jacobson, I respect you standing up for this bill, and good on you, but what negotiations? Who's been negotiating? We're not negotiating. Is it in-house? And then continue to over-appropriate what? Colorado, we've made that clear on the floor that nobody's over-appropriating the water right now. They've been very fair and followed the compact. And by the way, if you look at the compact, there's no expiration on that compact. Are we trying to get out of the compact by building this canal, or what are the circumstances? These are questions that if I'm going to spend $50 million for a 3-year design, I want to see a feasibility assessment. And I got a little excited when Senator Clements used that word and had some data.
Time, Senator, but you are next in the queue. You may continue.
But unfortunately, he misspoke, because I was really hoping to see this information on a feasibility assessment. And quite frankly, you wouldn't start a business without a feasibility assessment plan. I'm not sure why we want to spend $50 million on a 3-year design when we don't know any of this information. They've talked about how Colorado is getting ready to hoard our water. And they've talked about projects that have not been implemented. But Colorado's been working on projects to protect their water for a very long time. If you look back to 2020, the Upper South Platte Watershed Project, which is meant to protect their forests from fires. They worked with the Department of Interior on that. A lot of the compacts that are going to be pertaining to this area involve the Department of Interior. How are we going to fight them in court? So, you know, Senator Hilgers, I am not going to be filibustering your bill today, but I want to make sure that we get really good information. So in 20 years, when we find out we can't get permitted and we spend all this money, and unfortunately we don't have any more water than what we started with, we just have an angry neighbor, I want to make sure that it was put on record that somebody brought it to everyone's attention that we may have things we have to be concerned about, and by pulling the trigger and moving so fast, we may not like the consequences, much like how they tried the other projects for the lakes in past years and past administrations. So I love big ideas. I love protecting Nebraska's water. I definitely love protecting ag. But I have grave concerns, and I really hope, even after this moves through, because it's going to move through, that we get some answers about the Platte River Recovery Program and how we're going to be defining that, about the line of where we really have the right to divert water from, and because we have not done a CSF flow report, are we even going to be able to truly get that water? Because what I'm hearing is we're looking at the whole picture and not the allowed picture. And you know, I'm not an engineer, and I don't pretend to be, but I have a brain and I have eyes and I can read. And I'm really kind of surprised that we didn't have more senators that stood up in favor of this bill, like Senator Flood, for example, who created the fear of what Colorado was going to do with our water. But we never really heard about the research that caused them to believe that, except for some reports that they said that they were looking at doing. I wanted to hear more information about the compacts we're already in. I want to hear more information about the legal hurdles that we're going to have to face, and we are going to face those hurdles. And I know that we don't have a crystal ball and we can't predict the future. But boy, after talking to Colorado, and by the way, they were very friendly about how they talked about us. So I don't want you to think that anybody got thrown under the bus. They were really good neighbors and always called me back and always gave me good information. And quite frankly, they seem to be as puzzled as I am. And so I just hope as we move forward and we leave this for other legislatures to be concerned about and state staff to be concerned about and whoever's in the executive branch to be concerned about, that we are being good stewards. And maybe there's information that I don't know. Maybe you've been working behind the scenes for a year doing all of this information, getting all of this data. And if so, that's fantastic. And I wish you would have shared that with us. And if not, buyer beware. Data drives success.
One minute.
Fear does not drive success. Fear makes us spend money in ways that may not be responsible and gives us regrets at a later date. And we can go through history here in Nebraska and look at the budget and find a lot of examples of where we panicked and spent money and were not successful. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Hughes, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have certainly enjoyed the conversation today. You can tell who have been members of the Natural Resource Committee and those who have not, who have had the opportunity to study water in the state of Nebraska and how building reservoirs and canals and providing surface water irrigation has enhanced the state. It has enhanced river flows. If you look, or if you are a student of history, you will find that our rivers ran dry in the summer times. They flooded in the spring and they ran dry in the summer. That does not happen today because we have reservoir systems that we can retime that water. That's part of what this South Platte Canal is going to do. We will build a canal to supply a reservoir or 2 or 3, whatever the study calls for, and we will be able to retime that water for the benefit of wildlife, to keep us in the Platte River Recovery Program, and also to benefit the state of Nebraska by potentially having 100, 120, 150,000 additional acres of irrigated land, which the value of that land out west is 3, 4, 5 times what non-irrigated land is. So that certainly helps the tax base. The value of that land will produce as irrigated versus dry land is probably 5 to 10 times greater. That is economic activity in the state of Nebraska generating income. The sale of inputs, that is a huge, huge deal. Senator Blood, you have questioned how we got to this point. The state of Nebraska has invested almost $1 million in studying this issue over the last 3 years. I believe the Appropriations Committee has given $300,000 a year. That study is how we got to this point. That study has indicated to the state of Nebraska that this is what we need to do in order to protect the water that we are already using. This is water that we have built infrastructure to take advantage of already. If you look at Gerald Gentleman Station, that was built with the idea that the water coming out of the South Platte would provide cooling for that. A little farther downstream, we have Central Public Power and Irrigation District that irrigates tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of acres. And we have hydroelectric plants that are built on the predication that we will have this water going forward. If we do not build this canal and reservoir system, we will not have that water to be able to use for the infrastructure that the state has already built based on access to that water. It's pretty interesting. I've done a couple of interviews with magazines or news articles out of Colorado, and they are concerned. They are throwing everything but the kitchen sink at the state of Nebraska to try and prevent that. What does that tell you? They're concerned. They kind of got caught with their hand in the cookie jar with all of these plans to divert this water and utilize it, pump it back to the Front Range for human consumption. And if they accomplish that, we will never get it. Senator Blood said it could take 20 years. So what? We've got to start sometime. As I mentioned when this bill was up the last time,
1
I'm
minute.
reading the book about Lake McConaughey. It took at least a decade from the conception before they got really going on that. And that is a huge project. That is not anything compared to what we're trying to build now. We need to begin this process and passing this bill. We've got the money allocated. We need to continue that process. And if at some point when this process, if we hit a roadblock or it's not feasible, then at least we know. But it's very clear to me that we absolutely need to try and capture this 150 to 175,000 acre feet annually, every year. The auxiliary benefits to this beyond potential surface water irrigation are innumerable.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Speaker Hilgers, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again, colleagues. Just to reiterate, I am supportive of AM 2494. I just want to respond or maybe elaborate on a couple of the issues that Senator Blood raised, which I think actually are very important, are worth putting on the record and discussing. So one is the discussion of negotiating with Colorado. And that's actually something that came up at the hearing a little bit. It's certainly something that I've heard off the mic outside from the public. And the reality is I think it's a little bit of a misunderstanding of where we are, I think, legally. We are not doing this, and I've heard this in maybe a more pejorative sense. Well, this is a bluff. We're trying to do this so we can get Colorado to the table. The reality is we have what we need. We have what we need in the compact. Colorado already agreed to give us the water rights in the non-irrigated season that we would ultimately get if we built the canal. Now, if there's something else that we're trying to acquire, it would be the first I have heard of it. What we're trying to do is just enforce the rights under the contract. So in other words, what is it that we would try to get Colorado to come to the table to do? We already have the right in the contract. And actually, I think if we were trying to get something, it's actually not a very good strategy overall, because the idea of getting another compact through our legislature, Colorado's legislature, and through Congress, I think that the odds of that are very small. But I do think it's worth discussing, because this point has come up a lot. Is this a bluff? Is this a negotiation? The answer is no, because we negotiated almost 100 years ago for the right that we have in the contract. Now all we're trying to do is actually go enforce those rights. And so I just wanted to maybe underline that a little bit for part of the record. I was going to yield my time to Senator Blood if she wants it, but otherwise, would you like it? I will yield my time to Senator Blood. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Blood, you are yielded 3 minutes 10.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think he just did that to get rid of me from over there, but thank you anyway for yielding me the time. Friends, I do support the underlying amendment and potentially the underlying bill, because I know how important water is to Nebraskans. And I do disagree with some of what Senator Hughes had to say, because I did read that report, and it did show us that we have the need for the water, but not necessarily in the way he described. But I can respect his interpretation, because everybody in this room can read something and we can all see something different in those words. So with that said, I'm not sure why we join compacts if we aren't going to be good stewards. That's the bottom line. And yes, we have an urgent need to protect our water. And yes, ag drives this community, this state. Ag drives our economy. And so we have to do everything in our power to protect ag. I will never say anything but those two sentences. But how we do it, to say that it may take 20 years for permit, and what's the big deal, as Senator Hughes just said, well, it's going to be a big deal if it putters out between now and then. And then we would have spent 50 million, 100 million, depending on how long this goes along, of taxpayer dollars. And People that come after us can shrug their shoulders and go, it wasn't our fault. That happened in 2022. So I have the fear that we are twisting this in a way that is obviously and clearly beneficial to us and explaining it to taxpayers. And I can respect that because there's a lot of people that are really good on the floor about when they do that. And they're very skilled at that. But for me, I look at science, I look at data, I look at the true feasibility of something, and I see red flags and I have grave concerns.
1 minute.
And if we don't want to be a good neighbor to Colorado, if we don't want to work this out so it's a mutually agreed upon project, that's fine. But gosh, I hope we don't ever need anything from them in the future, because I'm guessing this is going to stick in their craw for a while. And maybe that's okay. Regardless, I'm always going to stand and protect our farmers, protect ag, protect our water. I'm just not sure that my gut is okay with how we're doing it this time around. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood and Speaker Hilgers. Senator Albright, you are recognized.
Thank you, President. I rise in support of AM 2494 and with LB 1015. I spent 4 of my 6 years on natural resource. We talked a lot about water, we talked a lot about wind, and we talked a lot about electricity. And I'm here to say that we need to get this project underway. There's an article from the Colorado Sun that talks about, and I was just up there this weekend. I went to visit my brother up in Colorado Springs. Pikes Peak hardly has any snow at the top of it. Generally, it's fully covered for many, many months, even in the summer. I'm here to tell you that driving in and seeing the number of homes that are surrounding Colorado Springs, I haven't been up to Colorado in some time. But in this article, it talks about, and my brother and I discussed this over the weekend. He said that, now in this article, it actually says exactly what he told me. He said the population centers continue to boom along I-25. Urban water usage is hitting an all-time high. These concerns are amplified. Over 80% of the state's water flows west of the Continental Divide, while 90% of the state's population and the top 10 agricultural counties all sit to the east. And I'm telling you, it's as much of a dust bowl out there as it is here. This means that every 24 tunnels and ditches seek to move more than 50,000 acre feet from the west to the east, often leading Western residents to harbor a sense of thievery by the eastern regions, especially given that they already don't have enough. Adding fuel to the fire, 53% of Colorado's largest cities are said to have water restrictions, with a mere 1/3 of those 15 cities elevated locations around the Rocky Mountain foothills. In this light, it's easy to see how the West Slope might feel like the Front Range is rubbing salt into an already gaping wound. I just realized that, if we don't do what we need to do now, and it's not for us to go knocking on Colorado's door and talk about it. I wish Senator Blood would have talked to us before she goes to the neighboring folks. You're not there to negotiate. It's just like on a city council. It's not for one city council person to go negotiate deals with somebody else. Just knowing what we need in the state of Nebraska and the money that we've spent in Kansas, millions, 5 million, 7 million, something like that. We had a very large lawsuit because Nebraska wasn't giving Kansas enough water. Well, if this compact is there, it's for us to act on, and we need to do what we need to do for the state of Nebraska. When I drove that I-25 and I went to Brush, I was able to see the major body of water that they have right next to that river. So they use that for recreation. But is it truly for recreation, or is it for the same reason that we need to do this, is to have a large body of water holding that for Nebraskans? And I'll tell you, when it comes to livestock and being one of the largest cattle states in the country, we need to be taking care of our people and know what we need to do to have a very good supply of water for us. That west side of the Continental Divide is all going down to Arizona, and I guarantee you they're getting a little nervous because they're going to have to shut them off so they can take care of their own in Colorado. This is a major water issue that we need to be working together to figure out how we can stop
1 minute.
the process and work. We'll be working together, but we have to do what we have to do on our side of the whatever the state's borders. So we need to act on what we need to do in Nebraska to take care of not only our farmers, but the people that need to drink water on that side of our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon. Interesting discussion here about the canal. I want to change gears a little bit and go a little different direction. When this canal is constructed, when it is completed, I've had some people ask about what about the maintenance of the canal? How do you maintain it and take care of it and make sure it's secure? And what will happen on the canal system is those people who are users of the water will have an O&M charge, operation and management charge, to deliver the water to their farms. And they will charge them so much an acre to do that, and they will then be the ones who pay for the operation and management of the system. That is very similar to what we do in western Nebraska with the irrigation districts that we have there. There are 30-some irrigation districts, a little over 30 in the state, and 29 of them happen to be in Senator Stinner and my districts out in the west. And so we understand what O&M charges are. We understand how these surface irrigation canals work. And so as we begin to build this canal and then we get it to the reservoir, and if you've studied water or looked at it in any way, shape, or form, the most efficient place to store water is underground. And how you get that water underground is you make a pool or a lake, and it will then soak into the aquifer, and then it goes back and recharges your system. Where I live, I have several canals that go north of my house a mile, and one that goes just right past the south part of our property. And when they put the water in those canals in early spring, it's a recharge for underground water system or underground aquifer. And so that water is then stored underground, and then it gets back to the river slowly. And that is the best and most efficient way to store water. So that's the purpose of building a canal to a reservoir in the state of Nebraska, so that we can store water there that will eventually work its way into the aquifer, and it will continue to flow downhill, which is the east. And so that's what will happen when we get the canal constructed. It is my understanding that they're going to build the canal, and they're going to line the canal with a cement liner so that it will not soak into the ground before it gets to the reservoir. And that is a very important part of the process to conserve the water that we're supposed to get from Colorado. So I appreciate the opportunity for us to get started on this. And if you don't believe water is important to Colorado, we have in our real estate company sold several parcels and ranches in Nebraska to people who have sold their water rights in Nebraska for as much as $15,000 an acre just for the water. And so Colorado is very interested in water for their urban constituents. And so if they're willing to pay $15,000 for your water per acre, they're very much interested in taking our water before we get it. So I think it's important that we move forward with this project to make sure that we're doing everything we can for the water that we're supposed to get. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Blood, you are recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually was not planning on speaking until Senator Albright stood up, and I just want to make sure I get something on the record. I do stand in support of the amendment and the underlying bill. I want to make it clear that when I reach out to other entities for information, it is for information, not to negotiate with another state. At no time were any deals made. At no time was I playing one state against the other. The issue was that I was not able to get the information that I needed to make good decisions on this side of the border. I heard one version and one version only. And just like when you're a school teacher and there's two kids that get in a fight, you want to hear both sides of the story. And so I did it as a matter of good policy. And if I had to do it over again, I'd do it again. Because I think that Often, as policymakers, we tend to take the information that is given to us for granted and never take it beyond our desks. We don't research it unless it's something we're sincerely against. When we're for it, we tend to take everybody's word that it's okay. And I'm just not willing to do that. That is not the type of policymaker that I am. And if you are also not that type of policy, I respect you for that as well. But to intimate that there is any kind of bizarre negotiating going on is quite insulting. And that is sincerely the only reason I stood up for a third time. With that, again, I do stand in support of Senator Cavanaugh's amendment and in support of the underlying bill. And with that, I would yield any time that I have left to Senator Hilgers.
Speaker Hilgers, you are yielded 325.
Thank you, Senator Bullitt. I guess turnabout is fair play on that one. Get rid of me over there. No, I appreciate that. Just to update everyone, I'm having an off the mic conversation with Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. There's a separate amendment that's coming that broadens the scope of this conflict of interest provision. And so as a reminder, I support AM 2494. I'm working with an amendment to that amendment with Senator Cavanaugh. I actually think that we have a path forward to getting something that does expand this, but also make sure that it's something that can be implemented in a way that's not too unwieldy and gets to what I think Senator Michaela Cavanaugh's concerns are, which I agree with and am happy to support. So we're working on that language. If once this amendment is voted on, hopefully it's adopted, we'll get to the next amendment, and hopefully soon we'll have a floor amendment to that one. With that, unless there are any other questions, I probably won't get on the mic on this amendment, and I would appreciate your support on this particular amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker Hilgers and Senator Blood. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized. This is your last opportunity. You will have a close.
Thank you, Mr. President. People are, of course, welcome to get in the queue if you like. The drafters are working on the amendment that Speaker Hilgers just mentioned. So if you would like to talk a little bit more, please do. Otherwise, we will go to a vote on this amendment, and then I probably will have to talk on the underlying bill for a while until my other amendment comes down. So just be warned, if you don't want to hear me talk, feel free to jump in and say whatever you would like to about this canal. So I actually will take some time to walk through the amendments. So, well, I only have. So the amendment, why I have an amendment up with bill drafters is because my original amendment was attached to Senator Stinner's amendment. Senator Stinner pulled his amendment, which in effect pulled my amendment. So I had to have my amendment redrafted for this. And my amendment, what it does is expands basically the conflict of interest of financial beneficiary to include the executive branch and the legislature. And so but in my amendment, we discovered, Speaker Hilgers and I, that there were a few issues in it. And so we've cleaned up that language, and it's taking the state employees out because the employees are covered under the current amendment. And it also is taking out the 1,000 people that sit on every commission and board in the state. So good things. Thank you for catching that, Speaker Hilgers. And then it also originally said that you can't benefit for up to 10 years after you leave office. We're changing that to 2 years. So if you are in office now, you cannot benefit if you are out of office after this session is over from these projects for the next 2 years. So the purpose is I really think transparency in government is really important. And I just looking over to see if anybody's holding any amendments. No. Okay. So that's kind of the underlying reason why I did this. And this is a huge project, just like the last one. And I just want to make sure that if we are undertaking these massive projects with tax dollars, that we are not abusing the trust of the people of Nebraska. And so I very much appreciate the speaker's willingness to work with me on this. I think that this will strengthen the bill and the confidence of the people of Nebraska. I don't think I'll close on this. We'll just do a call of the House, and we can do a machine vote when everybody's here, but thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
18 ayes, 2 nays, place House under call.
Members, the House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Cavanaugh, do you want to close on your bill?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Senator Cavanaugh, you are recognized to close on your amendment 2494.
Thank you. I apparently messed up my own timing on my amendments. So I have 5 minutes. Yes? Okay, great. All right. So, well, I guess there were some people that maybe missed what's going on. So I will recap. AM 2494 is my amendment to the canal projects that requires no conflict of interest or financial benefit from the Director of the Natural Resources and employees of the Department of Natural Resources and their immediate family. So that's what the First Amendment does. The Second Amendment then expands that to include members of the legislature and the executive branch for 2 years after holding office. So the First Amendment that I introduced that extended it to the executive branch was attached to Senator Stinner's amendment. Senator Stinner pulled his amendment when we started on this bill, which pulled my amendment. And so then we were having it redrafted, and Speaker Hilders and I discussed the forthcoming amendment and found that there were some problems with it. So we have further edits happening on that amendment. But when it is done, what it will do is it will remove all the commissions and boards. That wasn't really intentional. It's supposed to be elected officials of the executive branch, not people who are appointed to all the different boards and commissions we have. So up to 2 years after elected officials from the executive branch and members of the legislature are in office and their family, they cannot financially benefit from this project. That's what the next amendment is that is coming. Taken some time telling you all this now so that I won't have to tell you all this again later. Okay, that's what we're doing. I hope you will vote green on AM 2494, and then please be patient with me as I talk on 1015 and wait for the next amendment to come down. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Members, the House is under call. Please check in if you have not checked in. Senator Morfeld, the House is under call. Please return to the chamber. Senator Cavanaugh, Senator Morfeld is not available right now. Would you? Okay, members, we will be going ahead. The question is the adoption of AM 2494. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted that wish? Record, Mr. Clerk.
44 ayes, no nays on the amendment.
AM 2494 is adopted. Mr. Clerk, do you have any items? Raise the call, please.
Just one item, a new A bill 596A by Senator Albright. It appropriates funds to implement LB 596.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Senator Cavanaugh, are you going to withdraw 2577 then? Or
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Withdrawn. Returning to debate, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Yay. Okay. I hope you all are as excited as I am that I'm still talking. Again, if anyone wants to talk about the canal, it would be greatly appreciated, or anything at this point. I am trying to ensure that we are maintaining the trust and integrity that the people of Nebraska should expect from us as elected officials. And so we're waiting on an amendment that would extend the conflict of interest in not benefiting from these projects to the executive branch and members of the legislature up to 2 years after being in office. So that's where we're at. And I appreciate everyone's patience with me as we are doing this, because I do think it's important. And I don't want to misspeak about any of the technicalities around the canal. I know that it's something that everyone feels very strongly about, and I don't necessarily agree, but I understand where people are coming from on this. And if we are going to expend this much money, I just truly believe that we should have some serious safeguards in place. The fiscal note and oh, that's from the last one. But I don't think I have. For those at home, my desk has a lot of paper on it right now. Okay, so the fiscal note is 50 million. So yeah, if we're going to spend 50 million on this project, then want to make sure that it's being done correctly. It says the governor's budget recommendation includes 400 million in cash reserve and 100 million in ARPA funds for the Perkins County Canal project. Is likely to cost that likely that costs for the completion of the project will exceed this amount. Wow. So it will exceed 500 million. LB 1015 makes no reference to funding source. The Department of Natural Resources recommends using ARPA funds for this biennium. However, little is known of the project parameters. Such eligibility for ARPA is indeterminate by our office, which is why I believe they decided to go ahead and use cash fund instead of ARPA funds. So the 50 million, the bill establishes multiple specific authorities of the department pursuant to development, land acquisition, construction, and operation of the Perkins County Canal. Initial appropriations and transfers totaling 500 million were included in the governor's mid-biennium budget adjustments. LB 1013 creates the Perkins County Canal Project Fund and transfers 400 million to the department from the cash reserve fund for these purposes. An appropriation of 100 million ARPA federal funds within the biennium will be split over the 2 years. ARPA funding has a time limit and will be expended first and consistent with eligible uses. However, I know that later changed that when they realized that ARPA funds couldn't be used. And so I believe that 100 million is now coming out of the cash fund over 2 years. I, of course, as always, stand for correction. I'm not 100% certain that that's accurate, but that's my understanding. So any agency fiscal impact in the review.
1 minute.
Thank you. In the review years are expenditures for personnel costs, contracted engineering, design services, permitted land acquisition, and other activities associated with the project. Engineering staff will manage and oversee design and permitting activities during early phases of the project and transition into roles that support the construction and future operations of the project. Okay, I'll stop there on that. So again, colleagues, just taking time for this amendment. Once the amendment's down here, I am going to file it, and I will not probably explain it for the 10th or 11th time. Just let us vote on it and move on with our evening. I know there are other things on the agenda that we all would like to get to. I see there are a couple people in the queue, so I'm going to sit down for a few minutes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support the amendment that Senator Cavanaugh is waiting to have drafted to send down. So I'm happy to share some more thoughts that I have about the lake and the canal. And it's never difficult for me to talk about the needs that Nebraskans have and the things that they're asking us to spend money on, whether that's property tax relief or incentives for businesses, especially small businesses, especially in rural Nebraska, or incentives for healthcare providers and healthcare workers, especially nurses, to come to Nebraska. I listen to NPR every morning on my drive into Lincoln. And this morning, there was a story on Nebraska Public Media about how during the COVID surge that we had between December and February last year, they had several patients who just died who didn't have to die if they were able to receive the urgent care that they needed, because they were unable to transfer these patients to another hospital because every hospital was full. And there was some availability for space in 2 places. One was the NICU, which they couldn't send COVID patients to the NICU because those little babies in there are, of course, immunocompromised, and you can't have COVID patients in that wing, and the cancer treatment wings of these hospitals. And so even though we did have a little bit of capacity left, apparently, we were unable to transfer patients because we didn't have the staff to help them. And because of that, lives were lost that otherwise could have been saved. So we need to talk about incentives for healthcare workers in Nebraska, as well as incentives for teachers in Nebraska. I had lunch a few months ago with some different people at administration at Omaha Public Schools, and they did not mince words about the urgency to get more teachers in Nebraska. One of the officials was kind of laughing in, the way you kind of laugh to keep from crying, like there's nothing else to do, saying the legislature doesn't understand that 5 or 10 years from now, or maybe sooner, there are going to be kids who don't have a teacher. I have heard the plea from rural schools for equalization aid to make sure that all of the children in Nebraska have a classroom, let alone a classroom that meets their needs, that has the services that the state of Nebraska has promised to them. But what I feel like we haven't talked about enough is just the fact that we don't even know if we're going to have teachers here to serve them. Many states have passed incentives to get nurses and healthcare workers and teachers to theirs. Our state will give you $2,000. Get nurses and healthcare workers and teachers to theirs. Our state will give you $2,000. here in our state. There's also states that have provided incentives like student loan forgiveness if you move to the state and become a professional there. I would like to see Nebraska doing more forward-thinking things like that. Proponents of the canal under LB 1015 and of the lake have branded these projects as transformative and once in a generation and an investment for all Nebraskans. But it's
1 minute.
amazing that we're willing to make this kind of visionary, sizable, huge investment in our future in the form of a canal and in a lake. Every other state in the country, you see them doing things like applying for emergency rental assistance from the federal government that comes at no cost to the people in our state. In fact, we're probably losing money from taxpayers in this state because we're taking all of your federal tax money that Nebraskans have already paid and saying everyone else in the 49 other states can use our money to help subsidize their rent, to help pay, to go directly to landlords to help people who are struggling with rental assistance. So there are other states in this country that are just as conservative as we are, but they are approaching the solutions to getting over this pandemic and using these ARPA funds in a much more effective way because they're solving the problems that we actually have. Shortage of teachers, shortage of healthcare workers, a crisis with being able to pay rent.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Speaker Hilgers, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening again, colleagues. Just as a reminder, Senator Cavanaugh, Michaela Cavanaugh, has an amendment that I think originally was 2577. We made a couple of modifications I'll talk about in a second, but just to let you know what's coming, I think that bill is still being revised, or that amendment is still being revised with drafters. It's coming down soon, I hope. There aren't that many changes. So the amendment we just adopted at 1015 is intended to put in some conflict of interest restrictions on the Department of Natural Resources. That's the department that is tasked and has the obligation and the authority to actually do the work on the canal. And essentially that amendment says anyone in the department, director and others, cannot be on the other side of a contract or otherwise financially benefit directly or indirectly from the canal project. Makes all the sense in the world. I don't think anyone would disagree with that concept. This amendment that is coming down is a modification of AM 2577, which was filed previously to Senator Stinner's amendment, which was withdrawn. And this is a similar concept, but it was broader. So the first amendment was a conflict of interest just to the Department of Natural Resources. This was originally drafted, was a little broader, and it includes the member of the legislature. Again, makes all the sense in the world. Also, it includes members of the executive branch, and it includes other individuals, but I think those are the primary two. Oh, and state employees. And the discussion I had with Senator Cavanaugh, actually there's one other. So to those individuals, they can't have a conflict of interest and they can't be involved for 10 years after the time they leave office or are no longer a state employee or no longer a member of the legislature. That sort of going forward restriction also does make some sense, having kind of a cooling off period. You don't want people to be able to walk out the door and then profit a day after they are no longer a state employee. The objections I raised and that I discussed with Senator Cavanaugh really just go in the implementation of this in a couple different respects. One is the scope of the individual, the set of individuals I think was probably too broad to be able to practically implement. And so state employees, there are thousands of state employees. In addition, if you look at the language in line 9 included any official in the executive branch, which I agree with, but it pointed to a subsection or a section of statute that includes all the boards and commissions, which there are a couple hundred of those, and each one of those member boards and commissions have multiple members. So you're looking at maybe 1,000 individuals on top of the state employees. And then if you're taking that set of people and then looking 10 years in advance or 10 years into the future, that could be pretty unwieldy just to be able to implement. And so what I discussed with Senator Cavanaugh and what we're doing on this amendment would be to make just a couple changes. One is to get at what I think is the core concern, or one of the core concerns that she's articulated and I agree with, which is to say anyone who's in elected office, frankly, anyone who's elected at any level of government, whether it's a city council person or a member of the Board of Education or an NRD on the eastern side of the state, no one should be in a position, I think, of profiting off this type of an arrangement, although even in those instances, they're not a decision maker. Nevertheless, the change we're making is to eliminate the reference to the section of statute, which brings in all the boards and commissions, many of which might not ever have any, most of which, if not nearly all of which, would have, if not all of which, would have no role in this particular project. So we're going to limit that to just elected officials. So in the executive branch, so the governor, lieutenant governor, the auditor, et cetera, can't go and benefit financially from this project. I think that makes a lot of sense. We're also going to take out the state employee provision that doesn't exclude state employees from the conflict of interest, because the amendment we previously put on included the department that is tasked and has the responsibility of building the canal. So the Department of Natural Resources and all the employees within that department already have a conflict of interest provision. So I think we're covered on the main concern. And then the last change is just to limit that window a little bit from 10 years to 2 years. So again, thank you, Mr. President. So there is a 2-year cooling off period, which seems like a reasonable accommodation and a reasonable restriction to place on those individuals. And so those are the primary changes. We were making it on a handwritten amendment, and I think that it'll come down soon from bill drafters. But when that does come down, I would urge your support of that particular amendment, because I think these are good principles to put in place. We certainly want to make sure that individuals working in government aren't putting themselves in a position where they can profit from the decisions they make with taxpayer dollars. So I don't know if I'll get in the queue again if there are any questions about 1015 or this particular amendment or any other aspect of the canal. I'm happy to discuss it. And in the meantime, hopefully the amendment will come down soon. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker Hilgers. Senator Pansing Brooks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're taking, I guess we're waiting for some amendments, so it seems like a good time to talk about the happy things that have happened in this legislature. So I am, as just for the Nebraskans listening in, on the last day, we get to talk about our positive experiences. And since I want to say something positive about each of my colleagues here, you're also grateful that I'm not doing this during that last day, because think of that, how long that would take. So there's definitely not enough time to talk about the positive things and the friendships here. So on I go. Let's see, who is in this room that's left? Is Matt Hansen here? Ah, there you are, Matt. Okay, good. So Matt, one thing about Senator Hansen is that I think he knows the rules better than anyone. And Senator Hansen has been amazing through all 8 years. If there was some issue or something we needed to determine or how to understand a rule, I think he and Senator Chambers were pretty much right neck and neck in understanding those rules and helping us out through all of that. He is a quiet, powerful leader and a really good mentor. I think he's done a really good job helping the new senators to fit in, to understand what the protocol is, and to figure out the next steps. He is very caring about those in need and those in vulnerable populations, including issues regarding housing and a multitude of other things. He has a fabulous wife, Jane, and Senator Hansen, it has truly been an honor to serve the people of Nebraska with you. Thank you. Speaker Hilgers, since we're going in alphabetical order. Speaker Hilgers, you have the toughest job of anyone that I know. And you have always come in here with a smile, even though you are stressed at times. And gosh, you're a mirror image of yourself, having lost so much weight during this time. But you look great. And I feel that you are willing to talk to and try to work with everybody. And you've put the institution above the party politics, and I really appreciate that. And I think that you have really worked hard to listen to people, and I don't always get my way on things that I really care about, which is at times aggravating, but you know that, and that's why you're wearing the big shoulders and the big shoes. But I think that you're really good on policy and figuring out, what the next steps are and what we should do. So thank you for being Speaker, and it has been an honor to serve the people of Nebraska with you, Speaker Hilgers. Thank you. Robert Hilkeman, Senator Hilkeman. Senator Hilkeman, who's often called Senator Hickelman, but most of us are getting your name down right. I remember the first year, you did try to remind us that you are Senator Robert Hilkeman, not Senator Bobby or Bob, but we got that down straight, but we're still working on Hilkeman versus Hickelman. Anyway, Senator Hilkeman is a man of faith
1 minute.
and substance. He cares at all times and probably anguishes about votes more than any person in the legislature at times. And that's because of his strong beliefs. He's thoughtful and votes according to his conscience and not according to the Klan. And I really appreciate it. He's a lifetime friend, and his wife, Julie, is a special, wonderful woman. And Senator Hilkeman, again, I cannot thank you enough, and it has been an honor to serve the people of Nebraska with you. Thank you, Senator Hilkeman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pansy Brooks. Senator Hunt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am in my 4th year and I am running for re-election, but of course there's never any guarantee that we come back here. But one thing I'll say about Senator Pansy Brooks is that she really means all that. She is one of the nicest women, not just in this body, that you could really ever meet. And when she says that she cares about you, you know that that's right. When I say that, sometimes I'm just trying to get something from you, or I'm just being nice or something. But like, Senator Pansy Brooks is a true believer, and she truly has love for everybody. And when she says these things, you know it's true. So I've really enjoyed in the last several days hearing you share, positive things that you see in every member of the that we work with here. Senator, I'm gesturing over here, Senator Sarah Howard, when she was here, she was an important mentor to me, and she always told me that her mom, who was a senator, told her that the key to getting through the times in the legislature where you feel like you want to rip your hair out and you're angry at everybody and you feel like nothing's getting done is, she says, you have to think something nice about every person. And she was a person who put that in practice, and so is Senator Pansy Brooks. So thank you for that. It's something all of us would do better to remember. Speaking about the Perkins Canal project and LB 1015, it's often been said that one of the reasons this type of project is necessary for Nebraska is because the population on the eastern side of Colorado is increasing so much. Colleagues, I want to explore with you some of the reasons it could be that the population in eastern Colorado is expanding. Could it have something to do with the legalization of cannabis? For recreational, well, for adult use, we say, or for medicinal use. I don't think I've got a friend who hasn't headed over to Colorado at some point to engage in some tourism. And I have too, of course, because it's 2022 and we know that cannabis is not dangerous. This is another one of those things in this body that I feel like, the world is a glorious book. The world is a vibrant and colorful story with many chapters and many interesting arcs and characters that we should get to take in and absorb and learn from and just devour. But in Nebraska, we just keep reading chapter 1 over and over and over again. And we aren't seeing any of the hundreds of other chapters that could be opened up to us because we are so stuck in this regressive political ideology, but also just institutionally, something that wasn't always true for Nebraska, that we hear from people who have been in the legislature before, is that this legislature is not the same as it used to be. People are not as independent-minded. As Senator Lathrop was saying earlier, so many of you are just waiting for the text. Or you come up here with the paper, 72-point font, which no shade, if that's what you need to read it, that's okay. But you're here holding it up, reading it, and it's a paper that somebody handed to you out in the lobby that contains all the viewpoints and opinions you're supposed to have. And maybe you really hold those opinions, but I think that we do have a problem in this institution of a lack of independent thought. And there are some people left here who stand for that, and they are becoming increasingly frustrated and
1 minute.
increasingly disenchanted with the culture in this institution, because you don't really get rewarded for that independent thought. There's no incentive to share that. If you share that, you're going to have, the governor, the billionaire governor, run a candidate against you for your reelection, or send out a mailer saying that you hate puppies and kill babies or something like that. And that's so insulting to the voters, because it's really speaking down to them and not taking them for the level of intelligence that they really have. All of this is being dumbed down for what? For the power of a few people? For our $800 million in corporate tax cuts? You guys could have had those tax cuts for working Nebraskans. But you had to put this amendment in for the corporations, and you lost it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Matt Hansen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. I believe we are moments away from the amendment we've been waiting for being introduced. If I could maybe get a thumbs up from the clerk when that's all ready, I'll cut my remarks short. Let me just start by thanking Senator Pansy Brooks for her kind remarks about me and her kind remarks about all of our colleagues she's been doing over the last few days. I do agree with Senator Hunt that when Senator Pansy Brooks gives you a compliment, it is sincere. I think it's very nice and very touching for Senator Pansy Brooks to do that and to make sure that we all have an opportunity. And I believe we might have an amendment ready, Mr. President. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would offer AM 2647.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your amendment 2647.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for a call of the House so that everybody can come here and then we can just vote. So I'd like a call of the House, please.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Recorded, Mr. Clerk.
27 ayes, 7 ayes to go under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Cavanaugh, you're welcome to open on AM 2647.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope nobody gets in the queue. I did the House under call because as soon as everybody's here, we can vote on the amendment unless somebody wants to talk more, but please don't feel that inclined. So again, this is the amendment that extends the conflict of interest to include the executive branch and members of the legislature up to 2 years after you are in service. And I am gonna just end there, and I would suggest not going too far because hopefully we'll vote on the amendment and the bill together. Thanks.
Senator Wayne, Senator Slama, Senator Lathrop, and Senator Vargas. The House is under call. All members are present. Colleagues, the question, Senator Cavanaugh, you want to close? Senator Cavanaugh waives closing. Colleagues, the question before us is the adoption of AM 2647. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
44 ayes, no nays on the adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 2647 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Nothing further on the bill, Mr. President.
Senator McKinney for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to advance LB 1015 to ENR for engrossing.
Colleagues, you've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. LB 1015 advances. I raise the call items for the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Enrollment and Review reports Legislative Resolution 263CA to select file, 852 to select file with amendments, 1016 to select file with amendments, 902 to select file with amendments, 9028 to select file, 1069 to select file with amendments, and 853 with amendments, 741A to select file, as well as 752 and 1024A. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Returning to the agenda, we will now begin on LB 876.
Legislative Bill 876, introduced by Senator Breezy. It's a bill for an act relating to gaming. Change provision relating to licenses issued by the State Racing and Gaming Commission. Change provisions relating to the Nebraska Racetrack Gaming Act. Rename a fund, change penalties. Change provisions related to the gaming tax. Change provisions relating to documents which may be withheld from the public. Harmonize provisions, repeal the original section. The bill was introduced on January 7th of this year, referred to the General Affairs Committee, reported to general file with committee amendments attached.
Senator Breezy, you're welcome to open on LB 876.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I rise today to introduce LB 876, which was originally introduced to regulate the introduction of new racetrack casinos in Nebraska. Voters in November of 2020 approved the placement of casinos in licensed racetrack enclosures. This bill represents the ongoing effort of the body to implement the will of the voters in a responsible manner consistent with the will of the voters. After the hearing and much consultation, the committee developed AM 2188, which I will present next. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. As the clerk stated, there are amendments from the General Affairs Committee. Senator Breezy, as chair of that committee, you are recognized to open on the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 2188 replaces the green copy. This amendment essentially combines LB 876 and 877 and is now the General Affairs Committee priority bill. I introduced these bills to make some necessary updates to the Racing Commission statutes and to further refine the new Nebraska Racetrack Gaming Act and give more guidance to the commission. AM 2188 is the result of a great deal of work done by the committee and my staff, in particular legal counsel Lori Holman, to create a package that we feel will strengthen the horse racing industry across the state and also help to properly regulate a newly emerging casino industry. So what does AM 2188 do? And it does a variety of things. And I will go through piece by piece on various parts of it. It increases the length of racetrack licenses from 1 to 5 years in Section 5. It increases the one-time licensing fee for casino licenses from $1 million as provided for by the ballot proposal to $5 million. And this is more consistent with licensing fees in other states. It keeps the license term at 20 years as provided for in the ballot language, but makes it subject to an annual review with the commission and a $50,000 annual review fee. The bill requires tracks to hold a minimum number of race days and races annually. To allow the industry to adjust, the amendment phases in these requirements over a period of years. This should allow horse breeders and trainers to increase the number of horses in the state that are ready for the increased race schedule. But this provision really is an effort to bring the horse racing industry along, and bolstering the horse racing industry was one of the stated goals of the ballot initiative. The amendment creates a self-exclusion program so that anyone who wants to add themselves to the self-exclusion list can do so to help them stop gambling. This self-exclusion list will be used to prohibit persons from going into casinos, and the casino operators are responsible for ensuring that they are not permitted inside the casino. In LB 561 last year, we required the commission to set up a procedure for self-exclusion, but they've asked us to do it legislatively, so that's why it's here. There currently are 6 existing licensed racetracks. Pending final approval of rules and regulations, they will be eligible to apply for gaming licenses. However, several other entities or individuals have expressed interest in obtaining racing and gaming licenses. The bill contains requirements that must be fulfilled for the commission to be able to issue licenses for new racetracks and casinos in Nebraska. It requires the commission to conduct a statewide horse racing market analysis, a statewide casino gaming market analysis, and a statewide socioeconomic impact study of the markets as they currently exist across the state as of the time of the study. The studies must be completed as soon as practicable, but no later than January 1st, 2025. Licenses for new racetracks or casinos are not to be issued before the completion of these studies. We're requiring the commission to use the data presented to them in the studies to determine how many new racetracks should be built, if any, and where they should be built across the state so as not to oversaturate or destroy the market that currently exists where our 6 original racetracks are located. And note that the amendment would prohibit existing license holders from moving to a new location in a different county until after the market analysis described above is completed. The amendment does not impact movement within the same county. And note that applicants for gaming licenses would be required to provide the commission with a market assessment that addresses the feasibility and sustainability of the proposed operation, an analysis of the impact on the infrastructure, zoning regulations, the licensee's experience, evidence of how the facility will improve the community, and anything else required by the commission. We have included some changes to the amounts that the commission can assess as penalties for violations of the law or regulations for racetrack operators, along with other administrative updates to help the commission in its collection of taxes and reporting requirements for the racetracks. We've strengthened the language regarding conflicts of interest for commissioners and employees of the commission and have made it grounds for removal of the commission by the governor for certain violations. The amendment changes the initiative language for one of the new appointed commissioner spots, changing the language from being a member of the organization representing the majority of licensed owners and trainers of horses at racetracks in Nebraska to simply a person who has experience in the Nebraska horse racing industry. The amendment will require the commission to meet at least 8 times per year. It would also increase the tax paid by the licensees, the racetracks, to the commission to be increased over 2 years from the current 64 100% to 2% of the gross sum wagered by the parimutuel method at the licensed racetrack enclosure during the previous calendar year. This was at the request of the commission to address funding issues. And note that these are fees paid by the licensees essentially to fund oversight of themselves. The language strikes the statutory section prohibiting horse racing on Sunday, as this is outdated and no longer necessary. We have increased the penalty for violations of law or regulations by industry participants or casino operators to a Class 4 felony instead of a Class 1 misdemeanor. We worked with the ACLU on these sections to make sure we were not penalizing regular citizens with a felony, only industry participants who are licensed and we feel are held to a higher standard. Finally, we have included language that will require a casino to shut down if a licensed racetrack does not hold the required number of races and must remain closed until the commission determines the deficiency has been corrected. So the ability to conduct gaming operations by these establishments really will be tied to the racing. And again, that reflects the committee's intent to move the racing industry forward as well. And finally, I believe it's section 25 that exempts some various things relative to security standards and other items from the open records statute. And colleagues, a lot of work went into this by the committee. It wasn't easy, and nobody, even in the committee, is completely happy, but I think we kicked it out on a 7-0 vote, might have had one abstaining or possibly one no vote. I'd have to look back on that. But this really is what I would consider common ground on this issue, and I'm confident that there could be a lot of different opinions on, well, it ought to be pulled this way, ought to be pulled that way, but this is really where the committee landed after a lot of discussion and a lot of work on this, and I think where we landed is a reasonable place to be with this. And I would urge your support of AM 2188 and LB 876. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Mr. Clerk, there's an amendment to the committee amendment.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Breezy would offer AM 2191.
Senator Breezy, you're welcome to open on AM 2191. Oh, it is withdrawn. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Geist offered AM 2282 to the committee amendments. Senator Geist is excused today.
We'll pass it over. So debate is now open on AM 2188. Senator Blood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do stand in favor of the amendment. I think it makes the bill so much better and will support the underlying bill. But with that, I spoke with Senator Breezy on the mic before I brought this forward. Senator Breezy, will you yield to a question?
Senator Breezy, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Breezy, did you and I talk before I brought this up on the mic?
Yes, we did.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that. So I'm looking at page 7, and we're starting with line 19 and 20. And the sentence reads, which is located in the counties of Adams, Dakota, Douglas Hall, Lancaster, and Platte, in reference to racetracks and licensees. And my concern when I discussed it with you is that it's creating a closed class, and that the sentence still means the same without naming the counties, and asked if you would be open to an amendment on select. And it was my understanding that you agreed to that. Is that true?
Yes. If we are confident that it needs correcting, yes, I would be more than open to that. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Senator Breezy, and I would yield any of my time, Mr. President, to Senator Breezy.
Senator Breezy, 348.
Thank you for that, Senator Flood, but I waive that.
Senator Arch, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 876 and the underlying amendment. I serve on this committee, and this was quite a challenge, and I want to thank Senator Breezy for your leadership in this, but quite a challenge because what we're doing here is we're creating a new industry in Nebraska, but there are existing players. The horse tracks that exist right now is the reality of what we're trying to deal with, and that certainly added complexity. Had we had a blank piece of paper and we could start where there was nothing in existence, we may have a different process, but that's not where Nebraska is, and that's certainly not the initiative, the ballot initiative that passed. So with that, we wrestled with several alternatives, and it seems as though when we came up with an idea, we would solve a problem and create a problem at the same time. And so we backed up from that, and I'm just talking a little bit about the process. So Senator Breezy would bring us, with Lori, would bring us bullet points, and we would talk about key concepts before we got too deep into the words themselves and started to parse all the words, but just talking about what do we need to accomplish in this, and that was very profitable over multiple meetings. And at the end, I think, and I speak for myself here, but I think my conclusion was we really were not in a position to decide, but rather to set up a process to decide. And that's not kicking the can down the road, but these are weighty issues that require a lot of information, a lot of data that we as a committee did not did not possess, nor have the background to make the decision. So at the end, what we attempted to do with AM 2188 was to set up a process, and it involves some studies, it involves application, it involves some decision making after the information has been gathered. So I think that we landed at a good place at the end, and I support this bill and the underlying amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Arch. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon. Senator Breezy, I was wondering if you would yield to a question.
Senator Breezy, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Breezy, can you explain, you in your opening mentioned the commission that's going to look into to do the study to see how many casinos or racetracks we have. Can you explain that commission for me?
Well, likely they will contract with an outside agency that would look at several factors. And those factors are listed in the bill. I was looking for those right now to see if I could find my sheet on them, and I could briefly describe those things.
Well, if you don't find it, you can show me off of the mic.
Sure.
So the other thing that I have, the other question I have is, and I know this is kind of subjective, but in your opinion, we can't have a racetrack every 50 miles. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would certainly agree with that.
If my memory serves me correct, I read somewhere that I think California has like 6. I think something like that. It's not very many. Are you familiar with California?
Yes, and I've heard that also, that they have 6 racetracks, and this will really force our racing industry to ramp up, and we think it will be good for the industry, good for agriculture in Nebraska, and good for Nebraska to ramp the racing industry up in the way that this would require.
Okay. So California has just a few more people than we have?
Yes.
So my opinion is there won't be, I don't think there'll be 5 or 6 of these. I would hope this commission looks at that and says, you know, this is what is appropriate, and we don't put in too many, because I think if we put in too many, we'll have several fail. And that's not what we need to have done here. So I appreciate you bringing this amendment. I appreciate the study. I think it's important that we understand and ask people who understand how this is to work, other than those of us maybe that are in the legislature that haven't been familiar with racing and those kind of things. So I appreciate your work, appreciate you bringing this, and I'll be supportive of 2188 and the amendment and the bill.
Thank you, Senator Erdman and Senator Breezy. Senator Mosier, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if Senator Breezy would respond to a few questions.
Senator Breezy, will you yield?
Yes.
So in following this as it has evolved, there were at times comments about limiting the number of racetracks and casinos in Nebraska. Does this bill limit the number of casinos or racetracks in Nebraska?
I think it will have the effect of limiting the number. There were other alternatives we discussed. You know, I initially introduced this with a minimum mileage limitation and things of that sort and beyond, but we didn't land there. We landed here, and I think it will have the effect of limiting the number of casinos in Nebraska.
But the final decision on whether there's another casino or horse track added is the Racing Commission?
At this point, it would be pursuant to the parameters that we have discussed, but that certainly is an issue that this body can revisit year after year.
Well, I think as Senator Erdman suggested, that there would be a limit to how many casinos or racetracks that Nebraska could support. And I think we want the ones that we have to be successful. We don't want to start 8 or 10 or 12 casinos and then have half of them close, and then you'll have all kinds of buildings to repurpose and all kinds of expenses. Well, also, what's the rule on a track moving within the county? Say they right now have a track and and a facility, but they want to expand their footprint a little bit, so they have to move somewhere else in the county. Is that permissible?
Yes, under the language here, this language doesn't impact that move. I assume the commission might have to approve that move, but we don't impair the ability to do that with this amendment.
Well, the reason I ask is not completely altruistic. Platte County has an existing facility, and it's in a lesser desirable location, so they're wanting to move it a few miles away, and they just want to be assured that with all the money they're investing, that this isn't going to disqualify them from having a new track and the new casino. So the Platte County racetrack, Platte County Agricultural Park, has historically been pretty successful, and we're just trying to make sure that they're able to continue to compete. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mosier and Senator Breezy. Senator Dorn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the conversation here. Senator Mosier and Senator Erdman asked many of the questions I was going to, I had interest in, and Senator Breezy answered those, but I do have another question or two if Senator Breezy would yield.
Senator Breezy, will you yield?
Yes. Is there, you basically, Senator Arch said you set up this process whereby they have to go through, and then if I understood you right, the Racing Commission will make the decision on if there will be more tracks or not. Is that an open-ended thing, or is there a timeline? Or in other words, are you hoping to have a decision in 2 years and then they don't look at it again, or is it ongoing? Yeah, it would be ongoing. These studies would be required every 5 years. The initial study needs to be completed by January 1st of 2025, and with no new licensees prior to the completion of that initial study. Okay, and then you commented a little bit about that it would be up to future bodies of the legislature if they, and I guess this clarification on that, we won't be deciding on if there's another track, but we will have the opportunity at any time to look at this process or this thing you have in place that we can decide if we would like to change it. Yes, that would be a fair, true statement, I believe. Yep. Okay. Yes, it'll be up to the commission, but again, we can revisit the parameters if we don't like the way things are progressing. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time and the effort that you guys did put into this. I know there was a lot of discussion we had last year in setting up the initial part of this process, and I would definitely believe that as you went through this, there were a lot of things trying to get the right pieces in place to have something that as we go forward will be successful in this state. Because if this isn't successful, or we have one or two that turn out to not be in the right location or whatever, I think that will be a big disappointment. And not only that, will not look good for this part of this industry that we're trying to have as a viable economic future here in the state of Nebraska. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Senator Dorn and Senator Breezy. Senator Stinner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the legislature, I'm very concerned about the idea of a study and then limiting the number of tracks. And if Senator Breezy would yield, he may be able to enlighten me a little bit.
Senator Breezy, will you yield?
Yes.
How many racetracks do we have right now that will qualify?
6 tracks.
And where are they located?
Sioux City, Omaha, Lincoln, Grand Island, Columbus, and Hastings.
And you're familiar with the geography of the state of Nebraska?
Yes.
And how far is Grand Island from North Platte?
It's around 150 miles, I believe.
No, it actually is 177 less 312 plus 10. I don't know what that math comes to, but it's a ways. How many hour drive would you suggest from Gering, Nebraska, is it to Grand Island? I could tell you 5 hours. Okay. My point is that through all of this process, you've absolutely excluded half the state. And actually through this limitation, if you say, okay, we're going to limit it to 5 tracks, that means Gearing and Scotts Bluff are shut out. So is North Platte. And the reason I indicate that is the Chickasaw tribe actually has done studies and has done a feasibility study. And they are one of the biggest casino operators and racetrack operators. And they picked Gearing as their #1 place to locate a track. And now you're telling me, based on the vote, that we can't do anything at least for 3 years, and we may be completely shut out. The second place that they'd like to locate, of course, is North Platte. We're well out away from this whole racing scene that you have on that side. In fact, we'll even go with quarter horse racing as opposed to thoroughbred. So let me ask you this. What's the application process and what's the timeline relative to that application process?
It's my understanding that the application, the form is very lengthy. It replicates application forms in other jurisdictions, other states. I don't know the timeline for getting an application returned, but I will say that the studies have to be completed by January 1st of 2025 or as soon as practicable. So these studies could be completed much sooner than that. If we're concerned about the length of time it might take for these studies, folks could reach out to the commission and try to hurry things along. I don't know if it'll take till January 1 of 2025 or not. I really don't, but that would be the longest that the studies.
Wouldn't criteria be a feasibility study that would demonstrate the viability and the potential success and who is backing it and the financial capabilities of who is backing it? Wouldn't that be a criteria?
I would certainly think that the commission would take that into consideration, and I think at the end of the day, following the completion of the studies, I would think that a location like you're talking about would be have a very favorable opportunity to have a casino. It would seem to me.
Yeah, this is 100 to 200 jobs for Western Nebraska that we need really bad. It's property tax relief. It's economic development. And all of a sudden, I've got to wait for a study for 3 years in order to get even started on it. And you have admitted that the application process is fairly detailed. So it might be 6 months to 12 months before we could get an application, and maybe 5 years before I put a shovel in the ground. I'm not very happy with this whole process, but that's besides the point. The other side of it is this is economic development for the state, western part of the state. The west, what did Mike Jacobson call that? The central western, which is North Platte, and certainly the Panhandle. If it's as good as what the Chickasaw tribe told us that this would be, it's a big deal for us. So, I don't know why we can't just draw a line, and I've actually got a bill here or an amendment at the 100th meridian. The 100th meridian goes right through Cozad, and it's almost 100 miles from Grand Island. So it meets all of those requirements. And why couldn't we be excluded from that so that we could actually do at least 2 casinos and start our economic development early? That's not necessarily a question, but a statement. But anyhow, Senator Breezy, thank you for your efforts in this. I know it's been a trying process. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sinner and Senator Breezy. Senator Aguilar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in total support of this effort, and I want to congratulate and thank Senator Breezy and his committee for all the hard work they're done. I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that besides all the regulations and problems you have to go through that Senator Breezy shared with us, there's also something that plays into this, and that's the fact that Nebraska has a terrible shortage of the infrastructure that goes along with the track. We lack veterinarians, jockeys, exercise riders, grooms, farriers, and racing officials. Not to mention the fact that state law says if you're going to have a racetrack, 1 race a day has to be comprised of Nebraska bred horses. We have an immense shortage of Nebraska bred horses. So right now, I think the first thing if people want something out west, they better start putting some infrastructure together first so that you can support that track. The last thing we want to do is build a track, then have it failed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Aguilar. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Breezy to close on AM 2188.
I appreciate the great discussion. And again, this is where the committee landed. And there was a member of the committee that talked about Western Nebraska and suggested that we need to be thinking about maybe something different out there. But I think the committee decided that, well, Sarpy County also has some unique circumstances relative to their population. Norfolk, other locations might have their own set of unique circumstances that they would want to argue for an exception to this. And we felt we didn't want to make exceptions to where we landed here. We want to ensure a viable, healthy industry, one that moves along at a pace that ensures that viability and sustainability. And again, I appreciate the conversation. I'd urge your support of AM 2188. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Members, the question before us is the adoption of AM 2188. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
30 yeas, no nays on the adoption of committee amendments.
AM 2188 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Breezy, AM 2189.
Senator Breezy, you're welcome to open on AM. Oh, 2189 is withdrawn.
Mr. President, I have nothing further on the bill.
Okay. Colleagues, the question before us is the advancement to ENR initial of LB. Oh, I apologize, Senator Breezy, you get a close. Senator Breezy waives closing. Colleagues, the question before us is the advancement of LB 876 to ENR initial. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay.
Have all those voted who wish to? Please record, Mr. Clerk.
34 yeas, no nays on the motion to advance the bill.
LB 876 is advanced. While the legislature is in session and capable of transacting business, I propose to sign and do hereby sign LB 1013E.
Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Legislative Bill 686, offered by Senator Hughes. It's a bill for an act relating to the legislature to amend Section 540101, reissue Vice Statute Nebraska, change the composition of the exec board of the Legislative Council, repeal original sections. This bill was introduced on January 5th, referred to the executive board. The board placed the bill on general file with no committee amendments.
Senator Hughes, you are welcome to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. The membership of the executive board is set in statute. The members include a chairman, a vice chairperson, the speaker, and the chairperson of the Appropriations Committee. The board's membership is also made up of 6 at-large members, 2 from the 3 legislative caucuses. LB 686 modifies the caucus breakdown to reflect the changes that occurred during redistricting this last year. The bill takes the simplest route by moving District 36 from the 3rd district into the 2nd district, which is where District 36 was moved from and to during redistricting. Depending on what happens with this bill, a rules change will be drafted to mirror the same change for the 3 on-committee caucuses. As you can anticipate, it is important to make the change now so the legislature can proceed with its reorganization in January of 2023. Colleagues, when the clerk brought this issue to my attention, I said, Mr. Clerk, draft the bill and make it as simple as possible. And that's what he did. I did not look at this until we heard the bill in executive board. So I want to make that very clear. My fingerprints are not on this at all. I asked the clerk to draw it. This is what they came back with. This is what the board agreed on, and this is the bill that we have. I would appreciate your green vote, and I'd be happy to try and answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Debate is now open on LB 686. Senator Matt Hansen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Colleagues, I hope we can have some discussion in LB 686, and I hope we can find an agreeable way to move forward. First, as background, obviously, our tradition has been to split the congressional districts, in terms of our exec board, such that approximately 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 resides in each congressional district in terms of electing our committee and committee members and exec board members. I know that's more for the public. With this proposal, as I understand it, the green copy of LB 686 would move just one district, what is currently now Senator Williams' district, LE 36, from the 3rd congressional district to the 2nd congressional district, which would, in function, switch that from being the 3rd congressional district having 17 to the 2nd congressional district being the one that has 17. Because a third doesn't quite work out with 49. We need to do 16, 16, 17. One of the weird things in this, though, that I would like to point out and address is that not everyone still fits in those congressional districts. Most pointedly, as I'm looking at a map, LD 14, which is currently by Senator Arch, will stay in what we call the 2nd Congressional District Caucus, despite the entirety of that legislative district being in the 1st Congressional District now. There are some similar other things where we struggle, where, for example, Senator Bostman's LD 23 is split in half, Senator Coulterman's LD 44 is split in half, Senator Ben Hansen's LD 16 is split in half, and some others that we could look at and decide where fits right. But for me, the fact that LD 14 is now representing a caucus that is entirely not within it is of question, and hopefully something that we could easily just switch out and move around. I know there's been some discussions and some amendments to talk about things. I hope there's an opportunity to discuss that moving forward. I will say at this point, I would like to just resolve that in some way. This is one of those. I'm happy to have a discussion tonight. I'm happy to work on it between general and select. But for me, I just really struggle with saying these congressional district caucuses are going to represent us and pick us. And then to have somebody have a legislative district, regardless of who serves in it, in the future, have a legislative district that doesn't sit within the congressional district caucus it's supposed to represent. And again, that is LD 14 has been, as I see it, has been flipped entirely from the 2nd congressional district to the 1st congressional district when we changed where that line ran through Sarpy County and moved Saunders County into the 2nd congressional district. Conversely, the Saunders County is now in the 2nd congressional district, but that senator is in the 1st congressional district caucus. Which there's lots of pieces to move around, and I understand there's probably not going to always be a fair spot to do. I know in the past, for example, Senator Roy Baker lived in Lancaster County, but was part of the 3rd CD caucus because the balance of his district was in the 3rd Congressional District with Gage County. I know some of those oddities can happen, especially when we can't line these lines up perfect. But in my mind, we should start with at least having all the congressional districts not contain any legislative districts they don't contain any part of. So that's where I'm starting from. Be excited to listen to debate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Matt Hansen yield to a question?
Senator Hansen, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I was trying to follow what you said about the different districts moving in and out of congressional districts, but I kind of lost the thread. So I see 14, but you mentioned another one.
Yeah, so 14 is, I guess, what's your, can you say your question?
Okay, sorry. So I caught, you said that LD 14 moved from the 2nd CD to the 1st CD, but I thought you also said there was another LD that moved from one CD to another.
So it depends, I suppose. Are we talking about on the map or are we talking in the bill? So LD 14.
I mean on the map, sorry.
Yeah, that's the main one. In addition to obviously LD 36, which moved from the Gothenburg area to Sarpy County. That's accounted for in the bill, but the LD 14 move isn't.
Okay, and LD 36 is now in CD2?
Yeah, that's the kind of new Sarpy. I believe it's like the Springfield and kind of western Sarpy County area.
Okay, yeah, all right. Sorry, the maps that I have are not super easy to read. Thank you, Senator Hansen.
Of course.
Senator Hughes, would you like some time? I'll yield my time to Senator Hughes.
Senator Hughes, 3 minutes, 25.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. I do appreciate that. I did remember something that I forgot to include in my opening. Colleagues, if you look at the rules on how the legislature draws their caucuses, they've got nothing to do with congressional districts. That's been kind of a broad guide in the past, but the rules say we must draw 3 caucuses. We have 2 with 16, 1 with 17, but it's got nothing in our rules or statute says they have to adhere to congressional districts. That's why I said, I asked Patrick, the clerk of the legislature, to draw the easiest map possible. So there was no concern. If you look at past maps, there have been legislative districts that have straddled congressional districts. So this is nothing new. The congressional districts have no bearing on where we put our lines. We put our lines with our district, legislative districts. We just need to draw 3 sets of those for our committee on committee assignments and purposes. Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wayne, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm going to be present, not voting on this one. On select file, there will be some issues if we don't get it fixed. And what I mean by that is Senator Arch is no longer in CD2. Senator Bostelman has most of his population in CD2, so maybe there. But if we're just picking random people who aren't in CD2, I mean, I'll take Erdman over Arch. If we're gonna, I can rank them, and we'll start picking people if they don't even have to be in there. I mean, Senator Hansen, that'll be great. It's a shorter drive than Senator Erdman, but I do think there needs to be some logic behind these maps. And part of the reason why I think it's important is because they set up all of our committees in our committee structure. And I think without some type of, and I understand this is the easiest to do. And in a short session, we had to make sure going into next year, our caucuses were correct. But we do have enough time with 10 days left that it's either Senator Bostelman or really Senator Bostelman is the only one who kind of makes sense in this sense. But if we're going to just randomly pick, then I think CD2 should get to vote who we want on the island. I think that's only fair. And I know the best time I could pick on Arch is he can't respond when he's in the chair. but I do think I have, out of the 16 who would vote Arch off the island. Thank you, Senator. Thank you. I'll yield the time rest. Back to the chair.
Thank you so much, Senator. Senator Vargas, you are recognized.
Voting people off the island now. Okay. So I'm just going to reiterate this point. I'm on the executive board. I get to serve with my fine colleagues. We just fundamentally disagreed on this. Here's the principles that I brought, because I try to bring the amendment to change this, or an amendment to change it. And it's very simple. Even though there's nothing that is at least written on exactly what the makeup should be, I think we all understand the intent behind having our caucuses and electing our own leaders and electing our own representatives and creating the committee structures, that it's people that have constituents within that congressional district. The argument that was made to us in the executive board was, we've had some arguments in the past when we've had a senator that is in both caucuses, which I get. In this instance, we have a senator that no longer has constituents in the 2nd District Caucus, and not being in the 2nd District Caucus, but then voting and being a member of the 2nd District Caucus when they have no constituents or connections to the District Caucus anymore, didn't make any logical sense. It's why you see many people voting against it in committee, or some people voting against the committee, was because of that logic. It wasn't anything nefarious. It's just, yeah, look, Bostelman is one example. It could and probably should be Bostelman because some of his districts within the caucus, and that would make sense. It's more for the integrity of the process, because as many of you know, at the end of the day, we do have our own conversations, even within caucuses, especially at the beginning of new election years, about our interests. And that's the time that we're getting to talk about certain things. We also get to talk about our own, like I said, leadership and our own members and the committee structure. These are important. It's not trivial. I hope we can make a change somewhere here, if it's between general and select or with an amendment that we currently have. But this isn't a trivial thing. And if we make it trivial, then in the future, we set the precedent that it doesn't really matter who's in the caucus, who isn't, as long as you have 16, 16, and 17, it's distributed somehow, and that's all that matters. You and I know very well, if you have a constituency in a congressional district, and then you're in a caucus where you no longer have interests, you don't have constituencies there, it doesn't smell right. And that's the issue. Look, Bostelman does have people in there. Maybe we just vote somebody on the island, but this doesn't make, it doesn't make sort of policy or pragmatic sense to go in this way. And that was what we brought in committee. And that's why we had the vote the way it is. I think it's really simple. And I hope we can work it out. We still have days. This is not a controversial thing, quite honestly. It's just quite simply, Senator Arch does not represent districts in this congressional district anymore, or people. And why would he still be in our 2nd District Caucus?
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hilgers, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I rise in support of LB 686, and I want to talk a little bit about the logic for what we did, and then also address some of the counter arguments that I've heard on the floor as well in committee, which I understand the logic of many of them, but I don't think in this case, certainly not enough for me to vote no on this. So the logic is very simple. We moved one district during redistricting. You may remember we were here in September. We moved one district, Senator Williams District, from out west in western Nebraska to western Sarpy County. That area is within the 2nd Congressional Caucus, 2nd Congressional District, excuse me. That really wasn't the thing that was that really carried the most weight with me. This was a discussion with the clerk's office. They recommend just moving the one to the eastern side of the state. It seemed like it made a lot of sense to move it into the 2nd District because that is the fastest growing district. They have the most population. That's the area that has, if you're going to have 16 or 17, it seems natural with all the population growth shift going to the east for them to have 17. But it struck me, I think it struck the majority of the members of the committee, that just moving one from one caucus to the other was the cleanest way to do it, simplest, cleanest way to do it. Now, there's multiple counter arguments to this. One of which is, well, this isn't within the actual boundary lines of the actual second district caucus. Well, the district Senator Williams is, but others aren't. So Senator Arch, as an example, might be an example. And I don't think, as Senator Hughes has pointed out, we have not drawn our committees. We have not put we talk about them in the context of first and second and third. And I think we think in our mind that means that they follow the map, the lines of the map for each congressional district. And that actually just isn't the case. We list them out in the rule book. This caucus has these particular districts. This other caucus has these districts, et cetera. It isn't as if we follow the exact lines. Now, generally speaking, they do, but not always. In fact, my first year on the Rules Committee, we talked about moving one senator from one district to another, and that was shot down because even though that senator's district was in actually the first congressional district, that was shot down because we don't directly follow congressional lines. So that is number one. Secondly, I would say there's a lot of reason from a logistics perspective to not have to go down this road of saying, well, every time we have a district change, congressional district change, we need to redo all the maps. Sometimes that's a very clean change. You might only move one district or the like, but sometimes in the case of this last year, maybe it's a more significant change. Should Senator Bosselman be in the second district caucus? Senator Bosselman, in the 6 years I've served with him, has been in the first district caucus. As a member of the first district caucus, he has had a seat before he was chair on the Natural Resources Committee. He was on that committee. He was on the Transportation Committee as a member of the first district caucus. He's worked with and voted for members of the Committee on Committees and the Executive Board as a member of the first district caucus. Now, if Senator Bosselman, I'm using him, he's in front of me, he's in the first district, and the area, the landmass of his district got moved in the second district, so he's a good example. If Senator Bosselman was being term limited, it wouldn't be an issue because we'd have a brand new senator who would be building fresh ground up relationships with whatever caucus we were moving that senator into. So what's being suggested, if we want to do a total congressional change, to match the lines, what was suggested in committee is we had three different senators we had to move. We had to move Senator Williams' district, then we had to move Senator Hansen out, then we had to move Senator Arch, and all of a sudden you are disrupting relationships. You're disrupting the connectivity between various caucuses and the people who put them on their district, put them on their committees, their representation on the exec board, et cetera. Now, I certainly could envision a scenario where we have decided that we want to have everything done by district lines. If that was the case, that might be something we would have considered. Thank you, Mr. President. That may be something we would have considered during redistricting. Maybe we put that in our redistricting guidelines. We want to make sure there's cohesion amongst the senators who are in the first district caucus or the second district caucus. But that's not what we've done historically. That's not what we've done. Typically, we just move the district that was moved lately from west to east, and that is what we have done. And so I think I understand the arguments. There's some facial appeal to some of those arguments, but I think at the end of the day, LB 686 is a clean, simple solution to what we did in redistricting that is based on historical precedent and is least disruptive of the members' relationships who are coming back in those various caucuses. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Matt Hansen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I guess my rebuttal to all of this would be kind of, if we don't base it on the congressional districts, what do we base it on? Because we're obviously not making like an Omaha metropolitan area caucus, because if that's the case, 3 and 45, which are the two districts in Bellevue, wouldn't be in the first congressional district with us in Lincoln. If we were going to make like an Omaha metropolitan district caucus and ignore congressional district boundaries altogether, we would be moving 3 and 45 into that, and we'd be probably kicking out 39 and maybe 36 because those are more outside of the Omaha area to get to the right number. I wouldn't support that. I don't think we should go that route, but like that would, if you're saying the goal is to just kind of keep areas of the state together, why are we doing that? You know, why is LD1 in the 3rd Congressional District with the rest of Nebraska in the Panhandle when we've made an Eastern Nebraska district? No, I think that it's very clear that we've pretty traditionally had these districts based on congressional district. That's what we call them, and that's what we talk about them, and that's how we act about them. And that's, I know in the rules we don't literally say it, but like we clearly list these districts based on this. And to say the only thing we did in redistricting was to move 36 from the Gothenburg area to Sarpy County ignores the other thing that we did. Because you can't, when you're looking at comparing legislative districts, congressional districts, you can't just look at the move of the legislative district. You have to look at the move of congressional district. And so in addition to moving one legislative district, picking up the district and moving it, we also moved CD2 considerably farther west than it has ever been. CD2 now encompasses, rather than being centered in Omaha and just a little bit of Sarpy County, now includes all of Saunders County and moves considerably farther west than it ever has. And there's more of Sarpy County in CD1 than there ever has been, including more of the population centers of around Papillion and La Vista, in addition to Bellevue, which we've had the last 2 cycles. I'm like I said, I wanted to talk about this, kind of raise my concern. I think it's bad precedent that we don't stay along the lines of congressional districts. There are all sorts of things that actually I don't like about this map, and I'm willing to put by the side. But if you look at it, for example, Senator Bostman's, most of his population's in a different congressional district than his caucus. Senator Ben Hansen, I believe, most of his population is going to be in a different congressional district. Senator Coulterman's district split about 50-50, and I suppose you could flip a coin in that one. You're seeing the issues in Lancaster County, where much of Lancaster County, much of the city of Lincoln and the south side of Lincoln isn't going to be represented by senators that caucus with the rest of the other Lincoln senators. And that's where I'm saying I have some struggles with why we're doing this. So I initially got up and said, hey, 14 doesn't fit in its congressional district anymore. Let's fix it. If we're saying we're going to just go based on like geographic areas and we're not going to care about congressional districts, why on earth are we splitting Lancaster County the way we are? Like, that's maybe something we should be looking at then too, because we're saying, no, just like kind of the boundaries of people whose districts are near each other matter more specifically than congressional districts. Then there's no way that all of South Lincoln should be having senators who live in other counties and caucus with the kind of the rest of Nebraska and the largest territory, if we're not calling it the CD3 caucus, the Greater Nebraska Caucus. If that's the argument we want to make, is that these are actually balanced on those, like we can, but that's a new thing for me. When I got up and said, I think LD 14 should be in the congressional district that it wholly is contained in, I wasn't expecting the rebuttal that these are no longer tied to congressional districts, and please ignore the fact that we've referred to them as congressional district caucuses for at least the 8 years I've been here, if not longer. So I think we're going to have some time to talk about this. I really didn't intend for this to be much of a deal. I'm happy. I've sketched out some trades and some amendments. I think one of the easiest ones is you can kind of do a round robin kind of around the Lincoln area to make everything balance out. And you get to decide which congressional district you want to have the 17, gives you some flexibility. There's some things to move because, again, we have several congressional districts or legislative districts that are split. So you kind of have some fair choices of, for example, Senator Coulterman, Seward's in one congressional district, York's in the other. Well, which one does that district go with? But then there's some that plainly just don't fit in their congressional district. Like LD 14 just doesn't fit in its congressional district anymore. And if we're going to say we're going to ignore this and say we can't do it based in congressional districts, then we should have no way should we be splitting up Lincoln the way we do. So with that, Mr. President, I think I'm about out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Clerk, for a motion.
Mr. President, Senator Cavanaugh would move to bracket the bill until March 30th.
Senator Cavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. So it seems like everything that we talked about yesterday, all the meetings don't seem to be happening anymore. And so I thought, well, let's talk about redistricting then. Since people aren't meeting anymore, let's talk about redistricting. And one of my favorite resources is the legislature's website where our reports are. So you can go to nebraskalegislature.org, and on the left-hand side, there's a whole bunch of tabs. I'll just tell the pages this. They're actually here to learn. So, okay, so on the left-hand side, there's a whole bunch of like little categories. One is reports. If you click on reports, it is a treasure trove. So I was just sitting here thinking about how horrible redistricting was and how I never wanted to relive it again, but here we are. And then I found out that there's a redistricting newsletter, but it's only from 2010. So a history of redistricting. Let's dig in, friends. This is Volume 1, Number 5, 2010, Redistricting 2011, A History of Legislative Redistricting in Nebraska from the Legislative Research Office. Compared to many other states, Nebraska has enjoyed a rather controversy-free history when it comes to legislative redistricting. Even then, in 2 out of the past 5 decades, the state has come up against judicial sanctions for enacting plans the courts have deemed to be constitutionally infirm, which I did not know was a term. So if any of you are going to law school, constitutionally infirm. Okay. A brief examination of the record follows. Okay, we're starting in 1934. This is exciting. Voters approve an amendment to the Nebraska Constitution submitted to them via the initiative process, authorizing the establishment of a unicameral legislature. Legislative terms are 2 years in length. The legislature is authorized to redraw district boundaries from time to time. It's the quotes, from time to time, but not more often than every 10 years. Can you imagine if we just from time to time, we're like, hey, friends, you know what we should do? Let's just redraw our maps. That was so much fun. Don't you want to do it again? In 1934, apparently we could have done that. So, okay, but not more often than every 10 years. Utilizing population figures from the most recent federal decennial census. District boundaries are to follow county lines, except that a county can be divided into 2 or more districts when it contains population sufficient to entitle it to 2 or more members of the legislature. When a county is divided, the districts are to be as nearly equal in population as may be and composed of continuous and compact territories. I just realized I'm the next one in the queue, so I'm going to, that way you don't have to hear me for 15 minutes straight. Although I'm sure y'all are going to be enthralled. Okay, so then we get to 1935. We're just trucking right along. We were in 1934, now we're in 1935. Legislation enacted setting up a 43 district legislative plan to take effect in 1937. The 43 districts were rather equitably arranged on the basis of the population census of 1930, according to an article from the February 1950 issue of the National Municipal Review. 1937, the unicameral legislature meets for the first time. Yay! 1961, wow, we took a G. We're almost like jumping 30 years ahead. Whew. Okay, 1961. As the years passed, almost 30 of them, eastward population shifts within the state result in growing population inequality among legislative districts created in 1935. By 1960, the most populous district had a population of 100,000, and the smallest was reported to be 18,000. According to the article in the spring 1978 edition of the Nebraska State Historical Society's journal, Nebraska History. 100,000. That's big for now. 650, however many years later. 60 years later. In response to this population disparity and recognizing the need to redraw district boundaries, the 1961 legislature adopts 2 proposals relating to redistricting. Both are constitutional amendments to be submitted to the voters at the 1962 general election. One establishes 4-year terms for senators, with 1/2 of the membership to be cleared every 2 years. The other adds language loosening the county line requirement. It provides that county lines should be followed whenever practical during redistricting. But that other established lines may be used at the discretion of the legislature. Most importantly, for those representing areas which were losing residents to the more populous eastern end of the state, one of the proposed constitutional amendments provides that in such redistricting, primary emphasis shall be placed on population and not less than 20% nor more than 30% weight shall be given to an area. The intent, according to previously cited article from the spring 1978 edition of Nebraska History, was to permit up to 30% population disparity among districts. Wow, that's kind of a lot. 1962, just trucking along again. The U.S. Supreme Court rules in Baker versus Carr 369 U.S. 186 in 1962 that legislative redistricting cases, though political in nature, are subject to judicial review, and that plaintiffs may mount a challenge to redistricting plans based on provisions of the U.S. Constitution. In November, Nebraska voters approved both constitutional amendments adopted by the legislature in 1961. So that is when we went from 2 years to 4-year terms, and when we went to having it took me a second to realize that every senator that has an even numbered district are all up for election at the same time, an odd number at the same time. So that's when that happened, apparently. Okay, and 1963, during the 1963 session, the legislature enacts its first redistricting plan since 1935, using a formula that enables senators to give 20% weight to area in establishing a legislative district boundaries. The bill also increases the number of legislative districts from 43 to 49, 1963. That's when we went up to 49. We don't have many slots left up there, so we gotta be careful. The plan establishes legislative districts with populations ranging from a high of 35,757 in District 35, Hall County, which I believe is now District 30. Isn't Senator Dorn Hall County? No, he's Gage County. Well, I'll figure out who's Hall County. Somebody I sit on a committee with because I think I hear them say it a lot. Okay, to a low of 21,703 in District 43, which is Sheridan, Cherry, and Brown counties. I know where Cherry County is, so I'm thinking that that might be Senator Brewer's district or else Senator Johnson's. In August 1963, a lawsuit is filed challenging the constitutionality of the new plan based on the consideration given to area in establishing legislative districts. See League of Nebraska Municipalities versus Marsh, 1964, below. 1964. Well, we didn't have to wait long for that. The following June, the U.S. Supreme Court hands down the ruling in Reynolds versus Sims 377 U.S. 533, 1964. The case popularly known as the one person, one vote case. Yay! Love that. One person, one vote is important. The main effect of this ruling is to establish that the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution requires the populations of legislative districts be as equal as practical. I will probably pause there. So you're going to have to hang on to your hats for the next is the Nebraska League of Nebraska Municipalities versus Marsh, 1964. But this is like a cliffhanger for you all. So with that, I will yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Speaker Hilgers, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening again, colleagues. I wanted to go back to our rules because I think it's important to think about how this is structured and to understand what is and what is not part of the organizing principle of our caucuses. And the reason that's important is because we always talk about these first district, second district, third district. And I'm not sure how long we've been doing that. Maybe we've been doing that as long as we've had executive board members separated amongst these different groups of senators, or as long as we've had the committee on committees also separated amongst those groups of senators. There may be at a time, and if we go back, maybe I'll ask the assistant clerk at some point in the interim to help me with some research on this. But the truth is, colleagues, our rules don't say anything about first or second or third district caucus. And I'll just refer you to page 1 if we talk about some of the how these are listed out and the way that the rules talk about it. I won't read the entire provision, but I'll just give you an example. The legislature, the legislature elects 2 from legislative districts 2, 3, 15, 16, 19, 21 through 29, 45, and 46. That is the sum total of the definition and scope around what we call our first district caucus. So nowhere in here does does our rule book, and nowhere in the statute for the executive board does it say that what we're trying to accomplish is putting senators within the boundary, the geographical boundaries of the congressional districts in which their districts are located. That's not in the rules. We talk about that shorthand, and I think then we sort of the logic kind of follows, but not necessarily, but it follows. People think, okay, well, I'm in the 1st congressional district, so where's the 1st congressional district? Well, I know what that is. It's up, you know, it includes Lincoln and Lancaster County and all these other areas, and it's got Madison County. Therefore, if I'm in District 19, Senator Flood, well, I've got to be in the 1st caucus. By the way, nowhere does it say 1st congressional, by the way. But there's a lot of other factors that could be at play, all of which, none of which are foreclosed by our rules or the executive board. I mentioned a couple of them. One is just continuity. So think about the relationships that you develop within your district, your individual caucus, and whether it's the members that you vote on for committee on committees or exec board, those are the people you work with your entire tenure. So for my entire 6 years in the legislature, Senator Moorfeld has been on the committee on committees. And when it's not just an abstract consideration, because those are the individuals in the committee on committees context who help put you on the committees. They know your skill set. They know what you're looking to accomplish. They know what committees you're trying to be on. And if they have some continuity, those are the people you work with to try to get on committees over the course of your time here in the legislature. So those folks, they've got specific knowledge and they help work with you to help get you on your committees. Now, if you are like Senator Williams and you are termed out and then you move your district from, say, the 3rd district to the 1st district, that there's nothing lost in that exchange. There's nothing lost in that exchange. But if you are Senator Arch and you are in the 2nd district and you've been working with your committee on committee members, and now you're in the 1st district, you do lose something. You do lose something significant. When it comes to the exec board, I know when I've heard this more times than I can count in various conversations, either in committee hearings or off the mic or even on the floor, where we talk very explicitly that the exec board members for each of these different caucuses are your representatives. Now, obviously, the whole board represents the entire legislature, but oftentimes we say, hey, you've got individuals who represent your caucus. They really do represent you. That's your relationship. Those are the people you know. Those are the people you're working with. Of course, we have relationships with other members on the caucus, but that is, thank you, Mr. President, but that is actually something that's real and significant. And so if you're moving people around, we could do that. We certainly could do a different methodology, and we could say, let's just do it all by geographic boundaries. Now, we'd have to, when it comes to the rules, we'd have to probably want to change the rules to reflect that, and we probably would want to, because we'd want to make it explicit that that's the organizing methodology that we are choosing. But in doing so, yes, you do gain something, but I think there are other things that you lose. And I think whether you agree or disagree or think this is the wrong approach, I can understand that, I can respect that. I think there's a very strong rational basis for this, and it's one that has historical precedent and one that creates, at least ensures, the most continuity going into next year for senators and their relationships with others. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Lathrop, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I kind of feel compelled to speak on this. I may have been the only one around, well, I suppose Senator Flood was, and maybe Aguilar, the last time we did redistricting. And part of me wants to go into how we're breaking all kinds of norms around here now, but let me tell you what the norm was, because we were here, I was here 10 years ago when we did this, and when we did redistricting, Senator Crawford ended up in the 1st. And we looked at the geography of the congressional district and said at the time, well, Senator Crawford is now in the 1st, so she moved to that caucus. Historically, the norm, we've always done it this way. The congressional districts is not just a term. Historically, people who have observed the norms have set the caucuses according to the congressional districts. If you wanted my friend Senator Arch, who I like, none of this is personal, of course, Mr. President, but if you wanted Senator Arch there, you could have drawn the congressional districts differently, and had that in mind. If you didn't, I suspect you did. But the reality is, historically, and the norms of this body have been to place people in their congressional districts. So to suggest that there's historical precedence for leaving someone in the second congressional district who is no part of their district is in there, and the second congressional district has one more member than the others, just doesn't make sense. I mean, if you're just going to change the norm, which has happened a lot around here, and how we do business, that's one thing, and you can say that, and then that's the way it'll be. And this will probably, just like a lot of things, just come down to the number of votes and whoever's paying attention. But this is not the way it's been done historically, and there's a reason we call them the first congressional caucus and the second and the third congressional caucus, because that's how we've organized this place for a long time. I know when we had to move Senator Crawford 10 years ago, that was because that was the norm and that's how it was done. So I offer that as some insight into the historical practice of this body and why I believe LB 686, until it's amended, should fail. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wayne, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. President. I just don't know how much time I can take talking on this issue, because I just can't figure out the logic behind it. I stared at the map over and over, and there's just not really a connection for 14, or Senator Arch's district, to be in CD2. When I look at the rest of the map, they all have a logical connection. And I understand Speaker Hildreth spoke about relationships, but there isn't a relationship in District 36 that's coming into CD2. That's going to be a brand new person. And in fact, a quarter of the body turns over every 2 years. So there isn't a relationship anywhere. You kind of just start whatever caucus you're in. And so I'm trying in my head to figure out why CD1 shouldn't have 17 and what's the drawbacks. I already drew out different committee assignments and played with the numbers. It doesn't make sense to me. And so there isn't a logical connection of just keeping a district that is not even touching, not even in, like, there isn't a piece in it in CD2 there. If we're just randomly adding one, then we can add anyone. I mean, and honestly, it makes more sense if we did a Omaha and Lincoln congressional district, or we did, I mean, for that matter, we can draw legislative districts by watershed. I mean, they got more in common than what we're doing right now. The logic behind this, I'm really, really struggling with. And I don't think this is a big ask. And the fact that people are pushing back on it tells me there's something else underlining this move. By moving Senator Arch to CD1, that actually aligns, because Senator Sanders and who's up, I'm thinking, Senator Blood, and then Senator Arch, because I just going through redistricting in my head, are all part of the same congressional district. It seems like they would have more in common than North and South Omaha. So there's just not a lot of, and I understand we want to make things simple, and sometimes it's just simpler, but simpler isn't always better. I just spent all day going through 1024 and taking some simple language out to make sure it actually is supposed to do what it's supposed to do and it's best for everyone, like how to put Lancaster County and Lincoln into 1024. That it would have been simpler just to keep them out, but something about doing the right thing we should be trying to do. So when I'm looking up the handy dandy map that Senator Holleran always passes out, I'm struggling, and I can't say it no other way. So I guess I'll start talking about something else if I'm going to take more time, because this just doesn't make sense. I can't figure out what else to say about it. I'll yield my time back to the chair.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Clerk, for an announcement.
Mr. President, a message from the governor. Dear Mr. President, members of the legislature, I am returning LB 1073 without my signature and with my objections. LB 1073 purports to force me in my official capacity to apply for $120 million of federal funds from a second round of optional federal funding for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERAP. The bill also requires me to disperse all funds received. I am fundamentally opposed to seeking additional federal ERAP funds. As Nebraskans, we value resourcefulness and self-reliance. We also care for our neighbors. We recognize that extraordinary times such as a natural disaster or global pandemic warrant extra assistance. During the height of the coronavirus pandemic, Nebraskans stepped up to help those in need. All the federal and state level, we did the same. The state has received and is distributing an unprecedented amount of federal funding, over $24 billion, to help Nebraskans weather the storm over this past 2 years. At a certain point, however, we must acknowledge that the storm has passed and we need to get back to the Nebraska way. The ERAP is no longer about addressing the impacts of coronavirus. Instead, taking 3 more years of federal funding to make rental payments will create a government subsidy that will make people reliant on the government for years to come. We must guard against big government socialism where people are incentivized not to work, but are instead encouraged to rely on government handouts well after an emergency is over. We cannot justify asking for federal relief when Nebraska has the lowest unemployment rate in the nation, and we are no longer in a state of emergency. The state still has $30 million of unused ERAP funds. That means that after more than a year, we have only expended about 40% of the program's dollars. The remainder is more than enough to meet the legitimate needs for citizens through the end of the year. It has been alleged that dollars remain in the current program because the application process is somehow arduous. That is flatly untrue. The ERAP application is no more burdensome to complete than applications which individuals file for food stamps or Medicare benefits, or applications that small business owners, farmers, ranchers, and child care centers were required to complete federal assistance from other federal CARES Act grant programs, which the state has administered for the last 2 years. Like the ERAP program, these programs all require an applicant to demonstrate their identity, their location, and that they experienced a financial loss due to COVID-19. These steps are prudent to prevent fraud and to protect the integrity of taxpayer funds. Finally, some believe we should take the money simply because it's available. However, there's no such thing as free money. The second round of ERAP dollars is a perfect example of the kind of blind spending from the federal government that has ushered in record inflation. If we continue to pile on our national debt, our kids and grandkids will be the ones footing the bill. In Nebraska, that's not who we are. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to sustain my veto of LB 1073. Sincerely, Pete Ricketts, Governor. In addition, Mr. President, some items for the record. Senator Lathrop, an amendment to 1241A to be printed. Senator Pansy Brooks to 984. That's all I have.
We will continue with debate. Senator Vargas, you are recognized.
Sorry, I'm still processing everything that you just said. Just a moment, because the hard part that I have with that is we're trying to be as pragmatic as possible. Part of the rationale for not at least accepting and applying for the $120 million, that does not make any logical sense to me in terms of utilizing these funds for good when we're doing the same thing with federal ARPA dollars. We're going to have to process that. Okay, the congressional districts. There are 2 substantial changes here. And this is just a reminder, everybody, we drafted these maps. This was part of the negotiation. This should be an easy thing. Many people have said it. Senator Wader just said it. I'm not entirely sure why this isn't a simple fix that we can make. I mean, there is one substantial change that does happen. The 3rd district has 17 senators, and we moved a legislative district over in the 2nd congressional district. And you would think we could just keep the 16, and then we would lose Arch, not because we don't love and appreciate Senator Arch, but Senator Arch's constituents are no longer in the 2nd congressional district. But we decided to still keep him in the second congressional district, even though he has no representation in the district anymore, which does also fundamentally change. Now we're going from 17 in the third, 16 in the first, and 16 in the second to making it 16 in the third, 16 in the first, and 17 senators in the second. I don't understand the rationale. And again, I brought this up in committee. I tried to make an amendment change, largely because I didn't think it was going to be a big deal, because there are guiding principles with how we draft this as it is. We're not trying to deviate away from the congressional districts as drawn. That's why this is drafted the way it is. But when you clearly look at the metro area map, and if you don't have it, it's going around. You can come talk to me and share it. It is fundamentally clear that legislative district 14 is not within this. So I'm not really sure how we move forward here. I would urge people to vote no, because there's a principle here. It's not in our rules. It's the principle of whether or not we made new redistricting maps, and we should have legislative districts that represent those interests, because there are consequences to who is in our caucus. And I'm not following why this wouldn't be an easy change. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator John Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would join Senator Vargas's comments that this is not personal against Senator Arch. We all love Senator Arch, the chair, at the moment. But so I rise in, I guess, opposition to LB 686. I've been listening to the debate. I didn't see this one coming down the pipe before we were debating it and people were talking about it. And I was over there. I looked at the map that Senator Vargas just referenced, and it is pretty clear that the new congressional district map we draws out LD 14. And I heard Speaker Hilgers talk about that the caucuses are not necessarily congressional districts, that we call them by the same numbers that we call the congressional districts, and that they're more about community fidelity and those sorts of things, being near each other. But of course, there are legislative districts directly to the east of LD 14 that I believe are in the first congressional district, or the first caucus, if you will, as Senator Matt Hansen pointed out, that are just as close to the Omaha area in those districts and just as close to LD 14. And so if we're going to a system, it needs to be rational, needs to be logical, and needs to have a justification for how it's set up. And I understand that the speaker is saying that the organizational structure is not by congressional district. It's just coincidental that it is congressional district aligned. But it does seem that historically, congressional district is a logical way in which to sort of fit these things together. And because we have the three caucuses, and in all things, we try to have each congressional or legislative district be proportional by population, which was, I think we settled on about 40,000 people during the redistricting. And then the congressional districts were all as close to equal population as possible, which we got within a few people, maybe even one person as they were drawn. And you all remember that debate. That was a long couple weeks in September where we worked out all of this to get these maps. But we did have the proposed map, actually, that I think Senator Wayne had drawn and Senator Wayne's office had worked on, did include what is now the territory of where LD 14 is in the second congressional district. But it became imperative for this body to draw a different map that didn't include that portion in the second congressional district, but did include Saunders County, which had never been a part of the second congressional district before. And so we contorted the districts in a way to exclude this fundamental, this natural community from the congressional district. But now we're contorting in a way to make sure that this legislative district is in the same caucus. And so we are picking and choosing, I guess, which way we go and which communities are important and necessary to be part of each other and close to each other. And mind you that the legislative district that covers part of Saunders County is actually, I think, in the 1st congressional district now, or the 1st caucus, sorry. And so we are going out of our way to, I guess, divert from a logical, rational structure here. And the problem with that is, if we divert from that, the question is, what are we basing it on, and why are we doing it, and what is the justification for this? And so if it is based off of congressional district, thank you, Mr. President, I understand the logic. I understand what we're doing. I understand how we get to where we are, and I understand how we get to, with having an odd number, that we get to one district, one caucus that has 17 and 2 that have 16. Does that sound right? That's right. But if we are diverting from any rational, logical reason for the structure, I don't understand how we decided which one ended up with 17 and which ones ended up with 16. And that is not how we should make this decision, and that's not how we should organize. Organization should be organized, and so we should have a rationale for that organization. And so I will be against LB 686. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Matt Hansen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, diverging from the exec board for a moment, no doubt, as you heard, the veto letter has just been read across the desk by the clerk of my priority bill, Senator Wayne's LB 1073. Let me just let everybody know that, and I've mentioned this before, enacting this law and accepting this funds still matters without the emergency clause. It still matters with the governor's opposition. There are some minimum amount of funds that are going to be available to Nebraska for a while, but the longer we wait to accept them, the less we will get. So the governor's decisive decline is unfortunate and is only going to hurt. And anytime the legislature waits or pushes this issue to down the line or in the future, is only going to mean less rental assistance for Nebraska when we ultimately get it. And I want to be clear that I think we will ultimately get this rental assistance in Nebraska one way or another. There are enough options and enough avenues that we're going to keep working on. It is, I have talked with Senator Wayne, and I do know we are planning on doing a veto override. Make no mistake, that is coming. Because of the emergency clause is no longer attached, though, it didn't necessarily have to happen tonight or didn't have to happen tomorrow. So we're working with Speaker Hilgers on a time that we can get that scheduled, and will be on the agenda. I do want to say, so that's all the background. I do want to say, and just let me refute several of the assertions and several of the things in Governor Ricketts' veto letter, to me, are simply incorrect or a pretty severe twisting of the facts. I would hope that the governor makes his policy decisions based on the actual understanding of the program that his administration administers, but ultimately it doesn't look like that is the case. And additionally, I find the discussion of the governor's ARPA bill and how generous we are that the governor let us design his ARPA bill at the same time he's saying we don't need extra funds from the federal government. And it's unfortunate that he is unilaterally denying Nebraskans this ability to have these funds. It is fully on his decision to just simply reject the funds out of hand, not even take them conditionally, not even take them and put good or new or whatever metrics or rules or regulations on them, just reject them out of hand and force us as a legislature to kind of scrap and figure out at the 11th hour how to try and get them from the federal government. Colleagues, ultimately the power of the purse is a fundamentally legislative priority. The spending priorities of the state are ours as a legislature. That is one of the key powers of our branch. That is why the budget comes through us. That is why the appropriations matter so much. And to have a governor be able to just unilaterally deny the acceptance of federal funds, I think is inappropriate. And I think we should work hard to make sure that we have an opportunity to get this done and get these accepted in Nebraska. Every day we're going to wait, we risk losing more and more of that 120 million. I think we've already lost some just by not having the E clause, and I hope we don't lose any more than necessary. But we will do the veto override, and I'm confident we will get the emergency rental assistance funds to Nebraska one way or another. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hunt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that whatever the strategy was on LB 686 might be backfiring, because I don't think anybody was very suspicious about it until we started asking questions. And the veracity of the defensiveness of the defense, and well, this is why we need it. And I love Senator Hilgers, we get along great, but he has a little bit of a tell, I think, when he goes into, I do a little impression of him actually, and I don't know if I can do it right now. He'll really tend to stand on the mic and then he'll speak with a lot of authority, colleagues. And that authority is something that's certainly earned over time because, of course, he is an attorney and he is, he's been to very nice colleges and he's a very smart guy as well as a friendly guy. And a friendly guy who is also a smart guy does tend to have good opinions. And that sometimes commands a lot of authority from the body and from people watching possibly. So when you look at the rule book and you see on page 8, and you see the type of things that it says there, what it really matters and what it comes down to, colleagues, is that the norms are not always the rules. And it's just something like that. And it's kind of like I'm listening and I love you, but it's like, dude, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if you're even saying anything. And I think that with that happening on LB 686, it's got my antenna up and I'm kind of going, what is this really about? What is really going on here? Next time you do that, Senator Hilgers, I'm going to point it out to you because it is a little bit of a tell. And maybe it's nothing. I am certainly open to being wrong, but the defensiveness on why we really need this bill this way and why we can't be open to an amendment, it's a little suspicious to me, colleagues. As for Governor Ricketts' veto of LB 1073 for the emergency rental assistance, listen again to this final paragraph that he wrote. And listen with an open mind. He says, finally, some believe we should take the money simply because it's available. However, there's no such thing as free money. The second round of ERAP dollars is a perfect example of the kind of blind spending from the federal government that has ushered in record inflation. And if we continue to pile onto our national debt, our kids and grandkids will be the ones footing the bill. In Nebraska, that's not who we are. Colleagues, with the emergency rental assistance, we're not talking about free money. We're talking about money you literally already paid to the government. It's a service that you have literally paid for, and the government has come back to Nebraska, the federal government has come back to Nebraska and said, oh, here is your receipt for your rental assistance, and here is your piping hot rental assistance that you paid for. And the governor is saying, no, we cannot accept it. I'm sending it back to the kitchen because there's no such thing as a free lunch. There's no free money. Nebraskans, colleagues, we already paid for this. Why are we sending back lunch that we already paid for? What's going to end up happening is we will just in effect be paying for rental assistance for other states. If we don't take advantage of benefits, offered to us by the federal government, which come to us through acts of Congress, through acts of the executive privilege of the executive, of the president. And those things come to us from people who are duly elected just like we are. We elect people to go to the federal government to decide what to do with our federal tax dollars. And they have decided, hey, Nebraska, you already paid us all these tax dollars, and we'd like to give some back to you in the form of rental assistance. If we refuse that money, they don't go, oh, we'll just use that to pay down the national debt then so that our grandkids don't have to bear this burden. I hope my grandkids watch this footage in 50 years or something. Hopefully I have grandkids, and they say, Grandma, I wish that you could have just been able to afford a house and afford your rent. Like, it's really fine with me. I'm cool with the national debt. I don't know any person on earth who really thinks that that's a big deal. And refusing this money doesn't do anything to save the money of our grandchildren. It's just refusing services that we've already paid for.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I actually haven't been paying that close of attention to this debate, but I do want to say on behalf of Senator Arch, who cannot talk because he's in the chair, I would, unlike Senator Wayne, I don't think you're just tradable. So I just wanted that said for the record. But I also, as far as this bill goes, I'm not entirely sure what's up and what's down. But it's not about Senator Arch. Just make that clear. Okay, so I don't want to leave the pages hanging indefinitely. So before I move on to other things, I will finish 1964. Okay, I hope you all are ready. So when we left off, we were in 1964 and the US Supreme Court had made a decision. Now, in July of 1964, the US District Court for the District of Nebraska rules in the League of Nebraska Municipalities versus Marsh 232 F.Sup.411 1964 that the portion of the 1962 amendment to the Nebraska Constitution allowing the legislature to give consideration to area when, sorry, area is in air quotes. I should do that for transcribers. Area when redistricting is unconstitutional. The court holds that the offending provision violates the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and directs the 1965 legislature to create a new legislative plan using population as a basis in accordance with Reynolds v. Sims. So there you go, one person, one vote. The thing that is fascinating about this is that was a debate we had during redistricting was one person, one vote, or does land matter? And clearly the Supreme Court decided in 1964, one person, one vote. Okay. I'm going to take some time on the next bills to talk about this rental assistance situation because there's a lot to be said on it. And the level of disappointment right now in our governor is bottomless for me. So, 1966, in January 1966, the Nebraska Supreme Court unanimously upholds the third legislative plan in Carpenter versus State of Nebraska, 179 NEB.628, 139 N.W.2D space 541. I have no idea what those things mean, but for the record, they probably mean something. The court's decision is based on its holding that the provision of the 1962 amendment to the Nebraska Constitution that permits plans to cross county lines is valid. Yay. In April, the U.S. Court for the District of Nebraska holds the plan constitutional in the context of population deviation. Another win. In League of Nebraska Municipalities versus Marsh, 1966, the court rules that population deviations in the plan are justifiable and do not violate the Equal Protection Clause of the U.S. Constitution. 1961, the legislature passes LB 954, a redistricting plan based on population. Thank you. Population figures from the 1970s census. There is no constitutional challenge to the bill. Great. Jump ahead 10 years. 1981, the legislature passes LB 406, a redistricting plan based on population figures from the 1980 census. There is no constitutional challenge to the bill. Just like to note that the Senators Cavanaugh, that was the first time we were both counted in the census, 1981. Okay, 1991, during the next redistricting session, the legislature passes LB 614. I think I just want to note that I'm up to 1991 and I'm pretty sure that none of the pages were alive yet. So with that, I'll yield my remainder.
Thank you, Senator. Senator John Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I, again, rise in opposition to LB 868, but I have had the opportunity to look at the letter that was read across from the governor stating why he opted to, again, refuse federal funds, which at this point I think we're one of two states that has refused this money to help Nebraskans stay housed. And there are a couple of things that jumped out at me in this letter. One of them, of course, is that the storm has passed, which I think is an interesting thing to say, considering that there's still ongoing waves, as they say, of the coronavirus. We just happen to be in another point where it seems to have gone down, but there's still individuals who are suffering from lost income and health issues and other problems associated with that have come as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. And the governor says it's been alleged that the dollars remain in the current program because the application process was arduous. He says this is flatly untrue. I would like to see the evidence that this was not an arduous process because, as the governor goes on to say, the ERAP application is no more burdensome to complete than the application which individuals file for food stamps or Medicaid benefits. As I've said before on the floor, I have a bill this year that would require DHHS to help individuals, make sure that individuals leaving our departments of corrections sign up for Medicaid. And one of the reasons for that bill, as came out in the testimony at the hearing, is that DHHS denies a whole lot of Medicaid applications because people don't fill out the form properly. So when somebody doesn't get help to fill out the form, they get denied a benefit that they are entitled to, which helps them, gets them medical care in that case, gets them in a better position, allows them to go to work, allows them to be productive. So all things that we want, and it's money from the federal government that we as a state of Nebraska are entitled to if we facilitate people actually filling out this form. So what we had with the ERAP dollars, emergency rental assistance dollars, in the state of Nebraska outside of Douglas and Lancaster County, because Douglas County, at least in my experience, and I know Lancaster as well, but I personally have volunteered at the eviction court in Douglas County, and I have helped people, facilitated people getting matched up with Match, which is the administrator of the application. And they walked people through it and helped them, made sure they got a timeline, they got the dollar amounts exact. They figured it all out. They sat down with people. This was over Zoom, but they actually went through it with people. It was a process that they had to get and substantiate their income, their need, and their rent and their utilities. And if you've talked to anybody who came to testify about this bill or came down to talk about this bill from places like Grand Island, from places like Hastings, from places like Norfolk, people who came down and said that the individual nonprofits, were working to facilitate people getting signed up for benefits, and when they were able to help people get signed up, but there were more people that needed help and they didn't have the ability to do that because the state had paid, I think it was something like $8 million to a contractor who didn't really process that many applications, didn't go out and make sure that people got signed up. And so that the fact that the process, to say the process was not arduous is probably flatly untrue.
1 minute.
But even if it were not arduous, it was opaque and unavailable so that people couldn't get access to it. So there are people in Nebraska who could use this aid. There are people in Nebraska who are still asking for this aid. There are service providers in Nebraska who have come down here repeatedly to talk to us all to say they have people they serve who need this aid. So there is a need. It is ongoing. It continues. And there is money available from the federal government that can be spent in the state of Nebraska to keep Nebraskans in their homes outside of Douglas and Lancaster County, in greater Nebraska, in Kearney, in Grand Island, those places, people will stay in their homes if we were to take this money. And so the governor turning it down because he wants to make a political statement about not being big government socialism is wrong, short-sighted, and hurtful to Nebraskans. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Mr. Clerk for items.
Mr. President, bill read earlier this afternoon was presented to the governor at 6:20. I also have a motion. Senator Wayne would move that legislative bill 1073 become law, notwithstanding the objections of the governor. That motion will be laid over. That's all that I have, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Members, we will move to the 7 o'clock items on the agenda. We move to LB 750A on general file.
750A, bill by Senator Friesen, appropriates funds to implement the provisions of LB 750.
Senator Friesen, you're recognized to open on LB 750A.
Thank you, Mr. President. LB 750A is the appropriations bill for LB 750, which was TNT's committee priority bill, which included a number of transportation-related bills. LB 1259 directs the Department of Motor Vehicles to open an additional operator's license service center to serve Lancaster County. DMV has estimated the cost of establishing and operating to be $793,000 in fiscal year 23 and $850,000 in fiscal year 24. DAS Building Division will be the leaseholder for the new service center. The DMV will be, in essence, be a subleasee. DAS will have increased revolving fund expenditures associated with the lease. The estimated costs are between $375,000 and $409,000 in fiscal year 23 and $690,000 and $750,000 in fiscal year 24. And Mr. President, I'd ask you for the advancement of LB 750A.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Mr. Clerk for an amendment.
Senator Cavanaugh would move to bracket the bill until March 30 of this year.
Senator Cavanaugh, you are recognized to open on your bracket motion.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. I was just looking up because I haven't read the book, but maybe somebody will want to give it to me after this, because there was this movie, How to Lose Friends and Alienate People. You all are probably like, is that what she's trying to do tonight? It's not. I hope that's not what happens, but I am going to take time on every bill that's remaining on the agenda. So we have until 11:59. We have 8, 9, 10, 11. We have 5 hours. Well, less than 5 hours, 4 hours and 54 minutes before we have to adjourn. And I think there are 5 A bills. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 A bills. Okay, so we have 5 hours and 5 A bills. So everybody knows where we're at. That is where we are at. Okay, now Senator Friesen's A bill. Like other times that I have put bracket motions up on bills, I will pull my bracket motion before we have to vote on it, or if we do vote on it, please vote it down. It's not intended to hurt Senator Friesen's bracket or A bill, but also, now I normally would like to, I would prefer to do an actual amendment, but the cleanest type of amendment to do on the floor is a bracket motion because it's less arduous, I believe. Maybe they'll correct me for the clerk's office. So I usually just do a bracket motion because I want to make it easier on the staff. Okay, so the governor's letter. I'm going to start by reading the governor's letter. Okay, so I am returning, and in all fairness, I will probably add my own colorful commentary as I read this letter. So might not all be his words. I am returning LB 1073 without my signature and with my objections. LB 1073 purports to force me, in my official capacity, to apply for $120 million of federal funds. Okay, I'm going to stop there just right away. So, to force me. So apparently, when the legislature passes a law that requires action on behalf of the administration. It is the legislature's intent to force the administration to do something. Okay, so from a second round of optional federal funding, yes, it is, you're trying, fact, it is optional. We are not required to take it. Funding for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, or ERP. The bill also requires me to distribute all funds received. I am fundamentally opposed. Fundamentally is an emphatic statement of basic truth. Opposed to seeking additional federal ARP funds. I'm probably pronouncing that part wrong. Okay. As Nebraskans, we value resourcefulness and self-reliance. We also care for our neighbors. We recognize that extraordinary times, such as natural disaster or global pandemic, warrant extra assistance. That first part, we value resourcefulness and self-reliance. I don't feel like a lot of the things we've passed so far in this legislature reflect that as a value. Resourcefulness and self-reliance. Then why would we do our shovel-ready projects? Why would we invest money in rural Nebraska? Why would we invest money in infrastructure in towns? We should just be everybody pulling yourselves up by the bootstraps. Why would we need to do anything for flooded parts of our state? They can be resourceful. They can sandbag. They can rely on themselves. They shouldn't rely on the government to help when there's a flood. Oh, wait. Those aren't poor people of color. Got it. We value resourcefulness and self-reliance for people, poor people of color. If you are a white poor person, or if you're just a white person, we want to give you money. We want to give you tax incentives. We want to give you tax cuts. We want to give you a new lake. We want to give you a new canal. We want to do whatever it is you want. But if you are a person of color who is poor, we want you to be resourceful and self-reliant. And then we want to incarcerate you. And then we want to make it impossible for you ever to get out of the system. And then if you get out of the system, we want to make sure that you cannot get a job or a house or access to food. But we want you to be resourceful and self-reliant. Okay, moving on to the next sentence. During the height of the coronavirus pandemic, Nebraskans stepped up to help those in need. At the federal and state level, we did the same. The state has received and is distributing an unprecedented amount of federal funding. Well, yeah, it's a global pandemic, and the federal government gave us an unprecedented amount of money to weather the storm over these past 2 years. It's not over. Just because you're rich and comfortable does not mean that it's over, does not mean that we have recovered. At a certain point, however, we must acknowledge that the storm has passed. It has not passed. The storm has not passed. We still are in the midst of a global pandemic. We still are waiting with bated breath for another wave of a new strain of the virus. It is not over. It might seem like it's over because, you know, we've relaxed about wearing masks and things like that, but it is not. It's not over. Okay. The ERAP is no longer about addressing the impacts of the coronavirus. Okay, I have to stop there, like firmly stop there. Why are we doing the ARPA bill at all? I hope the governor vetoes the ARPA bill because clearly the governor believes that we have passed the need for it. You can't have it both ways, folks. You can't punish poor people of color for being poor and people of color and then get your fun little projects from all that ARPA federal money. You don't get it both ways. Well, in Nebraska you do, because it's not for everyone, but you shouldn't. And if you do, you shouldn't do it without at least acknowledging that that is what you are doing. Okay, so virus is over, we don't need the federal funds for people who are housing insecure, but we do need the federal funds for pet projects in the legislature. This makes so much sense. Nebraska nice, am I right? We want you to be homeless. Well, not really, then we'll just put you in jail, and then you can live there forever. Okay. Instead, taking 3 more years of federal funding to make rental payments will create a government subsidy that will make people reliant on the government for years to come. Isn't that what our business tax incentives do? Aren't our corporations reliant upon us giving them tax breaks in order for them to operate in the green?
1 minute.
Thank you. The level of hypocrisy in just the first 3 paragraphs of this letter are like, I don't know if anybody remembers the Garbage Pail Kids. Yeah. So I feel like inside like a Garbage Pail Kid right now, where I'm like a cartoon just vomiting because this is so atrocious and offensive and manipulative and just deceitful to the people of Nebraska. The governor is gaslighting us. He's constantly gaslighting us, but this is the epitome of gaslighting. We don't need this, but we need $800 million in tax cuts, and we need $1 billion in ARPA funds for other things, but we don't need this.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Mr. Clerk, for items and announcements.
Mr. President, the Revenue Committee will have an executive session underneath the south balcony immediately. And I also have an amendment to be printed to LB 927 by Senator McKinney. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Returning to debate, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So after this, do I have one more time in my close?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Okay. I think I left off with the governor is gaslighting us. He has been for 8 years, but he's like really stepping it up. The pandemic is over. That's why we don't need rental assistance. But we need all the federal money for the pandemic because there's a pandemic. So we've got to build a lake, we got to build a canal, we got to do shovel-ready projects and redo trails, and I don't know what else is in all of these things. There's a lot. We have to do all of those things. But the pandemic is over, so we can't do rental assistance. We don't want people to become reliant on having a place to live. That's what the prison is for. It is. I do actually wonder sometimes the inconsistency in statements that are made here and then the votes. I do wonder how individual senators reconcile that with themselves. Because it's hard for me. It's hard for me to hear various senators make impassioned pleas about something, and then when it's something that they just ideologically don't agree with, just cast it aside, like those people don't matter. I am constantly hearing about the plight of the farmer in Nebraska and how I should care about it. And I do. I do care about the plight of the farmer in Nebraska. I care about the plight of everyone in Nebraska. But The problem is when you only care about your personage, your people, your community, then you lose all empathy. And today is the National Day of Empathy. You lose all empathy for the most vulnerable people, which of course does include people of color, but it also includes women. It also includes single moms. It includes children. It includes disabled children. It includes the elderly. It includes disabled adults. It includes veterans. Somewhere along the way, some sheep have lost their shepherd. I am my own shepherd. I lead my own way. I don't follow somebody else. I view the world as a beautiful mosaic of opportunities and options. You have I love to color. You have my husband for my birthday got me this coloring book that I do with my kids. And it's like a bunch of, they look like stained glass window things. And so you color all these different colors. And I love creating with my kids something unique, because even though it's in a book that other people have that exact same design, our design is unique to us. And we make choices. This legislature is a mosaic and we make choices, but it feels like the choices that are made when I want to color something
1 minute.
a bright color, something lively, a fuchsia, a magenta, a turquoise, that I'm told, no, I can only use black, a black crayon, or a red crayon. Red's better, a red crayon. I can only use a red crayon. I cannot use any other color. Other senators have every color that they want. But no, if you care about children, if you care about vulnerable populations, if you care about the disabled and the elderly, you only get to use a red crayon. No other crayon. So the world is then colored in your tapestry and no one else's. Am I next in the queue?
Yes, you are, and your time is up, so you may start your next time in the queue. You have 5 minutes. Senator Michaela.
Thank you. Senator Michaela, I like it. I mean, I also would take Senator Matt. That's okay too. And I should, Senator John Cavanaugh has a little saying. He says, oh, there's a Cavanaugh for everyone. There is a Matt Cavanaugh. And that Lake Mike, I do have a brother Mike. So there is a Cavanaugh, literally, for everyone. Okay, so back to the governor's letter. We must guard against big government socialism, where people are incentivized not to work, but are instead encouraged to rely on government handouts. Oh, I am sorry, but when the clerk read this, I did not hear everything, and I'm just reading it like as I go. I didn't. We must guard against big government socialism, where people are incentivized not to work, but are instead encouraged to rely on government handouts. This is just, I don't think malarkey is strong enough. This is, why do we have the Imagine Act? Why do we have tax incentives? This is bananas. The same governor that pushed and pushed and pushed for these tax incentives, sweeping tax incentives, is the same governor who's saying government socialism where people aren't incentivized to work. Do you know how hard it is to be poor? It's really, really hard. I don't mean like it's hard to become poor. It's hard being poor. It is actually arduous to be poor. And I was sitting in committee one day in transportation, and one of my colleagues was asking questions about a specific type of license. And I don't remember exactly, but they were going back and forth with the DMV talking about, like, well, you have to do this, and then you have to travel here, and then you have to do this. And that just seems very inconvenient. And I was like, try filing for SNAP or Medicaid or childcare subsidy or rental assistance. You think getting a license is inconvenient? The bureaucracy is too much? You don't know anything about bureaucracy if you think that that is the height of inconvenience. It's because we don't treat the individuals that need those services as people. We treat them as a judgment, as something that we should have authority over, moral authority over. We incentivize their employers to pay them less, and then we have to help out. We're basically, when we do these things, when we're doing rental assistance and when we're doing SNAP and when we're doing childcare subsidies, when we're doing all of these things, what we are doing is subsidizing the employer, because the employer should be paying better. Good wages, good livable wages. If we had that, then we wouldn't have all these problems, but we don't have that. But we do have government handouts. We do have government socialism. It's just for businesses, not for people.
1 minute.
Thank you. It's just how I got it. Yeah, I feel the same way, though I do have coffee. Okay, so we must guard against. Like, what, are we going to war? Big government socialism? Agreed. Let's get rid of these incentive programs, please, where we incentivize not to work. No one is incentivized not to work. It's really, really hard to be poor, really hard. And our unemployment application process is bananas. I encourage people to go onto the website and just try to figure out how to file for unemployment. It will take you hours. Okay, rely on government handouts. It's not a handout if it's your money. We pay federal income taxes, and now we are giving.
Senator. Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Senator Cavanaugh, there is no one left in the queue. You are recognized to close on your bracket motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, well, before I am going to pull this motion, and I have another motion ready to go because I don't think I've taken an hour on this. So I will just continue on. I think 10 minutes plus 15 minutes, that's 25 minutes. So, all right. Okay, so I'm gonna probably take like 55 minutes on each of the bills because I don't have more than 2 bracket motions for each bill, and I'm not gonna do more than 2 bracket motions. So, okay. So please give me a heads up when I'm close. Okay, the state has nearly 30 million of unused ERAP funds. This means that after more than a year, we have only expended about 40% of the program's dollars. The remainder is more than enough to meet the legitimate needs. The legitimate needs? For assistance through the end of the year. The legitimate needs. Okay. So on Saturday, I came to Lincoln for an event. And when I was driving home back to Omaha, I got off the interstate and at Pacific Street in Omaha. And as I was exiting the interstate, there was a gentleman with a sign asking for help. Not an uncommon thing. But off to the side was his family. His 2 sons, 4 and 14, and his wife. They're refugees. I pulled off. Well, actually, I had to drive around a lot. Senator Lathrop probably knows that area well. Because his office is over there. There's nowhere to park nearby. I had heels on too, and I was walking through the mud. But so I went over and I tried to talk to them. They didn't speak English. I didn't speak their language. We tried Google Translate. They needed money for a place to stay. Is that a legitimate need? It was cold out. That little guy was 4 years old, just a few months older than my Barrett. That feels legitimate to me. But I don't know. Maybe it's not to the governor. They weren't white, so maybe it's not legitimate. I don't know. We should be doing more, and we can do more. And this is baloney Skittles. I said it. It's baloney Skittles. Not getting this money for these outlandish, ridiculous, political rhetoric, grandstanding reasons literally breaks my heart. I was making calls for the rest of the day on Saturday to help that family. Two college students stopped too. Well, one college student and her friend. Two young Black teenagers stopped. to
1
help.
minute.
And they were so sweet and kind, and we were all trying to communicate together. And when I assured her that I was going to make sure that everything was taken care of with this family, that only then was she like, okay, I think we're going to go. But no one else stopped. It's like these people are invisible. And they're not, or they shouldn't be. You want me to care about the things that you care about. I care about people, and I can't seem to get you all to care about people. I don't even think you can begin to imagine how much that hurts my heart every single day. How much time do I have left?
5 seconds.
I will withdraw my motion.
Motion is withdrawn. Mr. Clerk?
Senator Cavanaugh would move to bracket the bill until April 20th, 2022.
Senator Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open on your bracket motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think, this is the last day of session that this bracket motion is for. And also, I kind of think the date is funny, especially a little shout out to Senator Wishart on the date. For those at home, I have bracketed this to 4/20, 2022. Okay. I haven't even finished this letter. Like, I'm still on the first page. It's so terrible. I think I'm going to have nightmares about this. Okay, so legitimate need for assistance through the end of the year. I would love, Governor Ricketts, if anybody in your office is watching, I would love a definition on your end as to what is a legitimate need. Because there are people who are losing their homes. There are people who don't have homes. I don't know why you haven't spent $30 million. That's not some sort of badge of honor. You should be ashamed of that. $30 million, you got people in this state that are hurting. Instead of giving them a handout or a hand up, we put a foot on them and hold them down. Back to the governor's letter. It has been alleged that dollars remain in the current program because the application process is somehow arduous. That is flatly untrue. The ERAP application is no more burdensome to complete than applications which individuals file for food stamps. I swear I didn't read this before. Okay, so yeah, it is arduous. I just think I just went through how arduous it is to be poor and file for those other things. So yes, it is arduous. If it is on the level of food stamps and Medicaid benefits, it is arduous. You can come in front of HHS and hear how arduous it is. If you think I am upset and emotional now, hearing about families and dealing with Medicaid, maybe I should pull some of those transcripts and send them over to the governor so he has a better understanding of how arduous those programs are for people. It's a full-time job for a lot of people. Being poor is a full-time job. Being the working poor is 3 full-time jobs. It's been alleged. Well, Governor, since you have now given us the floor for what the application process is like, this is no longer an allegation. If the process is similar to the process for SNAP and Medicaid, then it is no longer an allegation. It is arduous. And I feel like it is probably unduly so, because we didn't have to make it arduous. That was the beauty of it. Okay, so the application is no more burdensome. Oh, forgot I was on a new motion. Okay, no more burdensome to complete than applications which individuals file for food stamps or Medicaid benefits, nor applications to small business owners, farmers, ranchers, and child care center owners were required to complete to receive federal assistance from multiple CARES Act grant programs, which the state administered in the past 2 years. Any farmers here apply for CARES Act? Anybody? Show of hands? No? Nobody in the body? None of the farmers needed CARES Act? I guess we won't know how arduous that was then. Wonder if it was underutilized. Did we give it back? Nobody used it? Nobody in the, I mean, we got farmers in here, y'all. We got farmers in the legislature, and I hear on the regular how hard it is to be a farmer, but apparently they all weathered COVID just fine because nobody's raising their hand that they needed CARES Act money. Which also means we don't have firsthand knowledge as to whether or not it was an arduous process. I mean, I'm happy that farmers didn't need CARES Act money because I don't want you to be in financial ruin. I myself benefited enormously from the child reimbursement for my kids. Enormously. It was really a lifeline. And the pause on student loans has been really life-altering for me and my husband. It's helped us get ahead on some bills, stay afloat a little bit easier. I did give up a salary to do this job and a 401k and health insurance. Oh, those were the days. Okay, so like the ERAP program, these programs all required an applicant to demonstrate their identity. Oh, there's the rub. There's the rub. Their location. They might not have a home. And that they experience financial loss due to COVID-19. How do you show that? How do you show financial loss due to COVID-19? These steps are prudent to prevent fraud and to protect the integrity of taxpayer funds. So when we had the Imagine Act, and I'm not going to ask anybody on the mic today, but I probably will tomorrow. So just, this is fair warning. When we passed the Imagine Act, did we require people to jump through hoops that had nothing to do with the incentive itself? Or did we just say, here you go? Prudent to prevent fraud and protect the integrity of the taxpayers. This also reminds me of a time when the auditor found that we had, how much money was that? 20 million? 18 million? Found $18 million that was like mishandled by the administration, or like lost. So I'm glad that the governor is seeing the error of his administration's ways and now wants to be prudent to prevent fraud. Finally, some believe we should take the money simply because it's available. However, there's no such thing as free money. Oh, geez. It's not free money. I think Senator Hunt spoke to this earlier. It's our money. We are taxpayers to the federal government, just like everybody else in the country. It's our money, and now we're giving it to California. Kudos, Governor. Way to go. Way to give Nebraska's money to California. That's fantastic. I think everyone's going to appreciate that. The second round of the ERAP dollars is a perfect example of the kind of blind spending from the federal government that has ushered in record inflation. If you have an ARPA project in the ARPA bill, you should be very concerned that the governor is going to veto the ARPA bill and send all the money back, because that's what I read here. That's a government handout. We are ushering in record inflation. And if we continue to pile onto our national debt, our kids and grandkids will be the ones footing the bill. So, and I appreciate that, I think it's Senator Halloran who has the national debt clock. Is that correct? Yes, okay. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate knowing what the national debt is. But like all things, it's not as simple and straightforward as that. Yes, we keep changing the debt ceiling, and it is kind of like we're just printing money. But Nebraska had such record revenue at the same time that people like my family were getting those child payments, and getting that pause on student loans. Because we actually could breathe and take our kids to get a zoo membership.
Time, Senator Cavanaugh, but you are next in the queue. You may continue.
Thank you. Is this my first time, second?
This is your first.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so I have this time, one more time, and then a close. So that's 15 minutes from now when we will go to a vote on 750A. For those, if anybody is listening. Okay, so this letter from the governor, it's one that I probably will put in my scrapbook next to the vetoes that he's done of my bills, vetoing hair discrimination, vetoing making marriage license applications gender neutral. At least he's consistent in his disdain for people who aren't like him. I respect the office of the governor. And I have tried very hard when the governor is in this chamber to be respectful, because I respect the office of the governor. But this, it's not just the veto. We all expected the veto. It's the vitriol with which the veto was done. It's the sending a message to us that low income, Black, brown, and tan people don't matter. So yeah, I'm not being super respectful of Governor Pete Ricketts tonight because I don't think he deserves respect for this. I think a spade should be called a spade. And this is divisive political rhetoric, grandstanding, and it's just gross. It's just gross. The letter could have said that he is vetoing this because he doesn't agree with doing rental assistance, period. It did not have to go into all of this. Resourcefulness, self-reliance, guard against big government and socialism and handouts. Big government. Didn't we just have a bill on gambling where we basically restricted the free market? I think that's what we did. You can only have casinos within such area here and here. I don't know. I didn't vote for it. I don't get involved in gambling things, but that's what I thought I heard, is that if we vote on that gambling bill, then we get to limit the number of casinos and where they are, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's what I heard. I always stand for correction. I apologize if I've gotten this wrong, and I'm sure if I have, somebody will tell me and I will correct myself on the record. But that was my understanding. So isn't that big government? Should we have the governor come in here and help tell us how to guard against big government? Because I don't feel like the majority of this body understands that.
1 minute.
The ARPA funds are big government. The cash funds are big government. Why do we even have taxes at all? Well, we might have consumption tax soon if we ever get to Senator Erdman's priority bill, which would eliminate all of our other taxes and we just pay consumption taxes, and then there's a monthly rebate, which is a fascinating idea that I can't wait for us to talk about. 1 minute, okay. I have another time. So, I think I could read this letter 10 more times and find new things each time that are outrageously despicable. But maybe I'll do it on one of my other rounds on the mic.
Time, Senator Cavanaugh, but you are next in the queue. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Billion-dollar pandemic recovery bill advances. Hey, folks, did you not know? The pandemic's over. Governor Ricketts said so. The World Herald reported on March 29th. Oh, goodness, this is going to be I don't have my readers. Disputes over tax cuts and criminal justice reform simmered in the background Monday as lawmakers gave second round approval to a plan for using the state's $1.04 billion of federal pandemic recovery funds. Holy Toledo. Is today only Tuesday? That was just yesterday? Oh, goodness. Okay. So, Legislative Bill 1014 advanced on a 33-7 vote after senators approved a filibuster-ending cloture motion on a 34-4 vote. The measure allocates money coming to the state through the American Rescue Plan. Earlier Monday, the bill's fate appeared unclear as frustrated backers of a tax cut package sought to tie the measures together. Senator Tom Breezy of Albion vowed not to support the pandemic funding bill or to pass the budget bills until he could be assured of enough votes to pass the tax cut proposal. He said there were enough senators willing to torch the pandemic funding bill as debate began on Monday. I would like to correct for the record, Senator Breezy may not have known this at the time because we just got the governor's letter, but Senator Breezy, the pandemic is over. So that's not pandemic money. That's just play money, I guess. I'm not really sure. So there's enough senators willing to torch the non-pandemic money because there is no pandemic anymore, according to our governor. Okay, so sorry, I lost my place. Votes to pass. He said there were enough, okay, I already said that, but others, including the Speaker of the Legislature, Mike Hilgers of Lincoln, urged those senators to hold their fire. Senator Mike Flood of Norfolk called for colleagues to allow the pandemic, again, Senator Flood, we're not in a pandemic. No pandemic here. No bueno pandemic funding. So we'll just edit it out. Senator Flood of Norfolk called for colleagues to allow the funding bill to advance while waiting to see what comes of talks among various parties. The package of income tax cuts and property tax relief hit an unexpected roadblock Friday. That is the understatement of the century. Well, not the century, but it's the understatement of like the last 5 days. The income tax package and the property tax package unexpected roadblock was man-made. Walked in Friday morning, and to quote that famous colonel, or I'm sure somebody's going to correct me this, from Star Wars, it's a trap. So we show up, and when backers fell 2 votes short of ending a filibuster against the measure. Based on legislative practice, the bill will not return this year. Nope. Based on our own practices,
1 minute.
the bill will not return this year. It was a gamble. They took it. And that's what happened. Senator Linehan of Elkhorn, the Revenue Committee Chairwoman, warned Friday that the state budget bills could be in jeopardy if lawmakers continue to stand in the way of tax cuts. Lawmakers are slated to vote on passing the budget bills Tuesday, which did happen. And I voted for the budget bills because they needed 33 votes. I had voted against them on all the other, not voted against them, I hadn't voted on them on all the other rounds, but I realized that even though I have significant frustrations with the budget as it was written, the provider rates are too important for my ego to get in the way. So.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Cavanaugh, you are recognized to close on your bracket motion.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so on Monday, Senator John Stennard of Gering, the Appropriations Committee Chairman, said he doesn't believe the budget bills are in jeopardy. And the Magic 8 Ball says that he's correct because they passed. He said lawmakers have a chance to leave Nebraska a much better place by passing 4 critical pieces of legislation. We have 4 major things to do, he said. Let's get with it. 1 is the state budget, which boosts support for state employees in critical areas and to providers caring for the state's most vulnerable residents, along with undertaking nearly $500 million worth of building and infrastructure projects. One of those projects that I am a big supporter of is the $15 million to the Kearney campus of the YRTC. Another is the ARPA funding bill, which allocates money to some 40 projects and initiatives. Among them, replacing aging rural ambulances. Hey, rural senators, just a heads up, the pandemic's over. The governor might veto this these rural ambulances, because this is pandemic money and we don't need it. We don't need your pandemic money because the pandemic is over. Okay, and just be on your guard because the pandemic is over. Sorry, I lost my place. Oh, that's because I started reading about Creighton University. Okay. Ambulances, boosting Health and Human Services provider payment rates, repairing wastewater systems in state parks, and funding nonprofit construction projects that were interrupted by the pandemic. But the pandemic is over, so they don't need this money because the pandemic is over. Just like people who are housing insecure because of the pandemic don't need rental assistance because the pandemic is over. So we probably don't need to be giving that money either for those projects because, again, the pandemic is over. Others include developing rural and urban low-income housing, updating a climate change study, building a rural health complex at the University of Nebraska at Kearney, and repairing an irrigation canal that runs from Fort Laramore, Wyoming, and Gering. Amendments adopted Monday squeeze the funding for grants to start or expand child care centers and squeezed in funding, and for program providing education and preventative medication to people at high risk with getting HIV. Stinner cited the tax package as the third major piece of the legislation. The package would ratchet down the state's top corporate tax rate and individual income tax rates and expand income tax credits offered to property taxpayers. It would also phase out income taxes on Social Security benefits. He said the fourth key proposal is LB 920, which would make changes in sentencing and parole to bring down the state's prison population. Stinner said the bill would make Nebraska safer, which helping control state spending on corrections.
1 minute.
The bill has yet to be debated by the full legislature. However, we have debated taxes. I have honest to goodness lost track of how many times we've debated taxes. But we haven't debated 920 or any version of sentencing reform. And we're on day 50. So I hope that happens soon. We can just keep only caring about the things that, let's just be honest, not caring about the things that Democrats care about, which is people. I care about people. And nothing we've done reflects my values. Okay, I think I'm almost to the end, so I'm going to go ahead. How much time do I have left?
10 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to pull my motion.
Motion is withdrawn. Returning to debate on LB 750A, Senator Wayne, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I was listening to Senator Cavanaugh. She read from an article that said that if you don't have enough votes for cloture, your bill is dead. I just wanted to remind everybody to read the rules, because actually on whoever made that statement in the World Herald article that she was quoting from was actually incorrect. Because if you read 52 and 53 of your rule book, you'll see that it talks about cloture, but it basically says when you get to the end that if cloture fails, you can bring it back. And if you do bring it back, you're correct, Senator DeBoer, you can bring it back multiple times. And if you do bring it back, it has to be a minimum of 2-hour debate. Now, looking back through the journal, that has only happened a couple times and usually happens during special sessions, but it does happen. If you'll recall, during redistricting, we brought a bill back that died on cloture. So I just want people to know that, and I just said that, and I thought, well, that's not true. So I thought I would say that because it's not. But I thought, and I just thought it's interesting that we should always keep reading the bills, and this is why when I get up and say point of order and I challenge the speaker is that in our rules, we give a lot of power to our speaker. So here's what would happen theoretically if you brought a bill back after cloture, is somebody could file a motion to challenge the speaker's agenda. And that way, if the body still feels like we need to move forward with 25 votes, you can. That is the balance that we have in this body from speaker to members of the legislature being able to control the body. That is completely different than every other state. Well, not every other state, a couple other states have similar rules, but most of the states have the speaker's a speaker-driven body where they dictate what even bills get heard at the committee level versus where we hear every bill at the committee level. So I just think it's important that as we finish these last couple of days, we pay attention to the rules, be mindful of the rules, try to follow the rules, but also you can go back and look at the journal and see, for example, when it was Speaker Flood, he had very strict rulings on germaneness. Speaker Hadley and Speaker, who was before Speaker Hilgers, I forgot, I just did a conference with him. Scheer, we just met, like we were hanging out on Saturday, Sunday. Speaker Scheer had a little looser, not looser as in bad, but they're just a little how you read things. So the body needs to pay attention to every move out here, because when you start creating a precedent, it's hard to go back when you can look at the journal and see where it's at.
1
So
minute.
I just wanted to say that, break up the monotony and go ahead and finish this. Have a great day. Have a good night.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Friesen, you are recognized to close on LB 750A.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a reminder, this is for the DMV. I ask for your green light on this bill, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Members, the question is the advancement of LB 750A to ENR initial. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted that wish to? Record, Mr. Clerk.
34 ayes, no nays on the advancement of the A bill.
LB 750A is advanced. Next item on the agenda,
Mr.
going
President.
to select file appropriations, LB 698A.
I have no ENR. Senator Cavanaugh will move to bracket the bill.
Senator Cavanaugh, you are recognized to open on your bracket motion.
Fantastic. Thank you. Do we normally, I don't want to obstruct Senator Coulterman from opening its select, so he's opened on this previously, is that correct? I think that's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. Senator Coulterman, if you would like, I can yield you time on it. Otherwise, I'm going to just continue. Okay, so I would like to ask Senator Hunt to yield to questions.
Senator Hunt, would you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. So I was talking about a lot of things, but one of the things that I mentioned about my own personal circumstance was getting those child payments over that 6-month period. And
During the pandemic?
during the pandemic, it's over.
Back
Don't
then.
worry, it's over. But during the pandemic, I was getting these monthly payments, and I actually don't remember now if they were addressed to me or to my spouse, but they came to our house. And I understand you had a different situation. Would you mind sharing?
Yeah, we talked about this at the time.
Yeah.
Back when the pandemic was happening, we texted a lot about, well, we all did, but about what we were going to do in our districts to help people, and what we personally could do to help each other too. And I was so excited about these child tax credit payments that would be extra because, you know, for me, that would really go a long way. I pretty much live off the money I make in the legislature and the per diem. And I'm a renter. My rent is pretty cheap. I don't have, you know, healthcare or retirement. And these are things that I keep thinking, well, I'll put it off, I'll put it off, I'll put it off. And then I get into my mid 30s and it's like, oh my God, I need to get some of this security for myself. It's getting to be, you know, a little late for me. Anyway, I was excited to get these payments, and it turned out that I wasn't eligible because my child's father, we aren't married, we're divorced, we were married, and we have split custody of our child. And so we do 50-50 custody, and that's great. And it's really great for me in this job, and especially because we're still really close friends. And so we're together all the time and have dinner all the time and stuff like that. But for tax purposes, and this is a really common thing in divorced families, for tax purposes, we take turns claiming our child every year. So on some years I claim our kid, and on some years their father claims them. And so the year that the child tax credit applied for was his year to claim the child, not mine. And he has a great job, makes a lot more money than I do, makes a lot more money than I do. And in any case, he didn't qualify for the child tax credit.
Oh,
and
no.
So he didn't get the tax credit, and I didn't get the tax credit because it wasn't my year to claim the kid, even though,
that breaks my heart.
you know, I did qualify for it.
Are you?
So I was talking to my tax preparer and, you know, kind of distraught about it. I was like, is there any kind of amendment I can file or any kind of recourse with the federal government or the IRS or anything? And she said, no, but you can claim and get the credit next year. And then, of course, we find out that Congress didn't renew the credit. And so even though I qualified, I'm not going to get it.
Can you?
And this is one thing I'll interject.
yeah.
This is very common because I did a lot of Googling about this problem, and I talked to some other tax preparers about it. And this is apparently like an extremely common problem. And we know that a lot of single parents, you know, I'm fine, don't worry about me, but a lot of single parents in this country are in poverty, and it's more likely to be the mothers. It's more likely to be women who are single parents and who are struggling. And this was a really common experience for a lot of women in Nebraska who didn't get the child tax credit because of this loophole with divorce.
Oh gosh, that's awful. Thank you for sharing that. So is it possible, I'm asking this more for, well, for you, but also for any single parents out there that are watching, is it claim it on your taxes this year? If you're claiming your child from last year, can you then get it this time?
It's not clear to me, and I'm not a tax expert, as everybody here knows, and all the Nebraskans who are angry about my votes knows, but it's not clear to me. And it's, you know, I kind of leave it up to my tax preparer.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you, Senator Hunt. I appreciate that. I appreciate you sharing that. I do prepare my own taxes. It's something that I learned from my mom, who is just one of the greatest ladies in the universe. Can't say that enough times. Anybody who's ever met her would agree. But she always, like, she loves doing taxes. And so she would always go and get the book that I think they have it at the post office. And it's like all the forms and regulations. It has all that information. And my mom would just go through it and do my parents' taxes. And that's how I learned to do my taxes, was from my mom. And I had somebody prepare my taxes once, but then I just decided that I would just do it myself because it's expensive and I can figure it out. It takes a lot of time, but I like to learn. So yeah, that is, that's a huge bummer, but the pandemic's over, so it's fine. Everybody's fine. It's all copacetic. Okay, so I was reading this article, and I'm going to go back to it. And I have my readers. So hallelujah. Okay. How much time do I have left?
3:20.
Okay, well, I'm next in the queue, so I guess that's fine. Okay, let's see here. Where am I at? 40 projects and initiatives. I think I read all that. The nonprofit construction. Others include developing. Sorry, I'm kind of constrained to my lamp and my microphone and my glasses, so I'm in a little bit of an awkward position here as I read. Okay. Others include developing rural and urban low-income housing, updating a climate change study, building a rural health complex at the University of Nebraska-Kearney, and repairing an irrigation canal that runs from Fort Laramie, Wyoming to Gering. Amendments adopted Monday squeezed in funding for grants to start or expand childcare centers, and for program providing education and preventative medicine to people at high risk of getting HIV. Stinner cited the tax package as the third. Oh, okay. I think I did get to that. Well, that's all right. I'll read it again. Stinner cited the tax package as the third major piece of legislation. The package would ratchet down the state's top corporate and individual income tax rates and expand income tax credits offered to property taxpayers. It also would phase out income taxes on Social Security benefits. He said the fourth key proposal is LB 920, which would make changes in sentencing and parole to bring down the state's prison population. Stinner said the bill would make Nebraska safer, which while helping control state spending on corrections. And I'm just going to say for the Omaha World Herald, it says which, and I think you meant to say while helping, just if you want to correct it online. The bill has yet to be debated by the full legislature. However, Senator Steve Lathrop of Omaha, who introduced the bill, spent several hours of budget debate talking about the issues involved. He spent much of the day Monday negotiating with Senator Suzanne Geis of Lincoln and others who oppose measures that could lead to inmates getting out of prison earlier. Well, earlier than the current almost never. Just to be clear, we have people not getting out of prison. I don't even know how many people we have eligible for parole. Maybe would Senator, well, I think I'm almost out of time, but when I get my next round of time, would Senator McKinney be prepared to answer that question? Okay, how much time do I have left? 20 seconds, okay. Senator McKinney, I'm gonna ask you to yield to a question. Senator McKinney.
Senator McKinney, would you yield?
Well, actually, I'll ask you to yield in like 20 seconds to how many people are eligible for parole on my next turn. Okay, can we move to the next one?
Time, Senator.
Great.
Mr. Clerk, for items.
Your Committee on Revenue reports 873 to general file with amendments. Mr. President, Senator McDonald would move to adjourn the body until Wednesday at 9:00 a.m.
Members, you've heard the motion to adjourn until Wednesday morning at 9 a.m. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. We are adjourned. Nay, we are adjourned.